Yeah, I'm testing, I'm speaking, I'm saying something. Is that working or not working? It's all about Microsoft Fabric. Test, test, test. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Okay. No, thank you, Amit, for having me and for organizing the event. It's a pleasure to be here on a sign day, sharing some knowledge about Microsoft Fabric. Looking forward to share my knowledge for this presentation. So let's kick off. Okay, if you have any questions, just put them in the chat as we go. As you know, this presentation is all about the data stores within Microsoft Fabric. It can be confusing when you're designing your Microsoft Fabric architecture, especially because we have too many options in Microsoft Fabric. You have the lakehouses, the warehouses, the Fabric databases, and the real-time databases. So the idea is that at the end of this presentation, you will have a better understanding on what to use when for designing your first Fabric architecture. Also, a few things that I'm going to share today are based on my own experience. So let's kick off. So a couple of bullet points that we want to cover. As you know, Fabric architecture, we have a few design patterns that you can take advantage of. And within those design patterns, you have many data store options in Microsoft Fabric. So when we look at Microsoft Fabric, and you have learned this during the past few days in this conference, so Microsoft Fabric is just a combination of tools. And that means that you will have to apply and use the right tool for the right problem. But you also want to reduce complexity. And with that, what do I mean? So basically, you don't want to end up with a solution in your organization that takes advantage of all the tools when you could actually simplify the solution and try to minimize the tools that you can use. In summary, what I'm trying to say, okay, so when you're trying to approach a specific business case or problem with Microsoft Fabric, you have many tools to solve the same problem, essentially. So it is important to understand one core concept when talking about architectures and data stores within Microsoft Fabric. And is that when you move the data within Microsoft Fabric, that data is going to be stored into one lake. This is the most important core concept in regards to storage and Microsoft Fabric and how it organizes the information in the backend. So remember, one lake is just a logical storage mechanism where you're going to put the data in Microsoft Fabric. That means that when you import information from a source system, it could be that you're importing the data from a SQL Server database or Oracle, or you could be importing the information from a REST API provider, or it could be just Excel files or SharePoint lists, whatever the source system is. So once that you move the information out from the source systems and you want to put it into Microsoft Fabric, you have to understand that that information is going to be stored in one lake. Now, this is where you store the information, but how you store the information is going to be essentially driven by selecting one of the data stores available in Microsoft Fabric, which it could be either the Lakehouse, the warehouse, the real-time data stores, or it could be as well the Fabric databases. So we have 4 options actually. And this is where many of us, we get confused actually on how we should be using what and for which business case. So let's go and look at some of the core design patterns within Microsoft Fabric, which are the Lakehouse, the warehouse, data science, workloads, and real-time analytics. Let's have a quick look at them. So, you know the Lakehouse, and you've heard maybe of the term of Medallion architecture, or, while going through some of the training or the previous session, you might have heard of a Lakehouse. But the idea is really simple, okay? So we're trying to solve a fundamental problem in the organization in all 4 solutions, which is bring data from source systems, normalize that information, combine the information with other source systems, and make that information to reports and users or other apps. And you can see in this screen the Lakehouse. Essentially, we have source systems, we ingest the data, we store the information into a Lakehouse. And remember, so behind the scenes, this is one lake. And then we can expose that information through Power BI or even other warehouse. Important here to understand, okay, so core concepts that you can see already here, either you have a data source, you have to ingest the data, and you have to store it, and then of course you have to make it available to other applications or users. So when you look at the warehouse, you'll be surprised that basically the steps are the same. So we have source systems, we have to ingest the data, and you might decide to store the information in a warehouse instead of a lakehouse, but you then have to still expose that information. And just to fast forward, when you go through data science capabilities, it is quite similar. So the only thing that changes is that you might get the information from the lakehouse or warehouse, but again, you have source systems, you ingest, clean, and prepare the data, you store it, and you expose it. And finally, in the real-time analytics design pattern, we are doing the same. So I know this can be confusing. So we have 4 different design patterns and architectures that they use different data stores within Microsoft Fabric, but we're trying essentially to do the same. So let's step back for a second. So what are the common design pattern elements that you see in those architectures? Basically, all of them, they have source systems. In all of them, you have to import the data, and you might transform the data, and then you have to make that data available to other users and apps. So that means that now you have been presented with the challenge that we have in Microsoft Fabric. So the 4 data stores, even the Fabric databases, they will allow you to store the information in one lake, but what do you choose for each one of the business cases, right? When are you going to choose a lakehouse over a warehouse, over a real-time analytics, over a Fabric SQL database? So that's the real question that we're going to try to answer today. And if you have any questions, just put them in the chat and we'll make sure that we cover them. So let's go and cover the 4 main data stores within Microsoft Fabric. So I have a quick table here to compare the differences between them, and then we're going to jump into a demo, so it is more clear on what we're talking about. So at the top, you can see that we have the warehouse, the Fabric SQL databases, and the KQL data stores that are for real-time analytics. So we have the 4 different options. You can see when you look at data volume, first of all, when the warehouse or the lakehouse or the KQL database, so the size data volume is unlimited, and the Fabric SQL databases is a limit of 4 terabytes. When Microsoft Fabric was first released, it came to the market with the warehouse, the lakehouse, and the real-time analytics data stores. So that means the Fabric SQL database, it was the last one that was released within Microsoft Fabric. And you have to understand that it's really important to remember that the Fabric SQL database is supported behind the scenes by the Azure SQL databases that you can find in Azure. So that means that we have essentially 3 data stores that they have matured quite well for data analytics workloads. And then you have the Fabric SQL database that is basically a software as a service offering of the Azure SQL DB that you can find in an Azure portal, which uses the SQL Server engine, as you know. So you can see already from data volume, it's not a big difference. But when we start looking actually at the type of data, this is where it could be confusing when you're reading the documentation available in Microsoft Learn, because they highlight already that the warehouse, supports only structured and semi-structured data. While in the Fabric SQL database, I have here on structure, it's not really the data store that you want to use for unstructured data, but you can still do it. While the Lakehouse, out of the box, supports unstructured data. And the KQL database as well supports unstructured data. So here you have a key difference, okay? The key point in here is that the Lakehouse supports non-structured data, and the warehouse doesn't. Can you follow a workaround to try to store unstructured data in a warehouse? Yes, you can try to follow a workaround, but it's not built for that. So from the get-go here, you have an answer for one of the main questions in any data analytics solutions, which is, if you are going to be working with non-structured data, you have to use the Lakehouse or the KQL database, but you'll see that that's for a different use case. So this is the key question. So when deciding between the warehouse and the Lakehouse, release it. Hey, are you planning to use it for non-structured data now or near in the future? And if the answer is yes, you have your answer. You want to use the Lakehouse. Let's move to the other comparisons. So you could argue that each data store basically requires a different skill set as well, and is built for a different persona. As you can see in the warehouse, the Fabric SQL database, these two in here, they are basically trying to use some sort of a Transact SQL capabilities, while the Lakehouse, it focuses essentially in Apache Spark capabilities, right? So you'll be using notebooks, you'll be using Python, Spark SQL, and so on. While in the warehouse, you're basically focused on using SQL. In this case, you could say that you're using essentially Transact SQL, right? And the KQL database basically comes with its own custom language, and it has some no-code capabilities that I would argue as well that some of no-code capabilities are available in the other data stores. In all of them, because you can explore the data just by selecting, drag and dropping different fields. But and there are a few SQL capabilities within the KQL, but I would say that they are minimal at this stage. So the main language will be essentially PostgreSQL. So this means that you have to learn a new language when trying to leverage 100% of the compute power and feature of the KQL database. Now, the personas as such, if I can highlight, so essentially, so you can see here, the personas are quite similar, while in the Fabric SQL database, the personas change a little bit, right? So you're talking about app developers, AI developers, and so on. And in the KQL database are similar to analytics workloads. But let's try to highlight what these all differences mean, essentially. Let's put here, we're going to have 3 different buckets of workloads. So that means that if you're trying to do analytics workloads, you're going to be using the warehouse and the Lakehouse. If you're trying to use real-time analytics with really small payloads of data, you're going to use the KQL database. And if you want to build an application that you want to serve, through an app or through an application in the front end, so you want to use the Fabric SQL database. What does it mean? In summary, so any analytics workload, traditional analytics, where you want to build a data warehouse with dimensions and facts, you want to use a warehouse or Lakehouse. If you want to have highly transactional application database, you're going to be using the Fabric database. Highly transactional, it'll be the SQL databases. And if you want to build some real-time analytics with really small payloads, so you want to use the KQL database. These are the three different use cases for these data stores. So remember, so if you're planning to work with non-structured information for analytics workloads, so the answer is really easy. So you have to use Lakehouses. If you want to do real-time analytics with the small payloads, you want to use KQL database. And if you want to build a highly transactional app, you want to use Fabric SQL databases. So let's go and have a look at all these data stores in Microsoft Fabric. And I'll share a few tips that I've learned during the past few implementations. Okay. Let's go to Microsoft Fabric and share my screen. Okay, so we are here in the Microsoft Fabric portal. I have a few workspaces that we're going to use today for the demos. So we have a workspace where we're going to have the data stores, a workspace where we're going to have some data movement items while we move the data, and I have a raw area as well, essentially. Let's go to, first of all, before you move any data within Microsoft Fabric, you always want to create the data store first. So let's go back here. This is going to be our raw area. So this means if you are working with Medallion architecture or you are using a two-tier data warehouse approach, it doesn't really matter. So you are bringing data within Microsoft Fabric. That data is going to be in its raw format, and you want to have a few data stores. So let's go ahead actually and create two data stores for the time being. We're going to create a warehouse. And we're going to create a Lakehouse as well. So right now we're focusing essentially on, hey, we want to build a traditional analytics data warehouse. So we're going to create the two data stores. Okay. You will see here already a really big difference. So every time that you create a Lakehouse, the Lakehouse comes with a SQL analytics endpoint, which is essentially a way of consuming the data through Transact SQL. And in a sense, it replicates some of the capabilities that are available inside the warehouse. But before we get there, okay, we'll come back to this. So let's try to bring some data. So we have a Lakehouse and you have a warehouse. I'm going to show you a key difference. So right now we're just trying to import data within Microsoft Fabric. First of all, I'm going to open the warehouse in a new window, and I'm going to open the Lakehouse at the same time. So let's go in here. Here we have the warehouse. And you can see on the left side, essentially, I see the schemas, I see a security folder for assigning permissions, and I see a folder where I can keep my queries or share some queries. So what do you see here? This looks like a SQL Server database, right? Exactly, that's the whole point. So essentially, so you have a schema, you have tables, you have columns. If I go to the Lakehouse, on the other hand, what do you see? So the same. So we see tables, we see schemas because we tick the checkbox to enable schemas, but we also see files. Something that is not available in the warehouse. You can see already here, this is the key difference when bringing data within Microsoft Fabric. This is it. So the Lakehouse is going to allow you to store any type of information. Think of binary files like video files, audio files. But what else? So imagine that you want to have a user publishing build a specific file in one of these folders. So you can also do that, right? So you could have an input folder, let's say, I don't know, for a specific system, and have actually a specific user, if that in a weekly basis or a monthly basis, they have to upload a file in here. So you have already out of the box, you are able to manage files within the Lakehouse, something that is not really available here in the warehouse. So one of the considerations when you bring here the information, let's try to bring information here to the warehouse first. So you see something that is going to happen. So let's go to the data movement workspace, and we're going to create a small pipeline to bring data. So we're right now trying to bring data in Fabric. We're not doing anything fancy. We're just trying to copy some AdventureWorks data in here. So we're going to just drag and drop potentially a copy activity, or we can use the copy wizard. So let's put copy activity. Let's bring the data from an AdventureWorks database. And we're going to select one of the tables in here. And just trying to import data within Microsoft Fabric. So let's go and select, see if I have the sales or the header. It doesn't really matter for this exercise. Let's bring actually customers. Okay, and the destination. So we're going to browse all, and we're going to select the warehouse that we created previously. So essentially, if I scroll down, I see my warehouse there. I'm going to click on it. And I'm going to highlight here that I want to auto-create a table. And we define here, keep the, ideally, best practice, you will have a different schema. I will call this one customer. And now we have essentially the source system is an Azure SQL DB, and the destination is the warehouse. And now we're going to save this. And we're going to run it. Okay. Going to go to the source system. So going to copy the data. If you have any questions so far, just put them in the chat and I'll cover them as we go. So that's queue, and it's in progress. You can open the activity to see the progress. Okay. And you already see something here that is happening. So what's happening now? So you can see that even though we're copying data from an Azure SQL database into a warehouse, it has actually provisioned this staging layer. Right? So it has provisioned, it's basically moving the data out from Azure SQL DB to this staging layer, so you can actually prepare to inject Parquet files, and then it moves the data to the warehouse, which is incredible because it's a waste of resources, put it that way. So remember, so every time that you copy to a warehouse, you have to copy through this staging layer the data. Something to consider. So do you have control over that staging layer? Essentially, no anymore. So before we were able actually to manage the staging layer, but now it's all managed behind the scenes by Microsoft. Now we're going to repeat the same exercise for the Lakehouse. So let's call this one warehouse. And copy the activity. We're going to copy here within the Lakehouse. So browse all, scroll down. I have to actually change the connection type. So this one, yeah. Okay, let's scroll down and we select now our Lakehouse. Okay, same as before. So it's going to, you have a few options: append the data, overwrite, and insert. In our case, if you are moving the data from the source system into a landing zone or transient area, so you can go and essentially overwrite it, don't append. And then settings, we leave everything by default, and we click save. And we're going to disable this one here because we already executed it. Okay. Okay, there's a question in the chat in the meantime. So if you have Excel data, and is choosing a warehouse or a lakehouse the best option? The easiest answer will be to say it depends. Okay, so because do you have any more data than Excel files? Because if you only have Excel files, maybe I'll tell you, hey, look, stick with the warehouse. Because we are talking about semi-structured data or structured data, you can easily use the warehouse. Let's go and quickly look at the error to see why it's unhappy. This activity. Have an error, which is great. So we can troubleshoot this on lifetime. Okay, so this looks to me something has to do with the connectivity to that lakehouse failed. So let's go and see destination. It's trying to use that connection. So what I'm going to do is just refresh maybe the token for this connection. And nothing else. So the change was at the connection level. So we're going to execute this one more time. In regards to storage, we have another question. So which one will consume more storage, Lakehouse or Warehouse? Relatively the same. So storage is not as important actually as the tool that you are using to apply the transformations. So you saw it before as well in the previous slide, and I quickly go back in here. So what's important when you choose between Lakehouse and Warehouse is as well the tools that you're going to use to transform the data in each one of the data stores. So when you're using the Lakehouse, you're going to be using mainly notebooks for those transformations, which they will use a lot of resources, but it will work quite well for large volumes of data. And then you have the warehouse that you will use Transact SQL for the transformations, that they will use less compute power and capacity units, but they are not as good actually for large transformations. So going back, now you can see essentially I copy the data. And if I open this, so we don't have that interim step with that, say, essentially storage account in the middle. So it goes Azure SQL Lakehouse, so we don't see anything else weird happening in the backend as we saw in the warehouse.
So David, just Kashi here. Like here, initially you have been created a lakehouse and warehouse, and then you have been copying a data from SQL into these warehouses and lakehouse, right? With the copy activity.
Right. Yes.
Okay. Being a source as SQL and a destination as a lakehouse and warehouse that you have been created initially. Right?
That's it. Yes.
Okay. Okay. Yeah.
Yes. That's a good summary. And remember, so really important. So I'm telling you now, if you're planning to use non-structured data, every time that you bring data out from source systems into Microsoft Fabric, you want to use a lakehouse. Or forget about the warehouse, essentially. I don't, it doesn't matter what they say in the Microsoft documentation, the lakehouse, they work perfectly as the raw area for storing the information, essentially. That's it. So You're trying to bring information from REST APIs, use the Lakehouse. You're trying to bring information from an Oracle database or an Azure SQL DB, and you're planning to work with some non-structured data in the future, stick with the Lakehouse. Now, if you're just trying to work maybe with Excel files, just Excel files. Imagine that you're creating just a warehouse that is just works with Excel files. Maybe you can challenge me and tell me, okay, I'm going to use only the warehouse. Fair enough. But you know this as well as me, that in the long term, the idea of having an analytics platform is to bring more and more data from different source systems. And that's where the Lakehouse, I think, has an edge and an advantage. Because just the fact here that when you look at the Lakehouse, it allows you to store files, non-structured data, and it has similar capabilities than the warehouse that we're going to see right now. It wouldn't make sense for the raw area to use the warehouse. So let's have a quick look now at the table that you have in here. So we're still in the Lakehouse. We copy some data, and now you can see this customer table. So when I look at this experience from here, you can see it gives me a table view, which is just fine, right? But if I want to apply any transformations in here, I will have to essentially load this data into a notebook, right? So you will come here and say, I want to create a new notebook because you want to modify this information. So it will take you to the notebook experience. So any transformations in a Lakehouse are going to be done through a notebook. You can see, you can put this specific table into a data frame, and we'll save this with a different name. Test customer. We'll run this, and you will see something that is happening right now. So this means that for you to run a notebook, it has to run into an Apache Spark cluster, right? And the minimum hardware that is required that you'll be able to use is essentially 4 vCores and 16 gigabytes of memory. So even this small select statement here, we're talking about only a really small number of rows. So it will spin up 4 vCores, 16 gigabytes of memory, and you'll be able to write the query. If you want to apply transformation, again, so I'm not good with Python, but I might go actually with Spark SQL and say, update a DBO customer, and select here the customer ID, let's select the first one, customer ID number 3. Good. And we're going to define maybe the person ID. Person ID equals to 1, where customer ID equals to 3. Okay. All these transformations here are happening right now using an Apache Spark job. They go and query, modify the information. And now if we query this again, so you can change the language or just change the default. And just select, I can drag and drop actually this in here. And you will see that that row has been modified. Now, coming back to the question in the chat, right? So which one is going to consume more capacity units? From a storage point of view, it doesn't really matter if you use the Lakehouse or the warehouse. It's actually what tools are you going to use to transform the data. So that's what's going to drive the usage of the capacity units. Now, on top of this, one of the key capabilities of a Lakehouse, so here we are creating a notebook, is that we get the SQL analytics endpoints. So you can see in our Lakehouse, we have this SQL analytics endpoint. So this endpoint is going to actually allow us to consume any information in the Lakehouse using Transact SQL without having to provision the Apache Spark cluster. So I can come here. So this is information straight from the Lakehouse. So here you have the best mechanism possible actually to consume the information from the Lakehouse. So every time that you're trying to read data from the Lakehouse, you want to use the SQL Analytics endpoint. You are unable to modify the data through a SQL Analytics endpoint, right? So if we try to run the same query that we ran before in the Lakehouse through a SQL Analytics endpoint, you will see that this query is going to fail. So I want to just copy this into the SQL Analytics endpoint. That might be the one below. No, this one here. Say, it's not going to like it. So it doesn't matter what you run. It's going to tell you. So any data manipulation language statement and update, truncate, delete, write, you won't be able to do through SQL Analytics endpoint. But if you want to connect to a Lakehouse from Power BI or Tableau, so you are going to use the SQL Analytics endpoint and get the connection string essentially from here. So that's the Lakehouse. Now in the Warehouse, if we stop there for a second, so up to this point, I showcase 15 minutes of capabilities of the Lakehouse. So now the question that I'd like to ask you, is there anything that you've seen in the Lakehouse that it will tell you that you have to do something else? And I guarantee that most of the time the answer is no, actually the Lakehouse will work. You know, the Lakehouse gives me non-structured data, structured data. It gives me the SQL Analytics endpoint that makes really cost-effective actually running queries without having to spin up a notebook. And the only maybe pitfall is that you have to run notebooks to create transformations and dimensions and fact tables, right? But the Lakehouse is the answer for 99% of any analytics warehouse that you're trying to build, an architecture that you're trying to design. If you were going to use the warehouse, and I don't see a reason for you to use a warehouse for a landing zone or analytics architecture, unless you're working only with Excel files, or maybe your source system is just relational databases, yeah, you can go to the warehouse and essentially do the same. So if you want to apply a transformation here, instead of using the notebooks, you are welcome to use here essentially Transact SQL. So here we're in the warehouse, and if I run this, it will just work. And the speed is incredible. Okay, this is an advantage for the warehouses. So no need to spin up the notebook, no need to provision 4 cores and 16 gigabytes of memory, just run the update and it works, which is great. But most enterprise environments that I've seen and I have built, I'll say 9 out of 10, they use Lakehouses for everything. And some of them they're using warehouses. Then there's a question. So if you are reading the Microsoft documentation or having a chat to appear, they might say that you can combine them. You might use the Lakehouse for some use cases and the warehouse for another use cases. And I don't disagree with that statement. So you might end up using a combination of the two of them. You might use the Lakehouse for a bronze layer in Medallion architecture, and you might use the warehouse for the silver and gold layers. But I will argue as well that the more tools that you use, the more skills your team has to acquire. So remember that. So if you stick to the Lakehouse, basically there are plenty of resources for you to build dimensions and fact tables using Python. And if you want to bring data from any source system, you can go and use Python. If you include a combination of a Lakehouse and a warehouse, you are just adding complexity to your solution. So, in summary.
So I have a question. Sorry to interrupt.
Yeah,
so in terms of the performance, Lakehouse may take longer time, right?
In Lakehouse takes longer time. Is that what you said?
performance wise, like in processing the data, like in the memory and all, right? The performance wise.
Yeah, performance-wise for low volumes of data. So let's say that you are working with, in my 5 megabytes of data. So warehouses they will perform better. Now, if you are working, let's say, with like 1 terabyte of data, I find like the lakehouses perform better. Why? So remember, so you're not talking about the data stores. You're talking about the tools that you're going to use to transform the data. Okay. So the warehouse and the lakehouse are just data stores where you're going to give some logical structure to your data. It's more about what tools you're going to use to apply the transformations, essentially. So the lakehouse, it'll be all with the, you can see it's going to be all with the notebooks, while the warehouse is going to be all with Transact SQL, essentially. That's where the key difference is. And the Transact SQL works great for low volumes of data, and it can still go and update 1 terabyte of data, but I found some inconsistencies, like timeouts and problems when trying to write the files. And the Lakehouse has no problems with working with large volumes of data, but it could be slow if you're trying to, update 5 megabytes, let's say, 10 rows of a table. Okay. Let's go and have a few more questions in here. So how is Fabric Warehouse different from Synapse dedicated SQL pools? Well, the main difference is that Fabric Warehouse it'd be like the serverless offering in Azure Synapse Analytics. You don't have to pre-provision here compute power or anything. You saw it in the demo before. So this is the warehouse. I can go and run an update on the warehouse using Transact SQL. I don't have to pre-provision any dedicated SQL pool. Then let's we have 15 minutes to go. Yep.
David, here without any dedicated SQL pool would be directly running it from the warehouse, you're saying, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Which is this is if you remember the serverless option in Synapse Analytics, the serverless option in Synapse Analytics didn't allow you actually to run any DML language, any updates or inserts. But in here, you can essentially, go and run update statements, delete, I can go and say, delete this one specific row. So all this is going to work without us having to pre-provision any hardware.
Okay. So same case for PySpark also, right? Without any Spark pools also would be running notebooks, right?
No, actually, yes. The Spark, you saw when we were running the Lakehouse notebook, you have to run this in a Spark cluster. So you have to, this is going to trigger this for you, but you can see in here that is running a default environment with this specific Spark configuration.
Okay.
Yeah. So this is what you could argue that running in the Lakehouse on the notebook is not as cost effective as running a warehouse with Transact SQL, right? Because this is a lot of compute power that we're allocating here just to run this updated statement. So we're essentially running here maybe 8 cores, and 30, an example, okay, memory just to run one updated statement. And you can see as well that my session is still open. So if I don't stop this, so we're still using capacity units because we haven't stopped the workload. But again, so you guys, remember, you are talking about transforming the data, okay? You're already thinking ahead of the game, but that's really good because you don't only want to think of the data store, you also want to think of, okay, so if I use the Lakehouse, we're going to be using notebooks for the transformations. If you're using the warehouse, you'll be using Transact SQL, but then you cannot have non-structured information, essentially. So that's the key difference of Lakehouse warehouse question. If I can give you a recommendation, or based on my experience, I built 2 solutions using just the warehouse, and I built around 10 solutions just using Lakehouse, pure Lakehouse. And I haven't built any solution that combines the 2 things yet, okay? But that gives you an idea as well, depending on your company. So if you work in a medium or a small organization, you'll be fine with one or the other one. If you work in a really large organization, you might have to go the path of combining the 2 of them, depending on the use case, 100%. If it was for me, I'll do Lakehouses every day. I'll do Lakehouses because they just work. They don't give any problems. They use Apache Spark clusters. And as you know, Apache Spark has been there for a long time. Also have some sort of parity in Databricks. So that means that if in the future I want to step out from Fabric and use Databricks, I can export all the notebooks, import them into Databricks. I will have to change some code, of course, but there is some sort of parity. If I do all my work in a warehouse, I don't have a synonym or a fallback product that I can go back to, essentially. I can go back to a SQL Server database or migrate to a different relational database management system, but it's not it's not the same. So you saw the 2 main data stores for analytics workloads. The other 2 that we have as part of the session is essentially SQL databases. I don't want you to be more confused, but remember, so Lakehouse and Warehouse are for analytics workloads. So you are thinking about creating dimensions and fact tables, and the data store in here, it will look essentially like the warehouse, is basically a highly transactional database, like a SQL Server database or Azure SQL database. That's the main difference. There's you will see in some of the other presentations as well a lot of conversations about notebooks and data flows and pipelines and shortcuts and mirroring. So it's kind of everything come together that way. But if there was one key takeaway of this session, is that remember that in most scenarios, you'll be better off just with having Lakehouses. They will give you future-proof support if you want to do non-structured data. If you haven't done any Python, let's say that you're afraid because you know Transact SQL, but you don't know Python, you'll find that transferring your skills to Python is really easy as well. So that's not a big problem. And it's what everybody's using as well. Okay, so don't feel like so we're essentially creating dimensions and fact tables, right? So one that you create one template or 2 templates, in a notebook, it'll be all the same. It's rinse and repeat with that way.
Okay, like in copy activity, you have been copying the data now, but if it is a large data, then DTUs will obviously play a key role, right? So like then partitions also will have an importance. So could you please explain partition? I was not aware.
Yeah, so I mean that's a kind of an advanced topic, but so when you write the information, okay, let me finish with this one. This is just a Azure SQL database. Okay, you will see if we compare this actually with the warehouse, you will see a lot of similarities. So this is a warehouse. This is a Fabric SQL database. Not many differences, right? So the main difference is the underlying engine that runs this. So remember, the SQL databases in Fabric are highly transactional, and the warehouse behind the scenes is basically just like Parquet files, Delta files, essentially. The comment about writing the information into Microsoft Fabric. So let me go back in here. So this is a good example. So when you bring the information into Microsoft Fabric, so we have an option here to partition the data. So when it writes the information into one lake, imagine that you're copying 1 terabyte of data for the initial load. So you don't want to write just in one file, because that defeats the purpose of parallelism in Microsoft Fabric. So basically, you will write 1 terabyte into multiple files, and you can partition essentially that information by a specific column that you import from the source system. The same happens. So now I'm trying to list the columns. So this is the concept of partitioning. It means that you always want to take advantage of the engine compute power, and parallelism when working with large volumes of data comes through partition. When you look at the warehouse, on the other hand, you don't have that option. See, these are no limitation here. So we're trying to copy from the source system into a warehouse. There's no option for us to partition this data out of the box. Another good thing actually for lakehouses instead of warehouses. And finally, I'm cautious of time, okay, because I want to cover a couple of more questions. But we talked as well about the real-time analytics data stores before. I would say like most of us, we're not going to use them. But if you have a scenario where you have to create analytics for near real-time analytics with the small payloads, and I can show you actually a couple of examples here. So let's go and try to create a data store here. Basically, the real-time analytics data store is called Eventhouse. So this is the data store that we didn't have time maybe today to cover it. But this is the data store that you want to use for near real-time analytics. So if you're thinking of creating dimensions and fact tables, this is not the right data store, okay? This is only the right data store for importing some real-time analytics. So you can go and create a small database. And then within those database, you will see here from the get-go. If I come here, there's an option here on the right. And you can see clearly that this is disabled by default as well, which is weird, which this means that by default, when you create the real-time data store, the data is not available in one lake. So if you want this data to be available in one lake, you have to enable this option in here. Okay. Then what happens? So once that you have the data stored for real-time analytics, what's the next step? So the same that we followed before, right? So once that you have the data stored, essentially you want to bring data in, and you will go. Microsoft as well give you a few examples here. So if I go to, let's say, bear with me. So we're looking here at an event stream. So this is actually the tool that you will use for bringing data into the real-time analytics data store. And you will go different tool. It's just different tool sets, different skills, different use cases for real-time analytics, essentially. And here they give you some sample data, and it will illustrate easily actually what the sample data is, right? You can see that the real-time data store is basically, they give you examples about, this is like availabilities of bicycles. When you go and rent a bicycle in a city, as an example, or it could be, cabs data, store market, buses. So all these examples, they're already showing you that these are like a near real-time analytics workloads with really small payloads. So let's go and try to summarize a little bit what we covered today.
Yeah.
Because we covered.
So So when you say real-time analytics, so suppose if I take the stock market data, which is on every second it got updated. So in the for the event house, so it will automatically get refreshed, or do we have some mechanism to refresh it, the real-time data, because at every second it will get updated, right? The stock
Yeah,
data, for example.
yeah, that's it. So it'll be updated like, so you're streaming data, put it that way, okay? So let me give you a good summary for all of us in here. So warehouse and lakehouse. So when do you use this? Analytics workloads, essentially, facts and dimensions. So you're trying to do an ETL or ELT process. My recommendation, use the lakehouse. And if you find that your scenario, you need a warehouse, use the warehouse as well, combine the two of them. But as a first answer for any design pattern that we saw before, use the lakehouse. That's my recommendation. Now, coming back to our last question. So the real-time analytics data store, when are you going to use this? So streaming data, essentially. So you want to stream near real-time analytics, small payloads. So you are building something that streams the data. This could be every second, every 5 seconds, every 30 minutes, but you don't have to run an ETL process. So you don't have to go and fetch the data, okay? The data is, so once that you design the event stream process, you'll be streaming the data. So as the data is available, it comes through the real-time data store. And finally, you will use the Fabric SQL databases only if you are thinking of you need a highly transactional data store for an application. Definitely not analytics. And that's why I put here, not analytics. This could be like a app data store. Highly transactional data store as well, because you could argue that you're building an app that it doesn't have a lot of transactions, and maybe you can do that as well actually with a warehouse. So I hope you learned a couple of things. Key takeaway, use lakehouses for anything related to analytics, unless you run into a really complex scenario that you have to combine multiple data stores. Independently of what you read, what you see, lakehouses, they work perfectly for dimensions and fact tables. And they come with a SQL analytics endpoint that you saw before. We don't have any more time, but if you have any follow-up questions, feel free to reach out, please, and send them through in the social network. Okay. So Amit, I don't know if you're there. Yep.
One more question. So can we do the mirroring in the KQL databases?
You cannot do mirroring in the KQL databases. No. You'll do mirroring against an Azure, a SQL database in Fabric.
Okay.
Yeah. So every time that you hear mirroring, I want to do mirroring out from SQL Server, Azure SQL DB, or any of the data stores, it will use a Fabric SQL database.
So can we do the partition on same KQL database?
Can you do partition? Yeah, you can do partition. I mean, the partition is different from the partition that in the Delta files in the warehouse and the Lakehouse. It's a different type of partition, okay?
So it will be came on data field, date field, or other field also we can do?
It depends. It will depend on the type of data, right? So if you want to do it based on date, but then you are importing, 1 billion rows with the same date, it defeats the purpose. Maybe you want to use a different column.
Okay.
Yeah. All right.
Okay.
Lakehouses.
Thank you very much. Nice session. Thank you very much.
Yeah, so stay online. Enjoy today's sessions. Now that you know about the data stores, I'm sure you'll be able to align that with any of the upcoming sessions that we have today. It's been a pleasure to be here today and talk about this topic. So we'll wrap it up.
Yeah. So do we have any cheat sheet data or SQL database query? Daily users, which are the important query? Can you share those query to us?
You like KQL, you mean?
Yeah, KQL, like DTL statements, because their syntax are different from the SQL end.
Yeah, gotcha. So I'll put something in the chat, okay? But we need to wrap up now because we're over time. Thank you, Amit, for organizing everything. Amazing event. Thank you, guys. Bye.
Sorry, ma'am. I think some attendees mic. You please continue.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay. Um, I have a master's degree in statistics, and I've been in this field for over 20 years now. I'm based in Auckland, New Zealand, but at the moment I'm in India, so in Hyderabad. And I have a passion to teach kids all about technology, so I usually run SQL and Power BI classes for kids who are 10 to 15 year olds. And if you want to contact me, you can contact me on LinkedIn, and here are my contact details. Now let's go to see what the agenda is. So we'll understand what a medallion architecture is, what's the bronze layer, what are the key characteristics of each of those bronze layer, silver layer, and gold layer, and then we'll jump into the demo. Okay, so what is a medallion architecture? So it's a architecture, it's a design pattern which is used to organize data into three distinct layers, and those distinct layers can be called anything, but the main terms that are being used in medallion architecture is bronze, silver, and gold, but people sometimes call it as raw raw data and raw layer, and enriched layer, and curated layer, or some other terms which suit their own organization. So in these distinct layers, the data will be organized in these distinct layers based on data quality and refinement. And also it is the recommended approach for data management in both the Databricks as well as in Microsoft Fabric. So what is the goal of Medallion architecture design is, it is to incrementally and progressively improve the structure and quality of data as it flows through the pipeline. So here, if we look at the design, you have all the sources. Every organization has lots of sources, so it can be in the form of files or databases or business applications or even IoT devices or sensors or anything like that. And so what we do is we get data from these raw data sources and then prepare and transform. So in this prepare and transform area is where we have these distinct layers called the bronze, silver, and gold. So usually what happens is you have structured and unstructured data. So that's why we use a Lakehouse to store data into bronze layer. So this can be in the form of the storage of data can be in the form of either unstructured files or structured files or even shortcuts or mirroring or whatever. So and then the data moves to the silver layer based on some transformations that it needs, and then the data moves to gold layer where it will be ready for consumption um, by the analysis team, and or you can use SQL endpoint as well to analyze the data. So this is the very basic Medallion architecture design. So now let's see a little bit more about how bronze layer is is what the bronze layer purpose is. So purpose is initially it will be the landing zone for all raw source data, and that will be the single source of truth wherever the bronze layer exists for all historical data. And that will be more close to the source, so you don't do any transformations in bronze layer. So main key characteristics are it stores data in original format, so it can be JSON files or CSV files or Parquet files or whatever, or even sensor information. You can store them in their original format, and data is usually appended incrementally so that it preserves the raw state, and it won't take long to append incremental data instead of doing a full refresh. And and in this layer, the storage is usually in Lakehouse, in a Fabric Lakehouse, where data can land either in as a delta table, depending on the original format, or they can land in the files section. So usually the Lakehouse has table section and file section. Usually data can land either in table section or file section. And who are the main consumers of this layer is usually the data engineering personnel who will be building pipelines to cleanse and transform the data to be put into silver layer. So if we look at the silver layer characteristics, the main purpose of silver layer characteristic is to cleanse data or validate and enrich the raw data from the bronze layer. And this layer will provide a comprehensive enterprise view of the business entities. So here you can create some business entities if you want in silver layer, or if you don't have that complex data, you can just do some transformations like removing duplicate records, or fixing errors, handling nulls, and also standardizing the data types or data formats. And here is where you standardize codes, and matching and merging of records can be done across multiple source systems and things like that. And also you can enrich, like you can add computed columns or join with reference data and things like that. You can do that. And here the storage is generally the storage format is again Fabric Lakehouse with you can have managed delta tables here as well. Here and consumers, usual consumers are data scientists and data analysts and other data engineering personnel who can again create pipelines to create um, um, reliable and high quality non-aggregated data sets. So that's the key characteristics of silver layer. Now let's go to the gold layer. So the main purpose of the gold layer is this will be the final layer organized for easy consumption by business users. So business users, what they can do is they can either if they are really good in Power BI, they can create their own semantic models using the data in the gold layer, and where their data will be refined and modeled for performance. And the main key characteristics here is the data will be organized in a star format or a star schema where you have the different facts and dimensions, and also it will be aggregated, and so contains high value and pre-computed aggregates and metrics that can be used by the different business users, and it will be also optimized for fast query performance for reporting and dashboards. And here the storage format usually what is preferred is because you will organize the data into structured data into facts and dimensions. Usually the preferred format is the Fabric data warehouse, but there are people who use Fabric Lakehouse as well. And if it is a Fabric data warehouse, then you can you have T-SQL support as well. You can use analysis by using T-SQL as well. And here the main consumers are business users and BI developers via Power BI Direct Lake or SQL endpoint. So those are the characteristics of the of mainly the Medallion architecture. Now let's jump into the demo. I'll try to show you a simple demo, and then I'll show you what can be done using notebooks and things like that as well. So I'll just stop sharing for a bit. And share again. Okay. I'll start with what data I have. So okay, so here I have a GitHub public repository called Medallion Architecture in Fabric. Here I have some structured files. So in the structured files, I think I have orders data, customers data, and products data. So these are in CSV format, and in the unstructured files data, I have some reviews of customer reviews in social media and also some web blogs, and these are in JSON format. So what we will do is we will try and get these orders data, customer data, products data in CSV files that are in CSV files, as well as in JSON files, which are the unstructured data. Which are unstructured data into a lakehouse. So here what I have is I have a workspace which is a Fabric workspace, and here I want to show you using the Medallion architecture using a pre-designed task flow. You can use a pre-designed task flow to to gradually build and progress the data from raw data to refined data. So here what I will do is I'll select a pre-designed task flow. And here, if you look at the pre-designed task flow templates, you have a lot of templates, event medallion and all these sensitive data insights, all these are there. What is relevant for us is what is called the Medallion architecture. So I'll go with this one and then select data. So when I do that, actual process comes up here. And then you can start your building of the Medallion architecture from this particular task flow itself. So here, if I look at the high volume data, I don't need the low volume and high volume because it's just one data. So I can remove that, remove the low volume. And then here, what I can do is I can rename this to just data ingestion. Yeah, data ingestion. And then I can change the task description as well, but I'm not changing anything. So here, then save it so that it appears here. I can remove that, but I'm not worried about that. So here, this is the data ingestion part, and here, what I can do is I can use the bronze layer to create a new item. So here I'm going to just create a new item. When you create a new item, in the bronze data, it just allows you to do a lake house. So I'm just creating a new lake house here, and I will just say maybe retail analytics. Bronze, and each organization has their own naming convention. I'm just calling the lake house with a suffix as LH, and then create the lake house. So that will belong to the bronze data component in the lake house. So when you create the lake house, what happens is you will have the tables and file structures. So here, what I can do is I can, if I have data in the in my local computer, so I can just upload the file. So what I'll do is I'll upload. I have the files here, so I'll just upload them. So I'll browse, and then in my download section, I have all these files, so I can just upload them. So reviews and products, customers, and orders data. So open, and that will upload. So all these will be uploaded into the file section. Okay, so the upload files is finished. So if I refresh my file section, so those files should appear here. So that is the bronze layer. Where are they? I think it will take a little bit of time. So meanwhile, I'll explain the Medallion architecture. Yeah, let's go through the Medallion architecture. This thing. So this is the bronze layer. So you have created the bronze lakehouse, and you can use this for initializing the process. So this is actually because I have only few files I have just imported manually, but you can create a pipeline to metadata driven pipeline to get data from using a pipeline from here. So you can create a new item pipeline, and then you can ingest from the source to the bronze layer. I'll show you that how we can do that, and then we can create a in the silver layer. You can again create a lake house. So I'm just going to create another lake house here. So this will be retail analytics underscore silver and LH, and I have just created that. Okay, so while that is creating, let's go and again look at the workspace. Similarly, I'll just create the gold layer. So again, another Lakehouse, and then retail analytics and gold and LH. Okay, so now okay, let's go to the bronze layer and see whether we have files here. Okay, so we have files here. So I should have used a folder to update. Otherwise, they appear here. So here you can either create delta tables here itself, load to tables, or you can you can use a data flow to do that. So in the silver layer. So what we'll do is we'll go to silver layer, and what I'll do, I can create new shortcuts because I don't want to modify anything in the bronze layer because that is close to the source. So I'll just create new shortcut, and then all these files that I have created in the bronze layer, in the bronze lakehouse, will be in one lake. So I'll just choose that and choose my bronze layer, and then next. And from here, I'll choose all the so these shortcuts. Or what you can do is you can load them to tables and then load to new, and then orders data, and then here once that is done, you can use a notebook as well to create the conversion of these files into a load table. So this is taking a bit of time. So that is one of the simplest options, is to create shortcuts to create the delta tables and then create shortcuts in silver layer, and then
So I have a quick question. So
yeah.
till this point, the files which were imported as a raw file, they are still there in original format like CSV and JSON. They are not yet
Yes.
to be converted into the Parquet file yet, right?
Delta files. Yes. Yeah. Delta files. Delta tables. Load to tables is what is the process that I'm creating into delta tables here. So they will come into a structured format in the tables area.
In the tables, so once we process into the tables, then only it will convert to the Parquet file. Till then, it will remain in their
Yes.
original format, right?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Yes. Yeah. So good question. So I am converting these so that I can show you to create the shortcuts. So let's say these two are created, right? So let's go to silver, and then from here, new schema shortcut. No, not schema. Here, if you can go into new table shortcut, then into one lake. Then again, if you choose your bronze lakehouse where you have created, then here it's going to show you so these are the shortcuts. So I can create multiple shortcuts. So I'm just creating those into here and then create. So those will be just shortcuts, and there won't be the data will not be replicated into the silver layer. So once that is done, then you can modify those into modify the tables into whatever you want to into whatever format. So for example, you can use a data flow to change the data, like handling nulls, removing duplicates, all those things. And also here, so here we have created the shortcuts, and Let me create these shortcuts as well so that we can.
Excuse me. Shortcut means we are not storing the data. It's just like a connection only type, right?
Yes. So
Okay.
now here, so we can use these shortcuts and then we can create a view with what do you call by joining. So, for example, if you want just customers data, then what you can do is you can just create a view to join the using this Lakehouse
Okay.
SQL endpoint. You can write SQL query and then create a view like customer. If you want to join the customers data with orders data and product data, so you can do that. So here you have this. See, you have views, right? So you can first write a query, SQL query. Let's say select star from other tables. Let's say orders data. So now here, let's say that is O, and then you are join. Again, you are, let's say, joining on product. Join. Let's say P on. You have O dot. I think products ID will be there. I don't know the exact name. Let's see. Yeah, product ID is there. So you can join like this and then use that product ID equals P dot. See what is this one? Oh, same product ID. So if you run this one, then it will get the, and then you can save as view. Okay, so that will, so you can save this as view and then give the name as, let's say, customer orders. Oh, yeah, customer orders of products. Because we didn't do you can actually join with the customers as well. So like that, you can create a view. At the moment, it's it's something. Yeah, I think there is some data cleaning that is needed. So that's how you can use the shortcuts, because you can't create the view without these tables in the Silver Lakehouse. That is the reason you have to create the shortcuts. And once that is done, you can create the views and then use the views to do further transformations in gold layer. Okay, so that's a simple way to do it. What I will show you now is, because of time constraints, what I will show you now is I have created a let's say test workspace, where here I have created a pipeline in the in this particular task flow, in this particular components, which I will show you. So this I called it as retail analytics bronze. So what this does is, here we have a copy data activity which uses metadata files. So here what the source is the source is a HTTP URL, which is just have to resize this one. Just give me 1 minute because of the sharing button there. Okay, so here if we look at this one, I have a JSON file where I am actually um, I am storing the metadata. So here is the source URL, sync folder, and then sync file. So like that, because I have 3 structured data files, I have given it in JSON format, only the metadata. So I'm using that metadata as a source here. And then because that is in JSON format, I'm using that as a source, and then the destination will be retail analytics bronze lakehouse, and then those will be stored in the file path as um, from the files there will be retail analytics source folder, and then from that there will be a structured data folder, and then in that all these files the all these files will be stored. So once that is done, then what will happen is you go through a lookup. So here the lookup, what it does is it looks up, and then we need to set the settings. So it should look up the bronze lakehouse, and then exactly the same data source that we are um, defining in the destination. So retail analytics source and then structured data. So here if we do that, then if we let's say for example, if we preview the data here in the lookup, what that will show is that will show you the exact file that we have here. This is actually unstructured data that it is previewing. So that will be done. And then once we have, because we have 3 items to be imported, so we need to add a for each activity here. So inside the for each activity, what I have done is first we did the copy data. We need to copy the data from the bronze from the what do you call the source metadata. Use that and then copy data from the source URL. So that will be the source URL, and I have added a dynamic um, um, item here, dynamic content. So here this is the for each source, and then that will be the source URL, and that source URL will be from here. So this is the source URL. So these are the terms. This needs to match the. So you will be using sync folder and sync file as well. So that will be the source, and in the destination, what I have used is I have used the sync folder and sync file. So so that the when the when the files are created, they will be created in this folder, and that will be the name of the file. So like that. So so that copy will each time it runs, because it has 3. The lookup has 3 items. So this runs 3 times. When it runs 3 times, if for example people have run it multiple times, then what we need to do is we are replacing it. We need to add a delete data component as well in this for each activity, and then delete the whatever files. Again, here also we are giving the dynamic content where we are pointing to the same sync folder and sync file. So first, if it exists, it deletes and then copies the data. So that is the initial pipeline that was done, so that if you have more files, if we just have 3 or 4 files, we can just manually upload them and then do the transformations. But if we have hundreds of files, usually organizations have hundreds of files, hundreds of data to import. So that is when we need to do this this entire flow of the pipeline, where you identify what the metadata is and then look up through that metadata. So we are identifying the metadata here, and then here we are looking up and then seeing what the metadata is, and then passing through each item so that it loops through each of the items. So if there are 100 files to be imported, you just need to, if we just build this framework, you just need to change the metadata to get those 100 details of those 100 files here, and then it will run for 100 times and then uploads the files here. So so that is the pipeline here, and that's the pipeline that we have created. Then we'll again go into did I go into layer transformations? Okay, no, not that one. Okay, let's go into test
Can you
workspace
show
again.
the file folder, please?
Yes, yeah, sure. I'll open the test workspace and let's so here in the bronze layer, in the bronze component, you can see the Lakehouse. So I'm just going to open that, and here we can see the files when the pipeline ran. So these are all the files that. So in the source, where I gave the source the first component, which is let's say this component, that this was created. So this is the in the structured data. The preview is not available, so we can't see that, but it will be there here. So these are the files. So here this is the sync folder, and that's the file. That's the sync folder, and that's the file. So this was run using the for loop activity. So these are the product CVCs, social media JSON, and then web logs. Okay, so this is my bronze layer. So from the bronze layer, what I've done is, again, I'll just go back here, and silver data. So here in the silver data, I have the silver Lakehouse. So I'll just open that. The first step that I have done is I have created shortcuts for all those 6 files. So see here, you can see the shortcut link here. Can you see that? So these are all bronze layer shortcuts. So all these 6. Now after that, after creating the shortcuts, what I have done is I have created a notebook. So I'll open the existing notebook, which is silver layer transformations. And here I'll explain what I have done. How much time do I have? I have 10 minutes, okay. So here what I have done is I have loaded all those 6 files into data frames using PySpark. And then what I have done is, if I come down, so all those are in data frames. Then I have cleaned the orders table. Orders table, whatever nulls are there, I have used drop NA to because these columns we should not allow null. So order ID, custom ID. So these are the columns where it looks for nulls and then drops those rows. And then I also changed the date column, which is in a string format, to date format. So I use toDate function and then use that. So those are the 2 transformations that I have done using in the silver layer, a silver Lakehouse, not the bronze Lakehouse. And then I joined. So in the first scenario where which I showed in this Medallion test workspace, what I have done is I have created a data frame where I have joined the customer the customers table and the products data frame using customer ID and product ID. In the first one, we created a view. Now here I'm just creating this the df_orders data frame, and then joining those 2 tables, and then creating a customer orders table. So finally what I'm doing is I'm overwriting into a Parquet file. So this is a Parquet format, and then into these folders. So retail analytics silver orders, and then the final transform data is customers order data. That's what I'm calling it. So if we look at the Silver Lakehouse here in the file section, so what you can do is you can see this one, Silver Orders. In that folder, you can see the customer orders data. This will be in the Parquet format because we have saved it in the Parquet format. So that is the Lakehouse. So that is the transformation that I have done using the notebook Silver transformations. And I also sorry, I'll just close this one. And I have also saved the overwritten the reviews and the JSON formats into Parquet formats. So those are also there. So now we have in Silver, we have only 4 files. Those 6 files are converted into 4 Parquet files, which are reviews, social media, web blogs, and customer order data. So that's the Silver transformations that I have done. Now, if we look at again, go into the test workspace. So that's the transformation that I have done. So Silver Silver component has two components here. One is the so silver that's the Silver Lakehouse, and then again gold layer has again gold Lakehouse. Here I have created Lakehouse, but you can create a warehouse as well by converting them into load to tables. So here what I have done is, again I have created a notebook and converted the these ones into these silver layer tables in silver layer files into gold layer files, and then loaded those into tables. So I'll open that workbook as well, and then I can show you. So here what I've done is the orders data frame I have again all loaded into data frames, and then here one of the KPIs what I've done is aggregated all the web logs data into into I group by, and then use the count, use group by user ID, page, and then action, and then use the count. How many how many web logs, how many times the pages have been accessed by these user ID. By that particular user ID, and then similarly I have done the sentiment as well. So I think I'm hiding the output here. Let's see whether I can show you the output. Yeah, I think I'm just displaying output is hidden. Show output. Maybe I have to run it again. And then here this is hidden. So here what I'm doing is I'm grouping by the product ID and then what is the rating, average rating. So like that, and then finally I'm writing to Parquet the gold layer customers data. So like that, I have created.
So when you in the silver layer, when you convert it into Parquet format, so and then load it into the tables into the silver layer. Again, when it comes to gold layer, we need to again convert to Parquet layer after creating the shortcut.
No. After creating the shortcut, what you can do is you can in the gold layer you create then you can load to tables.
You already converted into the Parquet format into the silver layer, right?
Yes.
Then again in gold layer
you can load to tables. You can load to tables this one. So here I have already loaded to tables. So here, because we want those to be available as tables rather than files for easy
Yeah.
analysis, so that you can
Yeah.
create. So that's the reason.
So in the silver layer also we loaded into the tables, right? That was also there, right?
Silver layer I haven't loaded in this scenario. I haven't loaded, but if you load them into tables in silver layer, then you don't need you don't need the files in gold layer.
So
You
in
can
gold
just
layer we
straight away use the
directly use
delta
as a
format.
shortcut, right?
Yes.
Okay. So and it will come with the data also, right? In the if we are
Yes, yeah,
using as okay.
yes,
Understood. Thank you.
yes. Yeah. So now, because we have now created the orders, and then you have the reviews and social media and web blogs, what we can do is we can create a semantic model. I think I have already created the semantic model. I'll just show you that because let me see whether I've created the semantic model. Yeah, so this is a semantic model. What I have done is I have connected to the gold lakehouse, and then created the semantic model. Explore, not explore. Open semantic model. So here, I hope you can see. Yeah, and just close all this. So here I have got all these four tables that are available in the lakehouse, and then I have created the relationships. So here, this will not be related to anything social media table, but this is your fact. The gold orders is your fact, and then these two are one to many relationship. The gold reviews, and then web logs, so you can relate to those. And then if you want to do analysis, you can create a date table, and then also relate that date table into using the order date or ship date, and then do your analysis here. So that's what I wanted to show you today, end to end, so that you can understand. um, at the moment I have done one workspace and three different lake houses. You can also do three different workspaces, one for bronze workspace, one for silver workspace, one for gold workspace, and then you can do the transformations in different workspaces as well. So you can do that as well, or you can just use a single lake house, and then you can have a single workspace, and then you can have different lake houses like how we have done. Or if you have for enterprise organizations, what for one of the implementations, a couple of implementations that we have done is they have regional data. So we create regional workspaces, regional bronze workspace, regional silver workspace, regional gold workspace, and then get their regional data into those regions. And then when we want a global view, then we can what we can do is we can create a global view from the regions gold workspace, or regions silver workspace, like that. It depends on each use case.
So if we
So
have
that's what. Yeah.
Yeah, so we have three environments: dev, test, and production. Generally, we have in most of the
Yes. Yeah.
projects. So in every for dev, test, and prod, we have a separate. We can create separate workspaces, and in every
Yes.
environment we can have three layers, right?
Three layers. Yes. Yeah. That's how we
Um,
recommend. So how
okay.
we should do is dev and test workspaces will have limited fabric capacity because the data will be less, and then production can have more fabric capacity, so that you can do your development, and then production won't be affected with that capacity.
So in that scenario, can we skip gold layer in the dev and test?
No, because your environment should be similar, so that you can what do you call you can you don't need to recreate in that environment, right? So because you can't test in the production, you have to test in dev and test, right? So you have to develop and you have to test. So your environments should be the same. You can't skip the gold layer in dev and test because you need to test before you put the data into gold workspace in production, right? Did I answer your question?
Yeah, yeah, okay, understood. Okay, thank you.
Yeah. Any other questions? So that's what
Hello,
I wanted
ma'am.
to. Yeah.
How do we do initial loading in industries generally? I'm having two questions. This is the first one, and second question is what challenges do we face when dealing with huge data in while doing incremental loading?
Incremental loading, usually challenges are if because sources in the sources the CDC should be enabled, and for enterprise data, because CDC is still in preview, incremental data is still in preview in uh, in Fabric. So sometimes what people resort to is use external data ingestion tools like what do you call like Informatica or some other tools, so that you can ingest data. You can create those CDC files. Let's say, for example, you have a SQL Server. If your source is SQL Server, then CDC needs to be enabled in SQL Server source, and so that when you use CD, because you can use CDC tables to load incremental data, and sometimes you may miss if the jobs fail and then you don't you cross the CDC time limit, then you might have to reload the entire data. So those kind of challenges you will be facing.
Okay.
one last-
What about the initial loading? How is it done generally?
Initial loading, you can use notebooks and then do it, or you can use data flows. Usually
Okay.
preferred way is to use notebooks. Yeah.
And what is the maximum data it can deal with?
It depends on the capacity. So usually we start with lower capacity, and if we run out of capacity, then you can bump up the capacity. And then if you think that for initial load, usually you start with it for lots of data. Also, we started with about F16, F32, and then bumped up. So for millions of records. Yeah, about 4.5 billions or something like that. So it depends on your data and how far in your depends on the notebook that you are using, the efficiency of your notebook as well.
Is it decided by the architect level or a lead
Yes,
data
first you need to
engineer?
do the architect. First you need to do the architecture, and then data engineer will be doing the notebook development of the notebook, and that should be performant, so that more capacity will not be used, and then the initial load is done efficiently.
Okay, thank you so much, ma'am.
Yeah, that's
So,
okay.
so how we deal with the security like RLS and all here in Fabric?
So that will be another big this thing, but I'll quickly explain. We have 4 minutes. So for example, let's say I'm just going into here. Okay. So here you have manage access at a workspace level. So if you want to manage users, so for example, for data engineering personnel, you can give contributor or member level access here. You can have a group and then you can give contributor or member level access for data engineers. Okay. And if you want for particularly for gold layer, if you have only one workspace, and then if you have let's say all three lake houses, like how we have here, all three lake houses in the same workspace, then everyone can be given as a user, and then at the lake house level you can give more permissions, so that they can't see, they can't view the entire workspace. They will just be viewing only the components that they can view. So that's why it is recommended to have a, for gold layer, it's better to have a, because business users will be using it, it's recommended to be under a different workspace so that the security is more robust. Did that answer your question?
I think this is more of a object level security, right?
Yes, yeah.
Because, but I'm talking about data level security. Sorry.
Okay, data level security you can manage in the semantic model. User row level securities for when you are exposing that using for business users using Power BI semantic models.
Okay.
Yeah, and also you can define sensitivity as well, and things like that. Yeah. Yeah, Devendra, what's your question?
I have two questions. One, how it is different from the deployment pipelines which is already available in the Power BI service, and its pairing is available when we do the in the Lakehouse.
So what you are I'm just trying to understand your first question. Is the deployment pipelines different to the normal pipeline that I have showed you? Is that what you're
No. So
asking?
we have the in the Power BI service we have deployment pipelines, right?
Yes.
Yeah. So what you showed in the Lakehouse, how it is different from that?
Lakehouse. Okay, so deployment pipeline is used for deploying the objects from one workspace to another. Okay, but the pipeline that I showed you, let's say, where is pipeline? Okay, so let's go to a pipeline. Okay, so this pipeline usually you transfer data from one place to another. So you can from source to destination. So like that. So this is different to the other pipeline that you are mentioning. So this pipeline is to load the let's say I don't have a defined pipeline to show you quickly, but if, for example, you have three different environments: dev, test, and prod. So in these three different environments, your dev will be you will develop in dev, but you don't want to recreate those whatever you have developed, the notebooks, pipelines, lake houses. So what you do is you transport that using the deployment pipelines into your test workspace, and then once you test everything, then you, if you are happy, then you transport that from test workspace to production workspace. So that is the use of these deployments. But this deployment pipeline, but this pipeline is like a development pipeline.
Okay.
Did I answer your question? Did you understand?
Yeah, got it.
Okay. Yeah, I think we have.
And one more question. When you are loading the data, can we load like say,
Yep, sure.
Nandip, will Smith also join in a minute?
Sorry. Should we start directly or?
Yeah, and then let me give the introduction.
Sure. Sure. Yeah.
Yeah, good morning, all. Welcome to day 2 of Microsoft Analytics Conference 2025. We are the Hyderabad Data and AI community, along with the India Microsoft Fabric User Group, are super excited to host you all. Let's get started. We're excited to welcome Nandip Nachan, a Microsoft 365 independent consultant and Microsoft MVP in both M365 and the AI platform. With deep expertise across Microsoft 365, Azure, SharePoint, and the Power Platform, Nandip brings a wealth of experience in building intelligent solutions. He is a certified MCT TOGAF 10 architect, published author, and recognized public speaker. In today's session, he'll guide us through designing intelligent Copilot solutions with declarative agents for Microsoft 365, a topic right at the intersection of innovation and productivity. Let's get ready to explore what's possible with the next generation of AI-powered collaboration. Along with Nandip, Smita is a co-speaker. Smita Nachan is a Microsoft MVP in M365 and AI platform, a seasoned Microsoft 365 architect with over 316 years of experience in designing and delivering expertise scale solutions using SharePoint and Office 365. She is not only a technologist but also an author, blogger, and community leader, actively contributing through talks, podcasts, and events like SharePoint Saturday, Global Power Platform Bootcamp. Smita is passionate about knowledge sharing and empowering professionals, making her a highly respected voice in the Microsoft ecosystem. Please welcome Nandip and Smita Nachan. Before we begin, here is a quick reminder about the Ask the Expert contest. Ask thoughtful questions during the session to earn 5 points if the moderator picks it, and up to 5 more based on the speaker's rating. Top scorers by the end of the event will win Amazon vouchers. Please post your questions along with your registered email ID in a format. Your question with your email ID. Get ready to learn, engage, and win. Smita Nachan and Nandip Nachan, the stage is yours.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you for that warm welcome. Thank you for the introduction. So, hi everyone. Welcome again to this conference conducted by Global Microsoft Analytics Community and again Hyderabad community as well. So, welcome everyone. Thank you for joining us today. And today that we are going to explore how we can build a practical, intelligent kind of an agents using Microsoft Agent Framework. So right now we are into the era wherein we do interact with the agents on a day-to-day basis, on a frequent basis, and these agents are no longer just the futuristic kind of an idea. They are becoming a natural part of how we work to help us automate the task, answer the questions, and even connect to the systems in very much smarter ways. So in this particular session, we will break down the concepts into these simple terms. We will look at how the agent framework, which is the newest framework released by Microsoft, which is right now still in public preview, but it makes it easier to build and orchestrate the agents for you. It also understands how they fit into the real business scenarios. And again, for example, if you have been looking into this framework or ideas around, you must have been interacted with the other agent frameworks, maybe including semantic kernel or autogen, and this agent framework is on top of that or including based off both the worlds. Okay, so we will be seeing how does it help. Now that by the end of this session you will be able to develop your solutions, you can create a powerful agent to experience the natural intelligence and how truly it is helpful for you. All right, so this is what our session is about, and since it is into the public preview, we'll be going into some basic demos, and again we'll be looking into the few of the possibilities like how you can extend it further. All right, so to get started, let us discuss out the things. But before we start the session, let's have a quick introduction. So myself, Nandip Nasan, I'm a Microsoft MVP as well as Microsoft certified trainer. Belong from Pune, and then I'm author of these 3 books that you can see onto the screen, including SharePoint Framework, SharePoint Hybrid, as well as the Viva Connections. And at the same time, I'm an author of the course onto the Udemy, which is onto the SharePoint framework. And then onto the right hand side, few of my social media handlers, including Twitter, LinkedIn, as well as my blogs and YouTube. So if in case you are interested, these are the channels by which you will get in touch with me. And with me today is Smita.
Hello, all. Myself Smita Najan. I am from Pune, India. I'm having a total 16 plus years of experience in M365 technology. I'm a Microsoft MVP as well as I'm author of these two books, and these are some of my social handles by which you can get in touch with me. So let's say the agenda for today. So the first thing is we are going to cover the introduction to Microsoft 365 agents. So how this intelligent agent works inside Microsoft 365, their core capabilities such as automation, knowledge retrieval, and the guided workflows. Then why the organizations are adopting the agents to improve the productivity and the decision making. So it will help you to understand the basic building blocks before moving into these deeper topics. And next thing is we are going to check how to build, buy, and extend these strategies. So when it's come to this all these things, so we will have the introductions about this multi-agent orchestrations always, as well as getting started with this agent framework and the agent framework SDK. So these are a couple of things we are going to cover in the today's sessions. So the first thing, let's say the way we build apps has evolved. So how it is. So before we deep dive into the Microsoft agent framework, let's take a step back and look how the way we build apps has changed. So the traditionally our apps were deterministics. So everything work based on the rules and the code that we explicitly wrote. So if we wanted a feature, we built it line by line. And when we tested the app, we expected the same input to always produce the same output. But with the intelligent apps, things work very differently. So these apps are probabilistics. So instead of writing a long piece of logic, we guide the system using the prompts. So now instead of building every feature ourselves, we create the agents that can understand what we want, break down the task, call the tools, and perform the actions on their own. And even testing has changed now. So we don't just check if the code runs, we evaluate how the agent behaves in different situations. So, in a simple words, earlier we used to write instructions. Now we write our intentions. So earlier we built features, now we build agents. And this shift is what makes the intelligent app so powerful today. So now let's zoom in into this in more details. So the software development is changing as we move from the traditional modern apps to the intelligence AI powered apps. So the way we think, design, and build solutions is shifting because the AI brings the new capabilities and the new ways of working. The first one is the modern apps. So how we use to build the most software. So the modern apps follows a deterministic approach, meaning everything behaves exactly as we program it. So if we write a piece of code, the output is always predictable. And when we talked about the deterministics, so the system follow the strict rules, the same input and same output every time. So when it's come to writing the code, we spend most of our time writing the functions, logic, as well as the conditions. So the developers manually create every feature. And when it's come to the building the features, so every capability must be explicitly coded. So if user needed something new, we build it ourselves step by step. And when it's come to the testing, we test to make sure our code behaves exactly the way we expect. So the testing focuses on accuracy and predictability. So for now, these intelligence apps, how the AI powered apps are built today. Let's talk about that one. So for this one, the intelligence app works in a probabilistic way. So they give the most likely the answers, not a fixed guaranteed answer. So when it's come to the probabilistics, so AI models predict and generate the responses based on the patterns. So the same input might not always give the exact same output because the AI adapts based on the context. When it's come to the writing the prompts, so instead of writing the detailed logic, we write the instructions for the AI. So the prompt replaces many lines of code with natural language guidance. And when it's come to creating the agents, so instead of building every feature manually, we create agents that understand our task, break them down, call the tools or the APIs, and complete the workflows. So what is comes to the evaluation? So the testing is a different. We evaluate behavior. So we check if the model behaves correctly in many scenarios, not just whether the code complies or not. So the focus is on quality, reliability, as well as on the outcomes. So to talk it in a very simple terms, so the earlier developers wrote every rule themselves. Now with AI, we guide the systems using the prompt and build the agents that can think, plan, as well as act. So modern apps needed logic, function, and fixed rules. And intelligent apps needs the prompt, context, and evaluation of the behavior. So this shift is transforming how we build a software from writing a step-by-step instructions to creating a smart agents that understand the intent and solve the problems on their own. So the next thing we are going to check for this Microsoft Foundry, the AI app and agents factory. So at Microsoft Ignite, Azure AI Foundry was rebranded to Microsoft Foundry to reflect its expanded role as the unified platform for building the AI apps and the agent. So this is not just a game name change. So it signals that the platform now goes beyond Azure and brings together everything needed to design, build, evaluate, and deploy the intelligent applications and agents across the cloud and edge. So with Microsoft Foundry, developers get the models, agent services, tools, evaluation capabilities, and machine learning workflows all in one place, which is supported by the enterprise grade security, compliance, as well as the governance. So it's now positions as the core AI app and agent factory for the entire Microsoft ecosystem. So, Microsoft Foundry is a unified platform that gives you models, tools, as well as services to build, run, and manage the intelligent app and the agent securely from the cloud to the edge. Microsoft Foundry is and how it brings together everything needed to build AI application and agent in one unified platform. So think of a foundry as a factory where you can design, build, run and manage all your AI powered solutions where they run in the cloud or at the edge. So when it's come to the models, so this is where all the AI brains lives. So you get access to the powerful language models, vision models, and reasoning models. So these models help your agents to understand the instructions, generate the responses, summarize the information, makes the decisions, and many more things. So in a simple terms, models provide the intelligence behind your agent. And when it's come to the agent service, so this is the core engine for creating and running our agents. So it gives you a standard way to define the agent behaviors as well as it handles the interaction, tools, memory, and orchestration. So it lets the agents reason, plan, and execute the task. So to talk in a simple words, again, the agent service is where you actually build and host your agent. So third one is the IQ, intelligence quality. So IQ ensures your AI behaves the way you expect. It helps you to evaluate the outputs from the models and as agents. So it measures the quality, safety, accuracy, and reliability. So it makes sure the agent performs all well before and after deployment. So again, to talk in a very simple terms, so IQ is a quality check for your agents. When it's come to the tools, so the tools allow your agents to take the actions, A tool can be an API, a database query, a function, or an external capability. So the agents use the tools to fetch the data, update the system, perform the calculations, or automate the task. So let's say example, get a customer details from CRM becomes a tool your agent can call. In a simple words, tools gives your agent hands and legs. So the last one is the machine learning. So this allows you to bring your sorry the second last one the machine learning is the so this allows you to the bring your own ML workflows. So you can train your models. You can deploy the custom machine learning pipelines. You can integrate the ML assets into your agents or the application. Again, to talk in a simple terms, the ML capabilities let you customize and extend the intelligence beyond the foundation models. And the control panel, when it's come to the control panel, so this is the layer that manages everything behind the scenes, handles the security, access, deployment, and monitoring. Also, it ensures all the components, agents, tools, models are connected and working smoothly. It provides the governance and operational visibility. So, to put it in a simple terms, the control plane is the command center that keeps the whole system running. And when it's come to the cloud age, so the platform work across the environment. So the cloud where most AI workloads run, that is Azure hosted models, the agent services, and the edge where you want the low latency offline or a private workloads. So the local models on device interface. So this means you can run the agents in Azure inside your data center or even on the edge devices. In a simple words, build once and deploy anywhere. And when it's come to the security, compliance, and governance, which is the foundation, so the everything in the foundation, everything is the foundry is built on the enterprise grade controls. So the data privacy, access controls, audit logs, and a compliance. So this makes it suitable for the industry like finance, healthcare, and the governance. So in a simple words, the foundry gives you AI with the enterprise trust built in.
All right, so with that, let's get into our first demo. Let's get introduced to Microsoft AI Foundry. So this is how it looks. Obviously, you need to have the Microsoft Azure AI instance running into the background. But this is how it will look. At the top, you will have a API key as well as the project endpoint that you will be working with. Now that once you have your Foundry experience running, and again, we do have that into the new Foundry experience as well. So there is a toggle at the top that you can see, which will help you to get into the new Foundry experience, which is right now into the preview, but gives you more capabilities to even deploy your agents directly within Microsoft 365 as well. All right, so now this is how the Foundry looks like, and when you have your first project created into the Foundry, you can obviously go into the models and endpoints from the left menu, and this is a place from where you will be able to deploy your model. Right now, you can see that we already have deployed GPT-4o just to save the time. But when you want to get started, you can go and deploy your base model, or if in case you have your if you have your fine-tuned models, you will be able to do that as well. So let us go ahead and deploy the base model. Okay, so there are various models that you will be able to see available from various operators or various service providers, including Anthropic, OpenAI, and so on. So from here, we should be able to see those. It is taking some more time to load, but okay. So at least you should be able to see them from here, and then you can get them deployed. Let me try it one more time. Okay, let us try for deploying the base model. All right, so this is the place from where you will be able to see all the models, evaluate them, and then get it deployed. Another thing that probably I will encourage all of you to look into this model router. Okay, so this model router will help you to dynamically select all of the optional LLM for any kind of a specific query or task into the real time. So that means you can add various models into this bucket, and then this particular router will help you route your request to the correct model into that bucket. Okay, so this is the normal concept behind that. Now, when you have your models running, simple thing is like you can just go into that model. If in case it is the chat kind of a model, you will be able to open up that into the playground from here. Again, you should be able to see that from here as well. So you can just simply go open that into the playground and start working with that. So this is just about when we want to test out this model into the Microsoft Foundry. But now let's say, for example, when you want to use this application into your day-to-day applications, in that case, from the top here, you do see options for selecting your own language, and it does support Python. Oh, sorry. Can I request others to be on mute, please? Okay, I'm getting the echo. All right. Okay, so from here you can see the various languages, for example, Python, JavaScript, REST, Java, C Sharp, and so on. So that means right now Microsoft Foundry gives you support for choosing your own language and work with that. Once you have that, we can select our own SDK as well. So there are various SDKs available, including OpenAI, Azure AI Inference, and Azure OpenAI SDK. And again, what kind of an authentication that you want to use, whether a key-based authentication or Entra ID authentication. And good thing is like you can just simply click this button and it will help you have a boilerplate code for you, which you can use into your application. So let's, for example, here you can see that we have selected Python, and then we are able to see all of the also all of the code which is written into the Python. Now, second thing here is about agents. Okay, so now that we are specifically going into the agents. So when you create your first Foundry experience or first Foundry projects, you will have one agent running there by default. But now let me just quickly show you one of the recent thing which has been uh, recently added into the Microsoft Foundry is about multi-agents. Okay, so now that let's say we do have agent created, so I do have a few of the agents created here. So for example, you can see that I do have this priority agent created. So I named it as a priority agent, and these are the instructions that I have given. Like let's say we are working onto the bugs get assigned or bug get created into the system, and we want to know like what could be the priority of that bug, which team that bug should get assigned, and what kind of an effort that will be needed to resolve this bug. So for those things, we do have three agents. One agent will calculate the priority, one agent will detect which team it should be assigned to, and the third agent will evaluate the effort which will be needed to resolve that bug. Okay, so this is kind of a real world scenario wherein we want to get help from various teams, various priorities, and work on to those efforts. So for each of the specific functionality, we do have agent, and again. Probably there's a conversation going on like how many agents that we should have, whether it should be one agent doing all the functionalities, or there should be multiple agents, each one creating or dedicated to a specific functionality. But I will say have a dedicated agent which is created for a specific functionality. So if in case needed, you will be able to extend that further and then even create a connected or multi-agent kind of scenarios, which we are going to look right now. All right, so these are the instructions which has been given to this particular agent. Like this is kind of an agent which will help us to assess how urgent a ticket based on the description. Okay, so it can calculate that as a high, medium, or low priority. Okay, so that is the responsibility of this particular agent. The second agent that we have got here is team agent. So again, we need to identify to which team this particular ticket should be assigned to. So there are various teams available, for example, front end, back end, infrastructure, and marketing. So based on the content of the ticket, this particular agent will identify to which team this particular ticket should be assigned to. And then lastly, we have got this effort agent. So this effort agent will estimate like how much work will be needed for this ticket to get closed, and it can scale them into the small, medium, and large. Okay, so that there will be estimate onto the complexity, which is kind of an implied by this ticket. Now that these are the three independent agents that we have got. Now what we are going to create is we are going to create one triage agent. Okay, so this triage agent will talk to these multiple agents that we have got here, these three agents, and it will evaluate the priority, team, as well as the complexity of that ticket. Okay, so let us go ahead. Now that we have created new agent, I will just name that as a triage agent. And what I'm going to do is like I'm just going to give a description to this agent called as triage the given ticket, use the connected tools, and determine the ticket's priority. Okay. Now this is an kind of an independent agent again, but now we want to get it connected to the other three agents which are running here. Okay. So what we will do for that is we will go below, and this is a section where we have a specific area wherein we'll be able to connect to the multiple agents. We'll just click on add, and then from here we can select the agent. So let's say we want to create the effort agent or have an effort agent, and then ideally we should give the description like when this particular agent should be activated. Okay, so maybe you can say like to calculate the efforts. Maybe I will just say it to calculate the efforts of given ticket. Okay, so this is kind of an optional, but good to give that so that the triage agent or the parent agent should be able to know when to trigger that agent. All right, so now let us go ahead and also try to add the other agents here. So we added the uh, effort agent. Now that again we will add the priority agent. Probably I will not give any description right now because it is not that complex. And then let us go ahead and also add the last agent, which is the team agent. So this is the agent which will help us to evaluate to which team this should be given to. All right, so now that is the only thing we have our agent running, which will help us to create a multi-agent kind of an scenario. Okay, so let us go ahead and click this button, try in playground, so that we'll be able to run with this agent or have an interaction with this agent. So now we will ask this particular agent that we want your support for running few things. Okay, so I will just say what the support problem you need to resolve, and then let us look into the background. Like it is asking me like please provide the details of the support problem so that it can proceed with assigning the priorities and everything. So let us go ahead and let us give our first statement. Like the login page keeps showing 500 error for all users. Okay, and then we will give this information to the triage agent. So what this triage agent should do now is that if in case you keep looking into this window, it has detected that there are certain connected agents to this triage agent. So it is now establishing a connection to those connected agents to find out how it can get help from those agents to evaluate the answer for this. Okay, and then maybe again if you have a look at the statement like the login page which is showing the 500 errors, so that means priority should be obviously high. Okay, so that's the reason it is giving the priority high, because if in case no one is able to log in, obviously they won't be able to run. Second thing is like to which to which team it should be assigned to. So it is a kind of a backend team. And again, for the effort estimates, it should be medium, because obviously like we don't need to build the entire application, but at least just need to look into those 500 error, why we are getting that error. Now, there are certain tools that we have given to this agent. So here you can see that there are three connected agents or three connected tools that we have got here. But now let us go into the run info. Okay, so there is a button called as view run info, which will help you to evaluate how this particular agent came to this conclusion. Okay, and from here you can see that if you go into this thread, so this is the thread onto which this particular instance of this agent was running on, and from here you can see that it has connected to the three agents. Okay, so first thing, it connected to the priority agent with this query, same query, and it got the output of high. Okay, because it is blocking the user access to the platform. Secondly, it got connected to the team agent with the same query, and then we got the output saying that this should be assigned to the backend team. And then lastly, it got connected to the effort agent with the same query again, and that effort agent gave the response that the estimate should be medium. Okay, and with some kind of a justification. Now this agent, the triage agent, has evaluated everything, and it has come up with this particular response. Okay, so this is nothing but kind of an connected agents or the multi-agent scenario that we have got, which is right now supported into the Microsoft Foundry as well. This had been already supported into the Copilot Studio, but recently got into the Microsoft Foundry Studio or Microsoft Foundry, and we'll be able to use that effectively into our applications. All right, so with that, let's get into further details on it, like how that multi-agent orchestration works.
So let's say how this multi-agent orchestration works. So when the user gives a prompt, it does not mean a single agent has to configure out everything on its own. So instead, the task is passed to the agent one, which acts like a coordinator. Agent one look at the request, breaks it down, and decide which other agent should help. So behind the scenes, the agent starts talking to each other. So agent 1 might ask the agent 2 to gather the information, agent 3 to analyze or calculate something, and agent 4 to format or structure the output. So each agent specializes in something different, just like experts on the team. So they share the results back and forth until the task is complete. So the once all the pieces come together, agent 1 collects the final output and sends a clean finish fine finish response back to the user. So the user does not see all the internal steps. So they just get the final high quality answer. So in a simple terms, this is the AI framework. So each agent does a part of the job, they collaborate, and together they produce something better than any single agent could be do alone. So for the multiple agents can work together like a team to solve a problem. So instead of one agent doing everything, the task is divided and shared across several specialized agents. So, what exactly happens over here? The first thing is the user starts with a prompt. A person gives an instructions or ask a questions. So, this prompts goes first to agent 1. Let's say, for example, create a marketing plan for our new product. The second step over here, agent 1 acts like the coordinator. The agent one reads the prompt and decides what needs to be done, who else should help, and what information must be passed around. So it may answer the part of the questions or send the task to other agent that specialize in a different areas. So the third step is the agents talks to each other behind the scenes. So the orange dotted arrow shows how the agents collaborate. Let's say example scenario over here, the agent 1 sends the research task to agent 2. Agent 2 may then ask the agent 3 to run the calculations or build a summary, and agent 3 might ask the agent 4 to format or structure the final result. So each agent has a specific strengths such as research, writing, summarizations, data analysis, formatting, as well as the planning. So they work together like a team of experts. So the fourth thing is the information flows between the agent. So agent exchange intermediate results, ideas, conclusions, piece of work. So this is called the orchestration because the system coordinates how all agents work together. So think of it like a agent 1 is a conductor and agent 2, 3 and 4 are musicians playing their parts. So the last step is the final response returns to the user. So once all the agents finish their contributions, the agent 1 collects the result as well as organize them and sends a clean final answer back to the user. So the user sees only the final response, not the internal conversations between the agent. So, in talking in the simple words, the multi agent orchestrations means the different agents take the different parts of the task, they collaborate, communicate, and build on each other's work. So the user gets a polished output created by many intelligent components working together. So it's a teamwork of AI. So now let's see the Microsoft Agent Framework. So Microsoft Agent Framework, so how this Microsoft has unified its agent development story. So on the left, we have AutoGen, which many of you already know as the research focus framework from the Microsoft Research. So the AutoGen is incredibly powerful for experimenting with the multi-agent system, trying out the new behaviors and pushing the boundaries of what agents can do. But because it's a research first, it's not always the ideal for the production environment. On the other side, we have a semantic kernel. So this is the Microsoft production ready AI SDK that enterprises already use to build a stable and scalable AI application. So it gives you tools, memory, orchestration, connectors. So basically everything you need to run the AI reliability in the real world. So what did Microsoft do? So they combine the strengths of both AutoGen's advanced agent capabilities plus the semantic kernel stability, and the enterprise features come together to create the new Microsoft Agent Framework. So this unified framework gives us one consistent way to build, orchestrate, and deploy the agents, whether we are experimenting or running them in a full production. So, in a simple words, AutoGen brings the innovation, semantic kernel brings the reliability, and together they form the Microsoft Unified Agent Platform. So the Microsoft has a combined two powerful technologies, AutoGen and the semantic kernel, to create a single unified Microsoft agent framework. So let's see the next thing. So over here, let's break it down. So the first one is the AutoGen on the left side. So the research grade agent orchestration. So the AutoGen is the state of the art research SDK created by Microsoft Research. So it is designed for experimenting with a multi-agent system, exploring the new AI behaviors, rapid prototyping, and academic or advanced research scenarios. So the AutoGen is a powerful because it allows the multiple agents to talk to each other. It supports the complex reasoning loops. It highly flexible for trying a new ideas. But since it is a research focus, it's not always stable enough for production apps. So in a simple words, AutoGen is where the latest agent ideas are born. When it's come to the semantic kernel, which is in the middle, production ready AI SDK. So the semantic kernel is a Microsoft stable production ready SDK for building a real AI applications. It is designed for enterprise development, building the intelligent workflows, integrating AI with the tools, memory, and planning. So running reliably at scale. So semantic kernel supports the multiple languages Python, C Sharp, Java, and it's used widely in a real products. So in a simple word, semantic kernel turns the AI ideas into the real reliable solutions. So this combined together Microsoft agent framework. So the Microsoft took the strength of both auto agent as the semantic kernel also. So auto agent based for experimentation and multi-agent orchestration, and the semantic kernel based for enterprise stability and production, and merged them into a single unified agent framework. So this unified framework gives the developers the flexibility of AutoGen, the stability of semantic kernel, a single consistent programming model, and full support across the Microsoft Foundry, Azure, and Copilot ecosystems. So, in a simple words, Microsoft Agent Framework is the best of both worlds. So, one framework for building, orchestrating, and deploying the agent to the research. It includes the alls and research to productions. So why this matters? So earlier developers had to choose the autogen for advanced multi-agent flows or semantic kernel for the production system. Now you get one framework, one SDK experience and work and also the one orchestration pattern, one toolset and capability across all Microsoft AI platforms. So, this greatly simplifies the agent development and allows the enterprise teams to adopt the AI agents with confidence. So, in simple sentence, if you want to talk about it, so the Microsoft Agent Framework brings together autogen's intelligence and semantic kernel's reliability to give a developer a single unified way to build the powerful AI agents.
All right, so now that let's get into the demo and see how we'll be able to use this agent framework. Right now, it is still into the public preview, but it is very powerful. And then obviously in the future, you should be able to implement various scenarios with that. One thing to note right now, we can use either C Sharp or Python for creating the applications or creating the agents using this agent framework. In this particular demo, we'll be using C Sharp, but again, it is not just limited to C Sharp. Even you can use Python here as well. For C Sharp, there are certain prerequisites like either at least you will need .NET 8.0 SDK or later. Obviously, you will need Azure OpenAI resource with the deployed models. For example, you have seen like we already have deployed the GPT-4o, and then again. You need to have the Azure CLI installed as well as you need to be authenticated there. So what we are going to do is that to get ourselves authenticated, we will simply run the command az login and then we will get authenticated to our Microsoft Azure account. Okay, so let it run and okay, it should open up the window and then we should be able to get authenticated there. Now that, for example, if in case you want to develop this using Python, so in that case, again, there are certain prerequisites like you should be having Python 3.10 or later than that. You will also need the Azure AI project with all of the deployed models, for example, GPT-4o or anything else that you have got. And then again, you need to have Azure CLI installed and authenticated. So you just need to run easy login to get yourself authenticated to the Azure portal. There are certain um, models, or sorry, not models, the uh, applications, or at least some certain modules that you need to get installed. So specifically for the C Sharp, you will have to install the model there, and then again, or the what to say, the applications there, or the package there. And then once you have that added, you can simply run the .NET New Console with the name of the model, name of the project. So in this case, the name of the project is Agent Framework Quick Start. Okay, because we are just going to get ourselves quickly started with this. So let me go inside of that. And then again, this is a place from where we can start building our models. So again, obviously, now that we will need the NuGet packages. Okay, so we need to add certain NuGet packages for building our applications. Again, the same thing. For example, if in case you are using Python, again there you will need certain packages. For example, specifically agent framework into the pre-release mode. For the .NET, at least we will need three packages. So first package is the Azure AI OpenAI. So this is the one that we are going to run, and here you can see that we are running that with the pre-release because right now it is into the pre-release. The second thing is we will need Azure Identity to get ourselves identified into the Azure portal. And then again, we are going to need another package, which is Microsoft.agents.ai.openai. So these are the three packages that we will need. Now, once we have that packages created or packages, at least this is the this is the kind of an project that you see. Either you can open that into the Visual Studio or Visual Studio Code, or even you can just keep it running from your command line as well. Okay. Now, first thing is we will need the Azure OpenAI resource that we were talking about, the endpoint for our Azure OpenAI resource, and then once we have that, we should be able to use that to run a sample code against Azure or the agent framework. Okay, so let it open. I should have opened that into the Visual Studio Code for simpler navigation, but okay, let it open. Okay, all right. So now that we do have this program.cs here, so what we are going to do is we are going to write a simple program. Okay, and obviously we will need the system, the azure.ai.openai. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to simply add all those using statements at the top. So these using statements are all of the packages or the NuGet packages that we have installed so far that we will need. Now, to run this application, obviously we will need the AI agent, which we have built so far. So in this case, we will need it to be pointing to our API that we have created. So in case you have a look at the constructor of this, we will need the endpoint of the Azure OpenAI service that we have got. And then secondly, we will need the credentials for that. So that's the only thing that we need. So what we are going to do here is that we will simply put that into the things. And here you can see that we will need Azure AI and other part here. Okay, so let me now go ahead and get the Azure OpenAI things here. So I will go to the Foundry portal, and then from here I should be able to get the Azure OpenAI resource. Okay, so this is the resource that I have got. All right. Okay, so no, just give me one moment. Let me again go back here. Let me go into let me go into the resource group, and from there I will get the Azure OpenAI resource. Alright, so this is the Azure OpenAI resource that I have got. From the overview section of this Azure OpenAI resource, we should be able to get the URL which is pointing to your resource.openai.azure.com. Okay, so let it open. Then I can just go into here and click endpoints. And this is the place from where we should be able to get all those resources. Okay, so I will just copy this and then we'll come back to our code and we will replace this part. All right, so now the first thing is done. Second thing is like simply that we are going to run this particular agent. So to running this agent, we just need to say like agent dot run async. So agent dot run async is the method that we need to use. And then again, you can ask this particular agent to do something. Okay, so probably let's say we say like tell me a joke about a pirate. Okay, and that's it. And one thing that we need to notice here is that this is kind of an async method. So obviously we'll have to wait until this particular method gets completed. So for that reason, we will have await added to that. And then once we get the output from this particular method, we are simply going to use that into the console.write, okay, or console.write line, and that's it. So that is the only thing that we need here. Okay, so now that's the thing that we have got, and then we will simply run .NET run to download all of the packages that we have got, which we have added into the solution, and then it will compile our solution, and then we should be able to get everything here. Okay. Okay. Okay, there are some errors, but not to worry. Just to this as a just to have a backup for this, I do have another solution which is running here. So let me just open up that. I will just close this. Since this is into the preview, we are finding some issues working with that, but not to worry too much. We will go here and then we will run again .NET run. Okay. So now we should be able to get the output. This is the same code, probably some typos which have been there for which I was running the application. So okay, so these are the things. Okay, I should have at least. Okay, just give me one moment here.
Nandip, sorry to interrupt. Last 10 minutes left out.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, we need to have a Q&A also. We have few questions in the chat.
Sure, no problem.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, so let me just run this or okay. Okay, so we'll do .NET run on top of this. Again, it will download everything. Okay, it is giving some kind of an errors to me now, but okay. Since this is into the public preview, at least I had been working with this for some time. It was running, but maybe some kind of an issue. Let me just try to run it directly from here. Hopefully it should run. We should not have any failed demos. But the only point here is like once you have your agent framework created, you can create a AI agent instance of that. Okay, still there are some issues that we are facing. Message does not exist. Oh, sorry, it is here. Okay, so that should be okay. That should be okay. So let me just run it one more time. Okay, so let us try to run it one more time. So it will restore all the packages and hopefully everything goes well. We should be able to have our output. Okay, so here you can see that we ask this particular agent to tell us a joke about pirate, and then we got the output from there. So this is a pretty much simplistic implementation, like how we'll be able to run our agent using agent framework. Now let us go into a bit more things. Again, from here you can see that I do have few things running here already. So what I can do in this case is probably, let's say for example, we want to get some information from the image which has been uploaded. So let's say for example, this is one of the image that we have got here. So this is the image that we have got, and we probably want to analyze this particular image, and maybe also want this agent framework to ask few questions about this image. Okay, so in this case again we are asking like in this case we are giving the URI content as this image, and then again we are asking the text content that we want this particular agent to tell us a joke about that. Okay, so let us go ahead and try to run it one more time. So we will again run .NET run. Okay, all right, so let us go ahead and then try to run this. So now from here again you can see that it will go ahead, it will analyze that entire image, and it will tell us a joke about that image. Okay, so this is kind of an passing on the images to the agent. So we can send the images to the agent by creating that chat message that you have seen here. So here is the chat message that we have got that includes both. So it includes text as well as the image kind of an content, and the agent can then analyze the image and respond accordingly. The other thing is like let's say for example you have got other information. Let's say for example you want to create a multi-turn kind of a conversation with the agent. So in this case so this is the other part that we have got here. So this is the multi-turn kind of a conversation that we are going to have with this particular agent. So in this case the agents are kind of a stateless. They do not maintain any state internally between the calls, and to have the multi-turn conversation with the agent, you need to create an object that holds the conversation state and pass this object to the agent when it is running. Again, to create the multi-state kind of an object, what we need to do is we just need to create a thread. So again, from here you can see that at least this is one of the application that we have got here. And then if in case you want to create that thread, let me just put this into the comment box as well, and then let us try to create a new thread here. Okay, so what we'll do is we'll just create a thread in this case, and then we will be running everything on top of that thread. So we can pass this thread to the thread objects to the run async and run streaming async, and then we will be able to have a multi-turn kind of an conversation. Okay, so from here you can see that we are passing this thread to everything what we are passing on to the user or to that agent, and then we are getting the output. Okay, so now let us try to run this one as well. Okay, let me just run .NET run, and then we should be able to see that output. Similarly, for example, when you want to use the function, or maybe even whenever you want to use the function tools with the agent, you can do that. If in case you want to have the function tool with the human into the loop for the approvals, even you should be able to do that. So probably with the time that we have got in the hand, we don't have option to run through all of those, but again we have all the possibilities. We can use the function tools, we can use even the function tool with the human into the loop approvals. We can even produce the structured kind of an output with this agent. Even we can use the agent as the function tool, or even the MCP. So this one has got access or capabilities to access the MCP tool as well, and even you can enable the observability for this kind of an agent. Okay, so this was kind of a very quick demo. I know it is into public preview, but again it is kind of an very much advanced, so that you will be able to create your agents. All right, so with that, then probably I will stop here. Once again, thank you for joining us today, and thank you for attending this. So now, for example, if there are any questions, we can take those.
Yeah, thank you, Nandini and Smita. That's a wonderful session. We have few questions in the chat box. Let me go through them. Yeah,
Okay, I can
so
see, like, can you explain the difference between work
work
IQ
IQ,
and
yes.
fabric IQ? All right. So again, it is going to be a entirely huge discussion, because this IQ
Mhm.
has been recently announced, and again there are various things, like, let's say for example, when we have a work IQ, the work IQ works onto the people and the work intelligence. It focuses on how work gets done across Microsoft 365, for example, including your emails, meetings, chats, documents, and so on, so that it helps leaders understand productivity, collaboration, and work patterns. When it comes to Fabric IQ, it is totally onto the data and analytics intelligence. It focuses onto the business data in Microsoft Fabric. So that could be in OneLake, Power BI, Data Factory, Lakehouse, and so on, to help analysts as well as the decision makers to get insight from the enterprise data. So in this case, work IQ, that means insights about your work and people. Fabric IQ, that means insights about your data and business metrics. Okay, so that is the only difference that we have got. Okay, any other question? Okay, so there's a question like, are these agents are further can be used for automation work? Yes, they can be used. We just have seen this. Okay, there are multiple questions in a single question. Can you explain event-driven agents with use case? So event-driven, this is what I just have shown. Like, for example, you can have multi-agents, and again, whenever any of the ticket comes in, we can start this agent and then run on that to triage the bug and assign it to the multiple users. Difference between agents and chatbot. So chatbot is just kind of an application. We give some normal questions to that. We ask the question to that, and it gives the answer. It cannot go beyond that. Whereas agent, we can enhance the agents with tools as well as with the knowledge, and then they can use that. Even this agent can be run into multi-agent mode, into the autonomous agent mode. So that is where they stand differently. The other question, like, how does agent decide which tools to use? We just seen in the demo, like, when we had created the agent, we gave them the tools to use. So let's say, for example, if I can go back into the agent, so here in the agent, we give the instructions. So that instructions help them decide which tools to use. Okay, so let's say, for example, even when we added the another connected agent, so this is the instruction that we need to give, which help them decide which tool to use. Okay.
Okay, let me give him the link. I'm not able to join.
Yeah, hi Amit.
Hey, hi. Hey, Nandan, I'm not able to join from my. Am I able to join? Okay, I think I'm able to join. So, yeah, we'll put you on the YouTube.
Has Nandan joined the call? I don't see his name. Sorry.
Yeah, Nandan joined or not?
No, I think so, Amit. That's what I'm just seeing. I don't see any name with Nandan over here. Not yet. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, we can see
Sure.
your screen.
Okay. Hello all. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening from wherever you are. Thank you for joining this session on From Data to Action, Building Smart Workflows with Translytical Task Flows in Microsoft Fabric. Before we proceed, a little bit about myself. I am Nandan Hegde. I work as the head of data at Synapse organization. I am a trainer at Cloud Labs and Data Shark. I'm a Microsoft Data Platform MVP, a Microsoft Fabric super user, and you all can reach out to me via my Twitter or via my LinkedIn profile. Now, enough about myself, and let's move on to the crux of the topic. That is Microsoft Fabric. Now, those who are new to Microsoft Fabric, I'll give a brief introduction about what Microsoft Fabric is. So, Microsoft Fabric is basically a software as a service tool that Microsoft has provided, which is an end-to-end analytics and data platform that covers everything from data movement, data transformations, data storage, real-time analytics and data science, along with reporting needs. So it's a platform that is designed for enterprise organization that required one unified solution for your end-to-end aspect. So one can state that Microsoft Fabric is a one-stop shop for everything. Now, let's move on to the reason, the current problem that is present in the organizational data field today. That is traditional BI tools like reporting tools, like most of you all might have heard about original Power BI, Tableau, SSRS, Microsoft old reporting tool, SQL Server reporting services. they are descriptive, meaning you would be able to visualize the data, take a look with respect to the data and the insights, but you can't act on thing. Meaning, imagine that I'm saying that my expense is nearing the threshold of my budget. I'm able to view the data, but now in order for me to act onto something, I have to explicitly log to some external tool or some external aspect to take the necessary action. So your systems are in silos, they are not integrated. So the BI tool just provides me a descriptive layer of the data, and in case if I have to take the necessary action, let's say that imagine under me there are multiple projects. One of the project is nearing the threshold. If I'm able to see that they are nearing a threshold, I need to drop a mail to the corresponding project PM. So I have to explicitly log in myself to Outlook, send an email to the corresponding project PM and notify him that we are nearing the threshold. So the systems are in silos. Now, in today's modern businesses, we need immediate integrated responses rather than as the current aspect which are in silos. So that's where Microsoft's Translytical system comes in. As the name suggests, it combines analytical and the transactional aspect in a single aspect, that is analyze and action. Hence the name Translytical, transactional analytical aspect. What it does is it helps reduce the latency between the insight discovery, that is I am able to see that my expense is nearing the budget, and then the corresponding business impact. So, as I stated, Translytical task flows unify analytics and operational actions. So they enable users to go beyond visualization, meaning I can act directly from the insights that are being derived in the Power BI. So this concept bridges the gap between analytical understanding and real-time decision making. So what it does is Translytical task flows are basically Power BI's groundbreaking capability to perform write back and automation tasks from inside the report. Meaning, it provides me two different aspects. Translytical task flow either helps me write back data from my reporting end into the backend data source on which the report is being built. Either I can update the data, insert the data, or delete the data. Basically, I can do any CRUD operations on the underlying data source. Or I can have some automation tasks created from inside the report. Now, my question to you all would be, and let's keep this session interactive, correct? Is it a good, let's state that, why would one need the feature to write back in the underlying data source from the reporting end? Let's say that my data source is a C365 or a CRM tool. From CRM tool, I am pulling data as a data engineer. We usually pull data from some external sources, external vendors. So let's say that I am pulling data from some C365 system, Dataverse, etc. into my database. Now my database acts as my one unified data source for Power BI report. Now let's say that there is some issue in the source data which is now present in my database. Now, Translytical task flows gives us the ability to write back data into the corresponding ecosystem. So, is this the right way for us to correct the data in my database via Translytical task flows? Is that the need of the, is this the use case of having this Translytical task flow so that I can update the wrong data within my corresponding data source ecosystem?
Without opening the native tool, so if we have an option in the Fabric, it is helpful, right? So there is no requirement to go from again SQL Server, no, forth and back. That's what I mean to say. Is this correct?
Ideally, remember one golden rule in data world, be it data engineering or data analytics. Let there always be one single source of truth. Because now let's state that for corresponding opportunity, let's say I had a client in my CRM system, correct? That client was supposed to sign the contract on 19th of December, correct? But then rather than 19th, someone updated in the, based on the email, it was 19th. But someone updated in the source system, in the CRM system, let's say 18th. Now, in your CRM system, the data is still 18th, but in my reporting system, it's 18th. So now, which system would be the source of truth? Which data is correct? Is it the data that is present within my database or within the source system? So now you created two sources of truth, correct? Some data can be truthful on the source side, and some data, since you updated the data directly in my database, which was the source for my Power BI report, now this has also become a source of truth. So now the users who are directly referencing the CRM system, for them the data is still 18th, but those who are referencing the report, they would see that the contract signed date is 18th. Sorry, 19th. So now you created two different sources of truth. Is that a correct way?
No, we need to keep original one, which is data.
The CRM system, correct?
Yes.
So then, why would Microsoft give us the flexibility to write back data from my reporting end into my source data? Source data meaning source data for the report, not the original source of system.
Got it. Okay.
Correct.
Yes.
You can provide your thoughts on that. This is open for discussion. Correct. Does it make sense?
Yes, it is.
No, then if it makes sense, then why would Microsoft provide this functionality? Just to create duplicate versions of data? Any thoughts?
Not for the duplicate versions, but for the semantic model or which we are referring for the reports for that particular line of business. In that they can do the write back, right?
Correct, Abhishek. That's what I said. We can do the write back. But what is the use case of that write back? Your semantic model is in turn pulling data from some external systems, sources, correct? So rather than you just writing back into your semantic model, and rather than updating at this original source of data, you are creating different versions of data, correct? Leading to data duplication and confusion and creating different source of truth. So my question is, why would Microsoft give that functionality?
Data quality issue, then you can correct it in source file directly from, that's what I understand. Sorry, we are not.
No, you are correct. Ideally, in case if there's a data quality issue, I'll reach out to the source team, that is the CRM team, rather than doing it in my reporting layer. Correct. So now let's think about different scenario. Correct. Ideally, Microsoft has given us the feature, but how we make use of it is where the concept comes in. Now let's take a scenario that most of you all might have heard that, see, as an organization, every organization has to do some budgeting and forecasting throughout the fiscal year, throughout the year. Meaning as we are nearing the calendar year end now, as an organization, I have to do the budgeting and forecasting for the entire next year so that we can create plans accordingly. Now for budgeting and forecasting, there are multiple financial tools. Some of you all might have heard about Cognos tool from IBM or Anaplan tool. I mean, those tools, they are the source of truth wherein financial users or the FP&A users, correct? They enter the budgeting and the forecasting for the next year. From there, I extract the data into my source system and then I do the reporting. Now, let's state that I, being the CFO of the organization or the regional CFO regional lead, when I see the report, I see that, okay, someone has budgeted only $50 for India, correct? Now, I might have some feedback or some suggestion that rather than 50, I need to increase it to 150 because of some licensing aspects or more headcount coming in, which the original forecaster might not have known. So rather than updating the data, what I can do is I can add an additional attribute in my system called comments or feedback. Now, comments and feedbacks are not part of your original source data, correct? So what I can do is I can add annotations on the existing data that please revisit this feedback, this budgeting aspect because of these aspects. So I am not updating the original data, correct? I'm just adding some additional attributes that are not part of the original data itself. And now, since that additional attribute called comments or feedback or what we call as annotations are part of my reporting database itself. So I have only one source of truth for that comments or attributes. So in that case, what I can do is I can write back the data into the corresponding database, but those are additional attributes pertaining to the source data, not overriding the source data. Make sense? One of the benefit of write back functionality, I am nowhere updating the original data, but I am adding some additional attributes pertaining to that data, since those additional attributes are not present in the source. Any queries on that up till now?
Nandan, I got it. So whatever do it in Translate, if we add any additional column, so it will be added into the source data, not in the main data which is available in database, right?
Correct.
That's one. Okay.
So
And
in that,
when it comes to the correction of some dates or something like in original, as you mentioned previously, the maybe code came on 18th, but we entered on 19th. Okay. But in original DB it is 18, in source it is 19, something like that. If we edit the, so okay, it is same again. We are editing the source file. Okay, okay.
Correct. So ideally, in those cases, in case if you want to update the original data, ideally it should be on the source system. So in what? So now that's where automation and write back functionality would come in. So now let's state that as a reviewer, I see that the contract date at the reporting end is wrong. So what I can do is I can have an additional column within my source, within my reporting data layer on feedback or comments or some annotations like revisit. If I write back for that corresponding contract, an aspect, it would get written into the reporting database. And from there, I can trigger an automation task wherein I can send an email to the corresponding person who had written the corresponding data into the CRM system and tell him to correct that data in the source system itself. So that's
when
where
you said we can add a comment or annotation in the reporting side in the form of a new column or something, so till what level of like the write back it will do the write back till the model or to the table we imported, till what level it will do?
Now that depends upon the scope of the aspect that you have done. Meaning, Translytical task flow allows you to write back and have automation tasks from inside the report. Meaning, first step is I can definitely write back into the database that acts as the source for the Power BI report. So now the database acting as the source of the Power BI report now has the updated data. From there, then I can trigger the automation task as well, wherein in case if you know that I can via some REST API or something, I can directly write back or update the data in the source itself, it can trigger the automation task as well. So that depends upon what automation task do you want to implement. Either in certain cases, certain UI systems do not give the flexibility of REST API. One has to manually enter the data. So in that scenario, Abhishek, what I can do is I can send an email notification to the corresponding user who had entered that data and tell him to update it on the source system itself. But in case if there are some REST APIs available wherein I can directly update the data in the source CRM system itself, I can trigger the corresponding REST API as the automation task itself. So whatever aspect you all can do with respect to automation, that can be done via translytical task flows. So now let's come across. So we covered one of the two scenarios up till now. One is annotation or updating the existing aspect, or automation aspect. But in general, how does it usually work? Or in order to set up this translytical task flow, what do I have to actually do? First is I need an underlying source system. In Fabric ecosystem, it can be a Fabric warehouse, Fabric SQL database, or a Lakehouse. Then this data source acts as your source for your Power BI report. Within Power BI report, there are certain visuals that are needed for the translytical task flows, which we'll take a look.
Specifically finance,
and then
legal,
you have a button
and
visual
there are other
that
industry
needs
also.
to be
You can,
integrated with
drop
the
me a note in the chat
corresponding
bar, where you see
translytical
in what sort
task
of
flow
transactions a lot of
visuals,
documents are being
and
processed.
that button in turn is integrated with something called as user data function in Fabric. It is this user data function, basically consider user data function as a Python code repository. Correct. So it's when you click on this button, that would trigger a Python script. It's via that Python script that you can either write back the data into the corresponding source, or you can trigger some automation task. So as long as whatever automation task you all can perform via your Python script, those automation tasks can be triggered via the translytical task flows. Now, coming to the final aspect, that is different use cases before we actually move into the practical side of the things. First aspect that I said is we can do write back for the data owned by the BI solutions like forecasts, comments, what if scenarios, some assumptions, etc. So it's like adding annotations rather than updating the original data itself in most of the cases. Second aspect is insight to action. So I can take a business action in response to a data on an immediate basis. And then adjustments and corrections. So manual adjustment for reporting made to separate tables and then rolled up to the BI solution. The separate table is an important aspect, correct? Rather than updating the original aspect, I have a separate table itself. And when I said commenting on data or the annotation aspect, it is an important part of the BI experience. As a finance report could let users add an annotation explaining why a particular month's expense was unusually high. Correct. And I can update or edit or make any set of changes on those comments based on multiple discussions happening across the different financial teams. So this is the benefit of the translytical task flow. Now for that, let's go across and work on the practical aspect. So the first thing that I need for that is an underlying source database. Correct. It can be a Fabric SQL database or a Fabric warehouse itself. Now, for our demo, let's take a look with respect to the Fabric SQL database itself. So, I have a translytical database in my test workspace. Let me open that database itself. So by the time we are working on the practical aspect, team, any queries? If there are, please go ahead.
Basically, I'm not sure, but it just come across to my mind. We can also have kind of a notification thing, right, in the report where we can, which will also give the impression like, okay, like this things need to be updated or this data is not aligned or something. So that notification in the form of also give a message to the means to the person like, but then
Correct.
what
So
means
Abhishek, that's
what
what
is
I
the
said. Correct.
advantage? I don't like means what is the proper advantage we see in this area, like because while with notification we can also send the message, right, with some icon like in the bell icon with some notification in the
Correct.
report and
Understood.
all, right?
Understood. That's what I said. Correct. Now imagine you have a notification in the UI. Correct. That a threshold. Now I have to explicitly go ahead and manually enter something in an email. Correct. So the BI tool, traditional BI tool, everything gives me a threshold. It's based on that threshold itself. Inside itself, I need to take an action. Correct. But now this translytical task flow integrates that action within one site itself. So within the Power BI report itself, in case if I'm seeing the threshold, some aspect, some notification, be it any indication, as you said, within the Power BI report, immediately I can trigger the necessary set of actions from within the report itself rather than having to log into different sources, different systems. So it's integrating your analytical layer with the transactional layer directly so that you can take insight along based on the insights, take an action on an immediate basis itself. Make sense?
Okay.
So now let me go ahead and create a table within this database here. Correct? So let me quickly create a table. Now in this scenario, consider my database. Let's consider a use case like I need to track a vacation. Meaning every organization needs a vacation tracker for itself. Correct? So for my employees,
Sorry, Nandan, if you don't mind, just help us to how you bring this. It is get data from SQL or some, because it's not a lakehouse or warehouse, something like that.
no, this is a Fabric SQL database. Correct? Okay. Apologies if I have to show it. So under new item, there is something called as SQL database.
Okay.
Correct. Now, unfortunately, I am using a free trial. Correct. Within free trial, I can only create two different Fabric SQL databases. Hence, I had to use the existing one itself. Make sense?
Yeah, good to go. Thank you so much. Because it's a lot of confusion in Lakehouse, warehouse, and again, I saw the new different structure when you created this. So I requested it. Okay, great. Thank you.
Okay. So in case if you have a query, basically Microsoft Fabric provides, I'll take 2 minutes so that I explain what the different sources are. Correct. Within the data aspect, storage data, Microsoft provides different options. Lakehouse. Lakehouse can be considered as the data lake equivalent in Microsoft Fabric. Or those who have worked on Azure, one can consider Azure Data Lake Storage equivalent to the Lakehouse, wherein you can preserve any type of data, structured data, semi-structured data, or the unstructured data. Then you have something called as SQL database. SQL database are the OLTP version or the transactional storage layer within the Microsoft Fabric. Or one can consider it as the data mart equivalent. Fabric Warehouse is the OLAP analytical aspect of the Fabric ecosystem, and one can consider it as the data warehouse equivalent in the traditional data aspect. And Cosmos database, as of now, Microsoft has introduced, that's the NoSQL version of NoSQL does not mean not SQL. It means not only SQL aspect of the database storage layer in the Microsoft Fabric. So in this scenario, we would be working with the Fabric SQL database. Now, let me go ahead and execute a SQL query. Let me create a table. Create table dbo.vacation. Now, imagine that I want to create a vacation tracker within my corresponding organization, wherein I want the employee ID and the corresponding day on which the user wants to take the vacation. Correct? Start date and end date. Start date would be date time and end date. Okay, my system is okay. End date, date time. So I want to create a table. So now here my database itself is the source of truth here. Correct? Because I'm creating a table. Now imagine that what I want to do is I want users to be able to, and okay, let me drop this table. Now I'll be adding two aspects. One is write back functionality and another is taking some immediate actions as well, meaning the automation aspect. So what I'll do is approved. So I created a table. Now the next aspect is this acts as my source within my corresponding semantic model. Correct. So next aspect is I need to connect to that corresponding database. So for that, I need to log in into Power BI report from my account that has access on the Fabric SQL database and then access the corresponding SQL database. Now I need to connect to the SQL analytic endpoint or the connect live version of the report. It takes some time for authentication aspect for me to access that database. So team, by the time you all can continue this conversation, correct?
Okay, so when you say like when you created the SQL database, this query you executed there, right, which created the table, right? Or so that is the SQL endpoint from where with which we can connect from the Power BI, right? That the live connection SQL endpoint, right?
Correct.
Okay.
Basically a correction, correct? In Fabric SQL database, when I executed the query, correct, it was the SQL database layer, not the SQL analytics endpoint. There is a difference. What I mean by that is, first let me establish this connection, correct? That would
Meanwhile,
so
can
now
I ask one question? Nanda?
apologies. Can you repeat?
Can I ask one question? Meanwhile,
Sure. Go ahead.
see, if we create any new table in this level, Fabric SQL database, is this right back to the even database originally where we have it this, or Azure somewhere, something like that, right?
And Mahantesh, I didn't get your query. Are you asking when I create a table in the Fabric SQL database, is it also
Yes.
creating a data in the one lake?
Yes, yes.
Yes, as I said, correct. Basically, Fabric SQL database has its that. Give me 2 minutes, correct. I'll answer both your and Abhishek's query on that. So
Yes,
now,
yes. I am completely new to Fabric. A little bit need to understand more and more that. So, yeah.
I understood. Give me 2 minutes and I'll explain on that.
Okay.
So now, since I created this vacation table, correct. Let me select that. As of now, the table is empty, correct. And now let me load that data. Correct. I want to have a direct query version itself. Meaning I want to have import, meaning that would physically copy that data from the database into my report. Whereas direct query is whatever data becomes live in the reporting end would become whatever data is available at the source system would become immediately available in the reporting end. So it's a direct query to that. So now as a report aspect, correct, what I'll do is I'll create a simple visual. Correct. Okay. Simple table visual. Let's say that. Now it's not count of employee ID. I want the employee ID to be visible as is. I want the report to be visible as is, and employee ID should be top. So this as of now does not contain any data. Now imagine that I want users to add data within this, meaning request for the corresponding vacations. So for that, first step, if you all remember in the flow, I have to create a source system, which is Fabric SQL database. Then I have to build a report. But now there's something called as user data functions, correct? The Python version of the script. So that's where we'll go across now. Wherein next item is for me to create a user data function. So user data function is basically an engine on which you can execute, is a layer wherein you can execute your Python scripts. So now what I'll do is I need to create a new function. Let's go step by step on how we are trying to achieve this. First is, let's me insert a sample code. Basically what I need to do is I need to write back data into the database, correct? So Microsoft provides some ready-made code templates for you all to work across. So now if you can see, there are two functions that got created. One is the hello function and another is the write one SQL to database. It's the new one that got created. Can you see the definition write one to SQL database? So let me get rid of this code here because I do not need the hello function to be created. Now I created the user data function, but I need, hello, am I not audible?
You are audible.
Okay. So now I need to execute this code on the underlying database itself, correct? So that's where the concept of connection comes in. So under manage connections, I have to go and connect to the database on which I want to take the necessary action, correct? So I can select anything, a Lakehouse, a database, a Fabric warehouse, etc. to write back. But in this scenario, since my scope is the Translytical SQL database that I created, I'll select that. Now, whatever name, I can edit the name as well that comes here, correct? This name is the connection name that I want to establish here. So what I'm stating that is, I'm connecting to a SQL database of the connection with the name Translytical SQL. Now in my write back functionality, what aspects do I need to write back? I need to write back employee ID, start date, and then end date. Correct. So I need to write back an employee ID. I need to write back start date, and I need to write back end date. So these are the input parameters for the corresponding function that I need, correct? So end date. So I'm creating a function that is accepting three parameters: employee ID, start date, and end date. Now why this is giving me this symbol? Because it's stating that this columns or function values are yet not being utilized anywhere. I'll utilize that. So now I'm creating a corresponding function with the corresponding parameterization aspect. Here, what I'm doing is I'm establishing the connection to the Fabric SQL database. I need not create this query, so I'll delete this aspect of the code. Now, I want to insert the data into my vacation table. Correct. So insert into vacation, employee ID. My column name was employee ID, start date, end date, and values in this sequence itself, meaning whatever values I'm passing as a parameter, that is employee ID would be first, start date should be second, end date should be third. Correct. and then I'm telling it to execute the query, thereby inserting this data. So now I created a Fabric user data function that would take the necessary action. As of now, this code is just inserting data. We'll discuss on the automation aspect later. Correct? So now what I can do is I'll publish this corresponding function. Publish meaning this was a development aspect. Now I have finalized this and I'm publishing the corresponding set of changes into my function. By the time this is getting published, it takes a couple of minutes for it to get published. Correct? Can you see it's publishing? Let me go to one of the query with respect to the SQL Analytics endpoint and the Fabric SQL database. These are generic concepts now that I'm discussing, correct? So that you all understand what Microsoft Fabric aspect is about. Now, where is my Fabric SQL database? Let me sort it by type. Okay, it is within this folder that I have my corresponding database. Can you all see here? Whenever I create any database, there are two aspects that gets created along with that. One is the SQL database endpoint. SQL database endpoint is wherein you can read data, write data, or make any transformations directly. So I forgot, Abhishek, it was you, correct? So it was the SQL database aspect that I was taking a look with respect to. SQL database is wherein I can create or execute CRUD operation. Then there is a SQL Analytics endpoint. SQL Analytics endpoint is the one lake layer via which you can just execute SQL queries, read-only aspect. You cannot execute CRUD operation on the table. So in the Power BI report, I am using the SQL Analytics endpoint just to query the data. But then in case if I want to execute anything, I am using the SQL database layer in itself. And that's where in the user data function also, since I have to write back, I am using the SQL database endpoint, not the SQL Analytics endpoint. As the name suggests, SQL Analytics is only for read-only layer. You cannot write back data from that.
Thank you.
So in this scenario, as you said, we are establishing the connection with the SQL database, but SQL endpoint is just to read or write some queries at the SQL DB side within the Fabric. So for this example or this scenario, we have nothing to do with the SQL endpoint then, right?
No, in the user data function, no, but in the Power BI, when I connected to the database, correct, I was using the SQL Analytics endpoint itself. Because there are different modes of connectivity, direct lake mode, etc. That's where I have to connect to the one lake aspect. But there are multiple ways, correct? So I'll take it offline because I am nearing 15 minutes of the time. We do have some other aspect. So Abhishek, in case if you have any further queries on corresponding to the analytics endpoint, okay, do reach out to me on LinkedIn and I can help you on that if it is okay. So now we created the user data function, correct? Now let me go over to the reporting aspect. So first aspect is, and forget about the UI UX designing aspect, correct? That would be done later. First aspect is I need to add a button so that I can trigger the necessary action on that. So for that, I'll add a blank button. Now, within this button, under action aspect, I have an option of actions. Correct? I'll enable that. And what type of action do I want to select when I click on this button? That's where I have an option called data function. So I can select the data function. And here I have an option wherein I can refresh the report once the corresponding action has been taken. Imagine it's an import mode, correct? Once I have taken the necessary action, I want the report to be refreshed in runtime itself. That's where this option comes in. Now, which function do I need to connect to? So for now, since I've created this vacation UDF, I want to connect to this vacation UDF. So I'll import that function. It takes a couple of minutes for it to get imported. Let's have that patience. Till that time, I see a couple of questions. How do we prevent an action from re-triggering itself? Raj, okay. Raj, can you query on what do you mean by prevent an action from re-triggering itself? What action are we talking about here?
Like action flag or any decision table, event versioning, like that.
No, that is on the how you manage in the user data function itself, correct? User data function is wherein I can manage whatever aspects I need to trigger based on this button aspect, correct? So those aspects are based on how you want to manage it. And you can manage the corresponding coding layer within that.
Okay.
Make sense?
Yes.
Okay, it's taking time. By the time it's taking time, let's move on to a couple of aspects. Now, I'm creating a button to trigger the job, correct? But how do I add or enter the data? So that's where some of the visual comes in. Microsoft provides us with three visuals. One is button slicer, one is text slicer, and one is list slicer. These three visuals are the ones that can be integrated with the user data function as an input. Since as of now, I want to add employee ID, user data function, start date and end date as a free text, I'll use the text slicer, wherein a user can manually enter the text that he or she needs. So I'll add employee ID. So this is my first text slicer, meaning the input via which I can add. Now second is I want to add a start date. And then an end date. Now imagine that if you want a pick list of values to be selected, meaning I only want to give them specific set of values. That's where you can use the list slicer, wherein from within that list only they have to select the value which they want to add. Correct? So they can select the list slicer in that scenario. But since in this scenario we only have text values, I'll use again a text slicer. And forget about the UI UX design aspect, correct? Since that can be handled in a significant, much more clean way by the team. Let's focus on the scope as of now. End date. So now I have three different input values. Let's see whether the function has been imported. It seems that now within the corresponding user data function, I have to select which function I want to import. As you can see now, one user data function can have multiple functions within it. I had the hello function, had write back. So now I selected the write back one. Now within write back one, if you all remember, I had created three parameters, correct? I want to select the employee ID, I want to select the start date and the end date. How do I do that? Either I can write an expression or I know, correct? Employee ID, I need to pull it from the employee ID itself, the employee ID tab. Start date, I want to pull from the start date, and end date, I want to pull from the end date. Now this auto clear functionality, what it means is, once I submitted the trigger got actioned, then this text box should auto clear, else it would remain with the original value itself. So here let me auto clear the start date and the end date. So now we have integrated our ecosystems. Now let me save this report and publish this report. So let me do vacation.
So, but So do you also establish a connection between slicer and the function?
That's what we did, correct? If you see here in the button that I created, I imported the corresponding function, and in the function, this employee ID is equivalent to this text slicer itself. Can you see employee ID? So I'm mapping the parameter with the corresponding text slicer here.
Okay, because here the slicer name is not coming. That's the reason I was saying, because these drop down is to connect with the sliders. That's
Correct.
what
So
it is, right?
if it can connect with any slicer that you have selected out of these three. Can you see the header employee ID? I purposely kept it EM capital EM. So it's the title of the corresponding text slicer that becomes visible here. So this is how I have integrated the user data function with the corresponding slicers. Correct?
And the it means the other small employee ID and all that is itself there in the parameters, right, in the function, right?
Perfect. Correct. So now let me publish this report in the.
Nandan, sorry to. We have just 5 more minutes to wind up the call.
Correct. Correct. Okay. Now you all can see that only users with certain Power BI licenses can publish. Okay. Unfortunately, my account does not have a Power BI Pro license. Correct. Let me try signing with a different account if possible. Give me a moment. I need to check which account has that corresponding license. Give me a moment. Or by the time I'm logging in with that corresponding aspect, I have a video recording that I can show the next steps of how a translytical task flow would work. So in this case, I have a table called Azure IP ranges flat. Correct? Let me reshare the screen with sharing the audio aspect as well. Give me a moment. Or in case if the audio is not as present, I'll say, is the audio clear?
No, only we can hear your voice.
We can hear you.
No, are you able to hear me or the video version of me?
I can hear you, not video.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, then I'll dictate. Correct. So now if you can see, similar to how I had created the Power BI report, correct, wherein I had free text slices created and a blank visual and a button. Consider this as the same. That is, when I publish the report, it would be available on the Power BI service itself. Correct. Now, what I've done is I have entered the corresponding set of correct. Once I click on submit. Once we click on submit, what this does is it would go ahead and write the data into this corresponding table, and then depending upon what action I had written in the automation aspect, it would trigger the necessary set of actions. So till the time the user data function has been completed, the button would still be in progress mode, and then an option would be visible stated that request has been submitted. The data got inserted and it becomes instantly available in the corresponding ecosystem. So in this case, what happened is once the corresponding button got added, selected, the corresponding data got written into the corresponding backend system, and then depending upon that, I can take the necessary set of actions. Give me a moment. I'll try to log in so that I can publish it and show it in near time itself for you all. But at least I hope the demo was clear, correct? How that function usually works across. Any queries up till now?
No, sorry, I have one question. I really thank to you that you clarify that SQL analytics is not for CRUD. So in SQL data, you can do the CRUD operations, okay? And when we insert the data, we use UDF, right?
Correct.
So is this mandate to use UDF, or you just need to dynamic, in order to create a dynamic, we'll use UDF? But in
No,
we can
because
do
UDF acts as the common interface between your Power BI report and the backend system itself. Correct. So you do need a UDF for writing back into the or writing back or triggering the necessary actions.
Okay. Thank you.
So for you to automate anything or do anything, UDF is the interface via which you would be taking the necessary actions.
Okay. Thank you. Great.
Any other queries?
Yeah, it's correct. Yeah, but I think this can also be achieved with the Excel file also. If we give any inputs, it can also write back.
Meaning Excel as the source within your ecosystem is what, are you saying that?
Yeah.
Correct. Excel
So
can
for
also be
that-
used. So basically, as I said, correct, whatever aspects you can do via Python script, correct, that all aspects you all can take you can explicitly call a Python and then write it into the code by authenticating within the corresponding user data function itself. Give me a moment. Let me add the Fabric trial user here. User 2 as a member. Okay, so now I'll take last 2 minutes. Apologies, moderator. So now I have logged in. I'll save this report. Since this account has license, I'll publish this into the test workspace. So now this report is getting published into the test workspace. Let me go there. Refresh my corresponding page. What was the name of my report? Vacation. Correct. Now if you see, I have the vacation report. I have to configure the credentials. First, test, semantic model, or no, sorry, it was vacation, correct? So I need to go into the settings. Okay, crap. Why it is, give me a moment. I need to log in via another account. So that's, I need to log in via this account. The trial, the one that has Power BI license. I'll take 2 more minutes. Apologies. So I have the test workspace. As you can see, I have Power BI license here. For Power BI, you need a Power BI Pro license. Vacation. Settings. So first aspect is I need to edit or authenticate to the credentials, correct? I'll use the organize auth authentication, privacy levels private, sign in. So the OAuth authentication to the corresponding underlying source database is happening. So now the connection got created. Now let me go to the corresponding report, which is vacation report. So now I can add an employee ID 1. I can write the start date as 2025 12 12 and I want the end date as 2025 12 25 and then I'll click on this submit button. So what this does is it is now triggering the corresponding user data function. The request got submitted. Can you all see the data got inserted and became available here instantly, correct? And now since I had enabled auto clear on the start date and the end date, the value got disappeared, but since employee ID is still 1. Now this
Yes, hi.
Ma'am, please may I know how to pronounce your name?
Call me Swayam. Yeah, superb. Let me share my screen. Perfect. Are you able to hear me okay? My screen is now shared. Hope that you are able to see. Should we wait for another minute or so to start? Do you think? I can wait a minute. We'll start at 11:03. Yeah, it's okay. We can wait another minute. Yeah. All good. Let's do that. Okay. Superb. Okay. Good morning, everyone. Hope you had been joining in the sessions that Amit and the team have organized since yesterday. It's a great opportunity to learn and, be in contact with people who are learning along with you and who are actually delivering it too. So, first of all, thank you so much, Hyderabad Analytics Community and India Fabric User Group, to actually have this slot created for me to present. Today, I'm going to talk about Microsoft Fabric, on how to structure the Microsoft Fabric data estate, the whole environment. I would be touching, because it's just in 1 hour, and governance is a huge topic, right? So I'll be touching on some of the very core points, core building blocks of what managing data estate for Fabric looks like, and we'll go on from there. We'll see if we have some time for Q&A. Okay, good. So introducing myself, I am Swayam Syanprova Sinha. I'm a senior program manager for Fabric Customer Advisory Team. I've been working with Fabric since its inception. So yeah, it's been a good journey. Hope you find some key takeaways by the end of the session, and feel free to share your questions over the chat. Let's take all the questions at the end, if that's okay. Right? Perfect. Can I get some thumbs up to agree on these? Yeah, I got one. I'm okay with that. Thank you so much. Okay, perfect. Okay, so now you would be wondering, what does it look like, or in terms of Fabric governance to manage data estate? Now, let me tell you, Microsoft Fabric documentation covers the whole of Fabric governance guidance, end to end, and it's divided into these 4 different pillars, as how to manage your data estate, how to secure, protect, and comply with it, how to encourage data discovery, trust, and its use, and of course the monitoring and observability part of it. So what I'm going to cover today is the first pillar of managing your data estate, where I'll go through the admin portal, the tenant domain workspace settings. We'll talk about domains workspace, capacity planning and management a little bit about metadata scanning. And of course, I would like, because we are managing the data estate, it does come with the observability part of it. So we'll cover the last pillar too a little bit. Okay, not everything, but a little bit. Okay. And I would like to clarify on why I have picked this topic. because a lot of us do work with different kind of workloads. We are build as a developers. We are building the artifacts. We are building Power BI reports. We're building data sets. Give me a moment. No. Oh. Give me a moment. Sorry. Sorry about that. That's my kid. Okay, so we are building reports. We are building reports. We are building pipelines. Using Spark. Hardly we have thought about how to organize them. What's the best way an organization should proceed? Because at the end of the day, it's just not about creating artifacts, right? It's also thinking about the scale. So when from a very high level position, you would like to see how your Fabric data estate is organized, you would definitely like to understand how to better use the capabilities, the policies, the options that are available, the settings that are available on each level of what Fabric provides in governance, right? So we'll talk on those levels. So we're not going to talk about artifacts at all today. We are not going to talk about Airflow Gen 2. We are not going to talk about Power BI. We are not going to talk about lakehouses, warehouses at all. Okay, we'll move past all of them. And I would like you all to travel with me to think over them, right? What happens on a tenant level? What happens on capacity level? What happens on domain level? And we'll talk about them in the upcoming slides. Okay, good. So to start with, why does structure matters, right? So if you look at this picture, you would see unplanned city, right? And think how this unplanned city would have started, right? It would have started because there was need. So without any regard to any purpose, people would have created their houses and built houses without even planning, right? So how that city would have ended up with lack of green spaces, overcrowding, traffic congestion, right? Inadequate services. And of course, there is very less scope of changes and modifications. On the other hand, think about this planned city layout, right, which has been deliberately planned and organized from the starting, right? There are blocks, there are blocks of houses, there are green spaces, the wider streets. There is scope of addition of changes. Aesthetically, it looks very well planned, isn't it? Now, in such well planned conditions, you would say there would be very less crowding. There will be very efficient services provided to the whole community, right? So that's the difference. That's why structure matters, right? Even in a day-to-day work that we do, structure matters, a routine matters, right? Now, let's take that statement for a data estate to how to organize for a data estate, right? We say clear structure is the foundation for all the reliable analytics and reporting. So just not going above any kind of artifacts that we are building or any kind of workloads that we are running on Fabric, I would like to stress upon the fact that if you don't control the fragmentation of your items, of your data, of your across departments and locations, it will soon end up in an unplanned kind of a city that you have already seen. What does that mean? Even in the context of data state, it would mean overcrowding. It would mean resource clashes. It would mean less monitorability, very less scope of changes, right? So a well-organized data estate ensures that each item, each artifact, each workload gets enough space to operate and operate efficiently, right? It also enables you to find it out more efficiently, right? You cannot govern what you cannot find. So organizing also gives you that visibility. When you can find a stuff, you can control what's happening with this stuff for access, for security purposes, right? You can see who owns what, you can see who can access what, who can see how the data flows, right? From one workspace to another workspace, or for one place to another place in terms of a data estate, right? It also gives you the ability to identify who owns what, who is accountable for what processes and guidelines, right? It also helps you to facilitate the auditing and monitoring of items, just not from a lineage point of view, but also from the usage point of view. As I said, who can access what, at what time this specific data was used, from where it was used, which workload was using it, right? This governance frameworks can give you an audit trail. So my data is coming from this data sources, which has been ingested by 3 different data ingestion processes, and then was consumed by this lakehouse and this warehouse, or by this external applications, right? So the audit trail becomes so much visible that you do know that it is much more in your control. And of course, your analytics journey becomes much more smooth. And one of the important point is, once your data structure is, once your data estate is structured, is governed, that's where you show you have the first point of AI readiness, right? Everybody's talking about AI, but we hardly think about how governance, how structure in your data set can provide you that kind of AI readiness. Is a step ahead. It will provide you a step ahead for AI readiness, right? Good. Perfect. Let's move on then. Now, once we have understood why structure matters in a data state, let's understand why the same structure matters in Microsoft Fabric. I think it's very much obvious for all those previous reasons. It's just not matters in any data estate. It, of course, matters for Microsoft Fabric as well. Now, for Fabric, it's very, very important because Fabric gives you an unified platform, right? It gives you having the capability to have data engineering, warehouse, data science, BI, Copilot, and all the Gen AI capabilities that's coming in, right? So many things at one place. Structure becomes a very, very important part of what Microsoft Fabric needs to have, right? It's a foundation of Fabric's organizational model, right? A structured hierarchy will give you the control access, predictable performance, and of course, traceable ownership and discoverability. It will help you to monitor better, audit better, and of course, give you an understanding of where your costs are, right? Of course, with structure, you will have lesser chaos in ownership. There'll be lesser cost spikes and a predictable and manageable cost, right? And of course, you can prevent any kind of data breaches or any kind of leaks or any kind of compliance issues there, right? Good. Moving on, the building blocks of Fabric data estate, and why it's important to understand, because now that we have understood why the structure is needed, what kind of structure does Fabric provides, right? Now let's go to understand it. So the first step of Fabric data estate would be, first building block of data estate would be our tenant, which acts as an enterprise boundary. Now, on the tenant part, we do have different policies, different feature controls through which we can manage how our artifacts, how our workspaces, how our domains, how our capacities will act, right? So we say there's an enterprise boundary. For every organization, ideally there would be one tenant. There are multi-tenant architectures, but ideally we would like to say tenant would act as an enterprise boundary under which all kind of feature and policy control you can have. And of course, the security part. So the next is on the compute engines part, where all your you can have compute isolation with respect to different factors like, geos. You want to have data, your organization have data residency requirements. So say if your organization is a global one, your UK counterpart will have a capacity allocated to only for UK region. India will have a capacity allotted for India region. So not only that, you can share capacity too with respect to different projects, with respect to different, chargeback, etc. And then comes the level of business alignment, which is aligning to our data mesh principles as well. We call it as domain. Now we definitely call as domain, and we would like to align it to data mesh, but domain is a logical structure which actually gives you much more flexibility. It does not restrict you to segregate your data with respect to just a definite data product or a department. Your domain can be with respect to different geos as well. Now, domains and capacities have many to many relationships. So capacity can have multiple domain. A domain can spread between two or more capacities as well, right? And I'll come to examples as well. And then the final building block is a workspace, where which we say as a collaboration hub, which we also say as a control plane for all our security and access controls. Okay, now that we have understood the building blocks of the Fabric data estate, let's move on to our admin portal, where we can, control all the features. We can set some rules for the entire platform. We can set some settings for which can be delegated to domains and capacities. Now, I'll go to the demo. But I would like to highlight that, as I mentioned, ideally there is only one tenant. There should be one tenant for one organization. This makes sure that we also follow the principle, the foundational principle of Fabric, which is the one lake. One lake is the single foundational SaaS storage layer for Fabric. Right? So one tenant will have one lake. As simple as that. Okay. Let's move on to the admin portal, and then we'll look at some of the settings which will help you to structure your data estate. Okay. Okay. Perfect. So if you're able to look at my screen, you will see I've opened this admin portal, right? How many have you seen this admin portal? Admin? Yeah, you have? Good. Perfect. Okay. So just to let you know, I know many of you would be working as a developer persona, but this idea with this session, I would like you to think above it. Think how a Fabric for the whole organization would be structured. And how do you think you would manage it, govern it, given the opportunity? Okay. So if you see, this is the tenant settings, and this tenant settings will be controlled by admin, Fabric admin. There can be one or more Fabric admin, but definitely not everybody can have admin privileges, right? So what you have here is different settings through which you can enable and disable different policies or different previews. For example, digital twin window, because this is in public preview stage, you can enable it, disable it. But the most important part is which are the settings which will help you govern, right? For example, just let me take this. User can discover and create org apps, right? Organizational apps, right? So now if I enable it, all my users would be able to discover and even create org apps. Now, while I'm giving that capability of creating org apps, the actual access control or the control where they can create is on workspace level, right? On a tenant level, I'm just allowing this feature to be enabled throughout the tenant, right? That's an important point. From the tenant point of view, I am just saying in Fabric, we allow creation of org apps. But then when we go to workspace level, we say, or for that matter, capacity level, because it can be delegated to capacity admins as well. We say, for that matter, maybe say sales department have a different capacity, right? And they don't want to allow org apps. What then? Yes, we do delegate this setting to capacity. That means even though if I have this setting enabled for the whole tenant, my capacity admin can actually say, no, this for sales, I don't want anybody to use org apps. Again, if the capacity admin says, okay, enabled, on a workspace level, my admins and members and contributors might be able to create org apps, but not the viewers or users who are having access on an item level, right? Perfect. So in this way, there are so many options or settings through which, for example, let's go through another one, domain management settings, right? Allow tenant and domain admins to override workspace assignments. So there are certain certain settings that can be done on a workspace level. Can we allow tenant and domains? It's the other way around here. Let's go to information protection. That's very important. I can enable sensitivity labels on a tenant level, but maybe when I want to share it with external vendors, say I have just a product report, right? Product description report. I do want to share it with external orgs. I might not need it. So this definitely I can put up on a domain level as well. And I'll show you the domain part as well. Okay, export and sharing settings are again another way to control how your data estate will be structured. I see a question here. Let's discuss it at the end. Okay, I have some topics to cover so that we can cover the whole part quickly. Okay, so what we know now is tenant settings give me the capability to enable and disable certain features throughout the organization, throughout my Fabric tenant, right? Now, I do have the capability to disable them from my domain level, capacity level, or even workspace level. Okay, good. Let's move on. What are other things that are available? We have audit logs for different users on the admin center. So that is where my observability part comes in. While admin center or Purview can give you a list of users doing stuff like editing, creating different artifacts. But I would like to suggest a certain solution, come to that a little bit in a while, on how do we better audit the whole tenant. There is a solution accelerator available by the community, and would definitely like to suggest it. It has helped a lot of organizations. Please do encourage the use because it's so easy to use and so less dependency on just going to Purview or even the admin center to get the auditing details. For that matter, even going, if you have a solution using scanner APIs, you don't need to do put too much effort for that. That's a ready-made solution that you can have in Fabric. Okay. This is where the audit logs are there. So user information and audit log you will get in Admin Center in Purview. This is the domain center, and we'll come to that a little bit later. Don't worry about workloads. What I would like to show up is also on capacity settings, and we'll come that separately. So you see here there are different features available, policies available that you can manage on a tenant level, right? From organizational visuals to organizational themes to workspaces to Fabric identities or even custom branding that you would like to have on an organization basis. Okay, good. Let's move on. Okay, where did it go? Let's move on. So let's go to the next building block, which is the capacity planning and management. Now, Fabric capacities are dedicated compute resources that runs all your artifacts, right? And currently we say it's FSKUs. A lot of your organizations will have PSKUs as well, right? Power BI premium SKUs, or a lot of you might be using trial SKUs as well. Note trial SKUs are given for just exploring Fabric, giving you the opportunity to explore Fabric. The moment your organization decides that yes, we will go ahead with Fabric as a production scenario, we definitely need to move to a PSQ or FSQ. That is one of the biggest point of capacity planning as well. Now, once you know that your data will be productionized, your whole data analytics platform or your Fabric solution will be productionized, you need to ensure that your capacities are sized, right? And how do you do that? We do have a Fabric estimator. We do have a Fabric capacity planning document that's available again in this governance documentation. Once you planned, you need to think about a strategy on how to actually manage your workloads, how you separate your capacity, how you isolate your capacities. You can isolate your capacities, say, geographic region. As I said, to maybe you have data residency requirements. You definitely would like to isolate with respect to your departments. For example, say your sales department and marketing department can share a capacity because their workspaces are light. But say your finance, because it requires very aggressive data loading, it's much more heavier and sometimes it's much more sensitive, right? So that gets a dedicated capacity. Right? You can also separate your capacity with respect to usage patterns. Say my team A runs mainly Power BI, so I don't want my team A runs Power BI, and I don't want my users to be impacted with the background jobs or the workloads or the data ingestion that's running behind the scenes. I don't want that those workloads to impact my end users who are looking at my Power BI reports. So what I do, I segregate it with respect to my workload, saying Power BI gets importance, so I have a dedicated capacity for my Power BI workload. Right. You can organize by operation criticality. Say some of your data loads are important because it goes to your LT. So let's have a smaller capacity for my LT, specifically for those kind of sensitive and important data loads, right? You can separate by different data flow layers. Say, okay, all my data ingestion will be in one capacity. All my data engineering will be in another capacity. But my Power BI is separate again by my data science and AI capabilities will be. So you can do that. It's quite flexible. Yes, there are certain guidelines to be followed, but the capacity isolation for strategy has to be determined before you go productionize. That's one of the best practice. And of course, when you estimate a capacity, say you estimated F64, you definitely have to consider how how much it will grow in future. And then based on that, you should be even ready that if you currently have a reserved instance, can I follow reserved instance up to a certain point of time? If I need more, I will just scale up and go pay as you go. Keep the options open, but of course strategize on how would you like to divide your workloads with respect to different guidelines of it. Right. The next on capacity planning and management is how to manage your current resources. Once you have your capacities planned, when you have you estimated your capacities and you have provisioned your capacities, the next point, how do you manage it? We have given different ways on how to manage it, right? We have given different settings on how to the data science settings, their delegated settings, or how to better manage and control your capacity usage. We have search protection. You can monitor via metrics app. You can adjust some workload limits, right? And of course, sharing these best practices with other colleagues are important. Now, awareness is important. The last point is very, very important, because I know a lot of you might not be capacity admins, right? You would have the question, Swam, I'm not the capacity admin. I'm not the one who actually sets these limits, but how can I influence that? Yes, you can do. Reach out to your capacity admin. Know what actually impacts, which setting of capacity impacts you in terms of, in terms of your workload, in terms of your usage, right? Know what other data sets, or for that matter, what other workloads are running in the same capacity as you are. That's important. How would you know that? You can request your capacity admins to share your metrics app. That way, you can keep a track not only for your workloads, you can also keep a track on what other workloads are actually disturbing you. So, how does that help? That helps even capacity admins, be aware that, okay, my workspace admins or my creators are aware of what's happening with my with my capacity. So I'm better step up and actually be proactive in monitoring, right? So work in alignment with your capacity admins. Very, very important. Right? And of course, there are different settings available to manage cost and experiences. We have auto scale billing for Spark. You can also consider, if you're using Copilot, you want to consider different Copilot capacity. The term is at Fabric Copilot capacity. You can have pause and resume. You can resize capacities, as I mentioned. Even if you have an RI, you can just scale up RI of 64, which is reserved instance, which is prepayment of that reserved of that SKU. You can always scale up, and that would be considered as pay as you go, but you can always scale up. Yes, of course, you can scale out too, right? Have another RI. So, and of course, a lot of capacity planning also includes how do you load balance as well? How do you manage your workloads in a way? Let's say all my workloads run in the night out of business hour, whereas my Power BI runs only during the business hours, right? So those kind of planning is very, very necessary. Let's move on to capacity portal settings a bit so that I can show you how it's done. Now, I don't have Fabric capacity for me. I have we internally still work with Premium. Yeah, that's how it is. But let's go to one of the capacities and just check. So this is just a P1. And there is a capacity usage report. You can see some of the high-level usage reports here. You can have search protection. Now, search protection is very, very interesting. You can control how your background operation, how much your background operation can use. So say your background operations are quite high during the day, and you would like your Power BI users, your interactive usage to be, completed in priority. You can switch it off and say, okay, background operations, you are not allowed to go beyond 50% of my capacity. That's what search protection gives you currently. Of course, notification is important. As a capacity admin, or even if you are, say, a workspace admin, you are allowed to add here to give, which gives you notification, whether your capacity has reached certain percent of the available, or 100%, 80%, say 80 or 90% of your capacity, you will get a notification. You can assign this as Copilot capacity. There's contributor permissions, admin permissions. You have different settings that I was talking about for Power BI workloads. I think this has been there since the initial times of Power BI Premium. And of course, there are data engineering and data science settings. And you can assign workspace to this capacity for load balancing as well. Right. One of the important part of this is the delegated tenant settings. So I told you, right, when in admin portal, we do have certain settings which you can pass on to admin capacity level. So maybe a certain feature, for example, digital twin binder, can be created on a tenant level. However, on a capacity level, I don't want digital twin binder. Say I am finance. I don't need any, say, real-time data or even digital twins of certain plans. I don't want digital twin builder at all. So I will just override it and I will disable it, right? I'll apply. So that means even on a tenant level, digital twin builder is allowed. On my capacity, it's not allowed because I don't have to do anything. This capacity is finance capacity and digital twin builder is not needed. So when I disable this option, I actually manage my resources not to use for digital twin builder at all. So there are different settings even on the audit level, on the Copilot level. You can disable Copilot as well for a certain capacity, right? Perfect. Okay, let's move on. Yeah, that's an important point. I should show you capacity metrics app, chargeback reporting, and surge protection, which I've already showed you. But capacity metric app is something definitely I would like to show you. Give me a moment if I can bring it up. Yeah, so capacity metrics app is very important. A lot of you might have already seen it. Many of you might not, but this is something that this is one of my favorite report, by the way, because in my earlier stint, I was a fabric admin in my earlier stint, and that required constant monitoring. We did not have at that point of time such good reports, but I think the new capacity report provides you an overall and a deep deep level understanding of how your resources are being used. And it's very, very important. Maybe I should do a capacity metrics app session one day. This is very interesting. But at the end of the day, as a capacity admin, you would be able to see how your capacity is doing. But note, when I say capacity admin, I also mean that capacity admin can share this with you, okay? This can be shared, okay? With workspace admins, or for that matter, say domain admins, to actually have a look how their capacities are doing, right? So overall, my capacities are actually green. So they are quite good. I can go to a capacity, go to compute page, and let's see. So, okay, I have a capacity tagged. So I can see this is a capacity which gives me some usage. And I can see the overall usage by time. I can see CU percentage over time. I can see the spikes. The red spikes means the interactive usage, and the blue is the background. When you manage a capacity, it's important that you know there's a concept of smoothing, throttling. Throttling is when what happens when you overconsume a capacity. Smoothing is how we report usage, right? We do not report every spike. We do not, you can see we allow spikes more than 100%. There's 100% of the capacity, this is dotted line, but we do allow more than 100% of capacity. It's important when you are a workspace admin, or even if you're a workload developer, it's important how to know what are the guardrails that your workload is allowed to within a capacity. For example, if you are working with Spark, you would know that there's a capability called bursting in Fabric, which allows you to for your job to consume more than 100%. So there are certain guardrails that's available. I think it's 3x to 12x. So a certain job can take 3 times the available capacity for Spark jobs, and for data warehousing jobs, it's 3x to 12x for data warehousing. For Spark, there's a certain number of cores you can exceed. Okay, so as a workload developer, or if you're a Spark developer, or even if you're working with Fabric Data Warehouse, this is an important thing to know, right? How your capacity works, how your workload contributes to your capacity, and what kind of optimizations you can do, right? You can also look into the storage part of it. And of course, from the compute page, you can deep dive into every interaction, either interactive or background operations that's going on. By the way, if I go to compute page, I would like to show something interesting. So say if I hover on, this is the data set. So this is a data set, right? Item kind is data set. If I hover on this, and this is for 14 days, by the way, you can filter it for 1 day. Sorry, let the tooltip come out. You can see what kind of operations have been done on this data set, right? So there is only query operations here. If you see, this is only the query operations, right? Let's go on a real-time one. I would like to go something else, but okay, fine. But the idea here is you can see your, what are the usage on operation level, right? Either it's querying or refresh on a data set, everything is available. And of course, if you deep dive into the report, you would be able to. So if you see for real time, it's coming event house, uptime. So good. And there is also something called as item history, which has been recently introduced. This is very important, very interesting. You can go down to an item level to understand how much CUs have been consumed by a certain item, right? So item history page gives you an idea of how much CUs you have been using throughout. This gives you this gives you the opportunity to save, opportunity to optimize, opportunity to understand how your workload, how your artifact is impacting the capacity, right? So capacity management is a very important, very, very important point there. Okay, let's move on to our slides. Coming to domain, as I said, domain is a logical boundary, right, where you organize and data and fabric artifacts. Now, every domain has its own set of the admins and contributors, but I mentioned, right, domains are just a logical boundary. It can be with respect to, you can have that boundary with respect to different business areas, different data products, different ownership models, different geos. At the end of the day, this is a layer where you can segregate your artifacts, your workspaces with respect to organizing how you would like to organize your governance, right? Or generally for decentralization of governance, because every domain would have its own governance principle. My sales, I would like to share my sales data with external guys, but I would not like to share my finance data with external vendors. So different domains can have different level of governance, right? So domains give you that capability. Now, before going to the domain settings, let's have a look at how some of the examples, how we can align domains, right? So say I have a tenant, and as I said, capacity and domain can have many-to-many relationships, though I don't think I have shown it here. But one capacity can have more than one domain, and one domain can have more than one capacity. So my finance can be distributed for capacity F64, say, and the dev part can be in F128. So that can be there. So say on the highest level, I have tenant, and then my tenant has one F64 and a F128, and I've divided my domains into finance, HR, supply chain, and there can be subdomains as well, where I can have FP&A, budgeting, reporting, operations, etc., and the talent, compensation for an HR, etc. Right? So I am having this ownership clarity. I'm aligning my businesses with respect to different domains and subdomains, and that's how I know that okay, my ownership lies with the finance domain. Ownership lies with the finance guys. HR domain ownership lies with the HR guys. And of course, the discoverability is also would be very clear, right? It's quite a stable structure as well. Now you can have like with respect to different verticals in your organization, functional domains. You can have with respect to different product or projects. For example, say an FMCG company would have domains with respect to health, beauty, food, admin. For that matter, you can have with respect to different geos as well, right? Similar to how you can have the capacities. But there's a very clear, crystal clear difference between domains and capacities. For capacities, you're sharing compute, right? However, domain is mainly for governance. It's not sharing compute at all, right? So I can have EMEA, which can have workloads from 3 different capacities, but I have this EMEA domain for my governance purposes, for my control purpose, for my cataloging purposes, for my discoverability purposes, right? Okay, and of course, you can have a mixed strategy as well. So I can have with respect to geo, and then divide from the geo. I can have subdomains with respect to different verticals, and then sub verticals, etc. So domains gives you that capability to actually govern. Very important. A lot of people get confused about, I can divide capacity. I can have different capacity strategy. Why would I need domain? There's a very crystal clear differentiation between the two. Okay, let's have a quick look at this at my admin settings, at my domain settings as well. So let's go to domains, and you can see I have different domains already. Let me see if I have different subdomains. Yes. So I have different subdomains as well. Okay. So this is Power BI, India, Africa, etc. So I can have different tags with those subdomains. I have different domain settings as well. Okay. Sorry. And with that settings, I can set up admins, I can set up some contributors and some of the delegated settings, for example, information protection, export and sharing. These are very important because I think these are the two most important settings required for governance. And while I am able to create domains here, the main capability of domain is when I move to One Lake Catalog. Right? One Lake Catalog is one-stop shop for all your governance needs. Right? So I think recently in FabCon, we announced something called as Govern. This would be coming soon, but this is how it is for now. So I have all domains, right? But I know that out of 10 domains that I had in my admin settings, I have only access to these 3. So there is one monitoring domain where I can see only monitoring based stuff. I have a domain which is retail sales, which is this, and another is sales APAC, where I have all my this is my domain, so I know all my stuff created should be here in this domain. And when I create on one of this, it will give me capability of understanding the overview, understanding the date updated, etc. And all the details available. For example, the lineage details. For example, the permissions I can set up from here. Right? I should also go to secure, and note I am in domain. I am in domain level. Right? I'm not talking about, so you might not have access to all the domain, but you can have access to one particular domain, which will help you to govern that specific domain. Say I'm from finance. I'm only securing and governing those artifacts which are finance related, right? Perfect. So there you go. So I can secure it. All my workspaces are here with respect to different workspaces. I can filter, etc. So while you set up domain settings in behavior in your settings, where you can, once you give those access, the governance has to be done from the One Lake Catalog part. Okay. Good. There you go. And the last part is the workspace, the last level of structuring the data estate is on workspace. Workspace is, again, a logical container like domain is, but the difference between domain and workspace is specifically for items, right? You can have data isolation with workspace. You can have security and access control for workspace. And of course, it's a scale unit for you to, for that matter. It can just not be a scale unit. It can be an implementation unit, as in one project, one workspace. Right? And you have, when you have one project, one workspace, it's so easy to use task flows where you can have all the artifacts related to that project and create that whole flow of data with respect to the implementation, right? Okay. So now you have tenant, you have capacity, you have domain, subdomains for governance, and workspace for all your access control. Now your workspace can be designed, say, you can have single capacity, single domain, and single workspace. where inside the workspace you have, you can ingest, process, store, analyze, serve one big project. But this is not very scalable, isn't it? It's for smaller projects, fine. But for, I think in most of the cases, it's better to segregate into multiple workspace within a shared capacity where you know that, okay, my level of, while I am providing my 3 projects are working under the same capacity. 3 projects will belong to finance are working under the same capacity. I need to have different workspace to manage different security control or access control boundary, right? And of course, there are multiple workspace with different capacities as well. I think it. I would like to answer some questions. That's why I'm just skipping one slide here. I would like to end the session with some of the key points that I wanted to establish throughout the session. Right. When you structure a data estate with Microsoft Fabric, we start with a strong foundation. We understand that one Fabric tenant, one organization means one Fabric tenant, one lake. We need to have clear tenant level policies. We need to have clear admin roles. We need to have clear guardrails with respect to different features that we are enabling. Right. We also need to strengthen our capacity allocation or isolation, have a clear capacity strategy in terms of what SKUs we are estimating, what workloads we are isolating it to, what regions are we would like to have our capacities. We continuously monitor those capacity usage. We just not monitor, we optimize it regularly. This is not a one-time process. It's iterative. You go back, optimize, monitor, and then optimize, monitor, optimize. That's one of the basics of how you strengthen your capacity management there. You organize around domain. You say that, okay, my the way how I organize, how I put up governance in my organizations is through domain, where I segregate with respect to different teams, with respect to different verticals, geos, and can have different domain admins to manage their own domains rather than as a capacity admin or Fabric admin doing it, right? And of course, last but not the least, it's the workspace planning and management. You do workspace planning where you understand that collaboration is what I do with workspaces, right? Where I share, I collaborate with my external users, I collaborate with my internal users. How do I set my access control with respect to that? Do I share the whole workspace? Do I make him an admin? Or do I just give him workspace item level access? Or just give access to the org apps, right? Very, very important points. Okay, that's all. That's what I wanted to share today. I think, thank you so much for this opportunity to speak. Let's take some questions last 6 minutes that we have. Okay, I did see a question. Okay, so just going from the first. I see if we have a domain like .com and .in that what see such a so domains in Fabric doesn't mean .com .in. It means say on a higher level, it's like a folder where you segregate. Is what you do in your laptop. You segregate with respect to different folders, right? One folder is for your team, one folder is for your personal stuff, one folder is for your learning stuff. Domain generally means, segregating your artifacts with respect to certain categories. A domain in Fabric case does not mean .com or .in. I'm not sure what was the question, but I think the concept of domain is different.
No. In our organization, we have 2 different groups. One is managed by .in and another managed by .com. So one is for the India region, one is for some other region.
Okay, so that means you have 2 different tenants.
Yeah.
Right? Yep, 2 different tenants. I understand there would definitely be a reasoning behind that, right? There are certain data which can be shared globally. That's
Yeah.
how.com. And maybe there are certain requirements on, some certain banks do have that requirement. Say, RBI has mandated that all the finance related data has to be in India region. That might be with your in .in domain. Yeah, for that, while I suggest it has to be, it should be one Fabric, one lake, but because there are two domains, there can be two one lake as well. Or there has to be a multi-tenant architecture, having one Fabric, one lake, and there has to be cross-tenant data flow.
So cross-tenant data flow is possible.
It is possible. Yes, there is multi-tenant architecture available for Fabric. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. I can share the link if I can. But yeah, let's take the other question while I search for it too. Okay, next question is, why should we restructure our data set for Fabric instead of continuing with Databricks and Synapse? Now, if you're asking me why should I use Fabric, I think Fabric is unified, right? For Databricks, and I am quite sure Databricks is quite good. I know that Databricks is quite good. I have used Databricks. I have used Synapse too. But the question here is, I see what you have mentioned here is why to use Fabric rather than Databricks and Synapse. Fabric has its own advantages. Databricks is just a data engineering platform. Yes, it's evolving with new features. What we provide with Fabric, we haven't done anything new with Fabric. The technology is, the underlying technology is not new, right? We are using Azure Data Factory. We are using ADLS Gen 2. We are using Power BI, which was there since 10 years, which we are using Dataflow Gen 2. We are using Synapse dedicated pull and Fabric data warehouse. So the underlying technology hasn't changed, but the outlook has changed. With past systems, we saw that there is so much time and effort required and spent on provisioning, being PaaS as architecture. We are providing a SaaSified, unified platform where everything can be done all together. You don't need to think about which resources should I put, how much should I put, because you're using one single capacity to run any kind of workload. So if the question is why should I use Fabric? Fabric has its own advantages because it's SaaSified, unified. It reduces the time to scale. It reduces the time to deployment. Now, why should you restructure? Restructure your data because of governance, because of compliance. That's why you need to restructure. That is irrespective of any technology. You need to restructure your data in Databricks, even for that matter, in Synapse, even. So I hope I've answered your question. Why not keep everything in a single Fabric workspace? Yes, it's feasible. If your scale is small, you can keep everything in Fabric workspace. There is a slide where I've mentioned single workspace having everything. Yes, but then that would restrict you in terms of collaboration. That would restrict you in terms of, say, noisy neighbor. That would restrict you in terms of governance. You need to share that specific data set with n set of people, right? With finance people, with the same set of data you have to set with HR people, with external vendors as well. How would you do that? How would you create clear guardrails around sharing it with different set of users? That's where keeping everything in single Fabric workspace is not recommended. That's where you need to segregate so that your collaboration pathway is much more easier and correct and compliant, right? And the third question is, how do we align Fabric architecture? Perfect. Perfect. Thank you so much. I'll just answer.
Yeah, hi, Amitji. Nandan didn't join it, Amitji. Okay. Okay. Yeah, Nandan has joined the call. Yeah, hi Nandan.
Hello.
Welcome back. Just a second, Sophie.
Okay. Hello all. A very good afternoon to you all. Thank you for joining this call on accelerating data access and integration with shortcuts and mirroring in Microsoft Fabric. Before we proceed, a little bit about myself. I am Nandan Hegde. I work as the head of data at Synapse organization. I am a trainer in Data Sharks and Cloud Labs. I am a 3 times Microsoft Data Platform MVP, a Microsoft Fabric super user, and an Azure Committee champion. You all can reach out to me via my Twitter or my LinkedIn profile. Now, enough about myself, and let's move on to the main crux, that is Microsoft Fabric. So those who are new to Microsoft Fabric, I'll take 1 minute of the session to explain, to give you all a gist of what Microsoft Fabric is. So Microsoft Fabric is basically a software as a service tool designed by Microsoft that provides end-to-end analytics and data platform that covers everything, right from data movement, data transformations, data storage, real-time intelligence analytics, and machine learning, and all in one platform. So it's basically designed for enterprises organization that requires a one unified solution. So one can consider Microsoft Fabric as one-stop shop for everything, from data engineering, data storage, data analytics, and real-time intelligence as well. So what are the challenges that we see today, day to day, on the basis of data related aspects? First is, for major organizations, they have data, their data spread across different sources. Let's consider one organization. Within that organization, there are multiple data divisions like finance, HR, marketing, etc. Now, marketing team have their own data sources like Adobe Analytics, Google Analytics, Facebook, LinkedIn. Finance team have their own aspects. Most of them are Excel. Some are third-party vendor tools like Anaplan, Cognos for budgeting and forecasting purposes. HR domain have their own set of tools, or they have to work with external recruiting teams, vendors, wherein they have their own systems. So, data is spread across different sources and are in silos. And then there is duplication of data during integration. Imagine that one team has to do end-to-end analysis with respect to what is the expense for next year. The expense is directly related to the headcount within the organization, which is HR domain data. It is based on marketing, how much marketing team wants to invest for the next year's marketing with respect to licensing and other aspect. So everything is correlated. But then for the analytics aspect, during integration aspect, I have to duplicate the data from one location to another location. And then there is latency between data being available at the source to data being available at the reporting layer. And because the data is getting duplicated, the process while duplicating the data, that in turn increases the latency, increases the storage cost and the compute cost. And also, just to copy that data from one source to another source, I have to create complex jobs, pipelines, ETL pipelines, depending on leveraging different tools or technologies like Azure Data Factory pipelines, SSIS, Databricks, etc. So, for one simple requirement of end analytics, because the data are in silos, it leads to multiple complications. So that's where the concept of mirroring and shortcut in Microsoft Fabric comes in. But before we deep dive into that, one aspect that helps you all understand the shortcut and mirroring is the concept of one lake in Microsoft Fabric. One lake can be considered as the logical storage layer within the entire Microsoft Fabric at a tenant level that provides one way to access all the data across your tenant. Meaning, within a tenant, there can be only one lake, and that would have the whoever has access would be able to access all the data as long as he has the necessary authentication and authorization to access all the data that is present within the one lake. One lake in the back end can be considered as a data lake equivalent and physically in terms of Azure Data Lake Storage Gen 2 itself. Now, can everyone go on mute if possible? Now, within one lake, Microsoft provides a feature called shortcut. So, one lake can be considered as Microsoft's advanced data lake concept with an additional feature functionality called shortcuts. Now, what are shortcuts? Basically, this diagram represents what shortcuts are. So this is your one lake. One lake hosts the data that is physically present within your tenant in Microsoft Fabric. So within Fabric, you have multiple workspaces. Every workspace would have its own set of components like Lakehouse, Warehouse, Power BI reports, etc. And these do preserve data. So the union of data across all workspaces is present in your one lake. Now, as I said, as an organization, I might have my data spread across different systems. Correct? Like most of the organizations who are within Microsoft environment use Dynamic 365 or Microsoft 365 system. And this underlying source of Dynamics 365 is Dataverse. So most of your finance or CRM data is within Dataverse itself. And Dataverse and Fabric are two of the major Microsoft ecosystem, and they are themselves in silos. So, and similar is the case with external systems like Google Cloud Platform or Amazon S3 bucket. And there are more such aspects. So shortcuts are a functionality within Microsoft Fabric that aligns to the concept of data virtualization. Now, what does data virtualization mean? It means that one can access the data that is present in some of the external sources within Microsoft Fabric without having the need to physically replicate that data from that system into Microsoft Fabric. Meaning, I am able to virtually query the data or leverage the data that is present in these external systems from within Microsoft Fabric without having the need to physically duplicate the data. Since I am able to query the data which is physically present here without having to duplicate the data, I am able to query the data in near real time. It reduced the efforts of data duplication. And since there was no data duplication required, there is no latency involved between the data being available and in the source, the data being available at the reporting end. There are certain aspects pertaining to that, which we'll discuss eventually. So shortcuts are a way of data virtualization within Microsoft Fabric or OneLake. So in case if I have to say, shortcuts provide direct access to the data without having the need to copy them. So it creates a unified view across OneLake and external storage. And since there is no need to copy the data, it eliminates the need of redundancy and in turn accelerates the integration aspect. So now let's take a look with respect to, let's take a practical look with respect to what shortcuts are. Now shortcuts can be created within something called as Lakehouse or Event House. For our simplicity, we'll work on the Lakehouse. So what is Lakehouse? So Lakehouse is basically another storage layer within Microsoft Fabric, which is the physical data lake equivalent within Microsoft Fabric. What do you mean by data lake? Data lake is a generic terminology in the data world that helps you preserve any type of data, be it structured data, semi-structured data, or unstructured data. And those who are familiar with what Azure Data Lake Storage or Azure Blob Storage in Azure is, one can consider Lakehouse to be equivalent of that. So now let me go to a Lakehouse. Now, within Lakehouse, you have a way to create shortcuts. Either I can click on Get Data New Shortcut, or I can create at the table section or the file section on creating the corresponding shortcuts. Now, why do I have a table layer shortcut and a file layer shortcut? It depends upon the type of the underlying data on which we are trying to access. What do I mean by that? In Microsoft Fabric, whatever physical data that we preserve in the form of tables, the underlying data is in the form of delta parquet. Meaning, Microsoft preserves the underlying data in the form of delta parquet files itself. What do I mean by that? Let me show you what we mean by the underlying data. Let me go to a Lakehouse. Within this Lakehouse, I have a table called Delta table. Now, in case if I click on the ellipsis and click on the view files, basically, though I am able to query the table, the underlying data is in the form of delta parquet files. So those who are not familiar with what delta parquet file is a form of columnar file format wherein data is in the form of column aspect, whereas delta is an advanced form of parquet file wherein you do preserve the transactions with respect to what changes are happening, insert, update, or whatever CRUD operations are happening. It preserves the transactions for those corresponding instances. So Microsoft Fabric, in whatever table data it preserves in the form of delta parquet. So imagine that if you want to virtually read a data that is physically present in the form of delta parquet, That's where you can create a shortcut at the table. But imagine if you want to create a shortcut to some other type of files like CSV files or text files, Excel files. So that's where, or images or any unstructured file or any other file other than Delta Parquet, that's where the shortcut at the file layer comes in. So now let's go ahead and understand how to create a shortcut and what shortcuts are. So let me go ahead and create a shortcut. In order for me to create a shortcut, click on the 3 ellipses or click on get data and a new shortcut. So now I'll click on new shortcut. This would launch a shortcut wizard. Now there are 2 different sources to leverage shortcuts. One is the internal sources, meaning all the sources within Microsoft OneLake, or external sources. Now the question comes is, as I said, OneLake is the epitome of your tenant with respect to data management. Whatever data is present within your fabric, within your corresponding tenant, that entire data is present within the OneLake. So then, why would I need to read the data from OneLake into another, from one system within that OneLake to another system within that OneLake? As I said, OneLake is at the entire tenant level, but you might not have access to all the workspaces managing that data. So in that case, let's consider a scenario. HR team have their own workspace of data, finance team have their own workspace of data. HR team would have data pertaining to the headcount within the organization. Now that data is needed by the finance team. Now finance team do not have access to the entire workspace, but both the workspace union is present within the OneLake. So that's where from within the finance workspace, I can virtually read the data that is present in the HR workspace. So these are shortcuts. These are the sources within OneLake for the shortcuts. But then there are external systems as well. As of today, the external sources are limited. These are the systems sources that Microsoft Fabric supports for shortcuts as of today. That is Amazon S3 Bucket, Amazon Azure Blob Storage, Azure Data Lake Storage Gen 2, Dataverse, Google Cloud Platform. These are all publicly available or general available. Whereas SharePoint folder and OneDrive are in public preview, which was announced during Microsoft Ignite couple of weeks back. So now let's take a look with respect to shortcuts on the internal source and the external source. First, let's explore the external source. So imagine that I have a data within my Azure Blob Storage. I have to access that data within the within my Lakehouse. So for that, I'll select Azure Blob Storage. Now I have to connect to a corresponding Azure Blob Storage. So for that, I'll create a connection. Now in that connection, I need to provide the storage account name. What type of authentication do I want to access it to? Do I want to access it via workspace? Sorry? Okay. Do I have to access it via service principal authentication, access key, my personal account, etc.? Depending upon that, I can select the necessary type of authentication. But in this case, I'll proceed with an existing connection itself that I've already built. I already have connected to a storage account called Copilot Blob Storage. When I click on next, now I'm accessing the corresponding folders within that. So when I expand this, I can see that there are multiple folders within that. Now you all can see that within this folder, there are 3 files. There's a text file, there is a log extension files. So now I can select the corresponding folder and click on next. Now, if I have to do certain types of transformations, what I mean by transformations. Now within that Copilot folder, you saw there was one text file, salescustomer.txt, correct? Now, for whatever text files are present within that folder, Microsoft Fabric provides a way wherein you can do some transformations, some AI transformations, like you can do translations, summarization, PII detections, etc. But in this case, I don't want to go with any transformations. I want to simply, I'll discuss transformations later. For now, I simply want to create a shortcut. So I'll skip this shortcut creation. I can rename this to any name that I want. And then I'll create a shortcut. Now, you all can see that something called rename got created. But then the underlying data in the underlying source, while shortcut creation was not in the form of delta parquet. Hence, it would still remain unidentified because this process is trying to understand whether the underlying data is in the form of delta parquet or not. Now, you can see that unable to identify these objects as tables because they are not in delta parquet. So it is asking me to move them into the file section. Hence, I'll move this shortcut to the file section. And that's where this shortcut came in now. Now, I can access the underlying text file. Or I can even access the underlying log file that is present. Does it mean that this is physically present here? No, this data is physically present in the Azure Blob Storage itself. I am virtually referencing the data that is present in the Azure Blob Storage. Now, I can even create shortcuts on the table layer itself. So now, if you see here, so now we saw accessing external source. And since the external source was not in the delta parquet file, I had to move it into the file section. And still I'm able to access all the files, all the unstructured files or different structured files. Now let me go ahead and create a shortcut to an internal source, Microsoft Lake. OneLake. Now within OneLake, I can create shortcuts to all the data sources, be it to a Lakehouse, be it a mirror database. Mirror database is what I'll discuss later. Warehouse, etc. So now I have to access the shortcut Lakehouse. So I'll select the corresponding shortcut Lakehouse and click on next. Now within shortcut Lakehouse, I want to map to this delta table. I want to read the data that is present in this delta table. So I'll click on next. I can rename this delta new 14. And I'll click on create. So now it's creating a shortcut. But now let's take a look with respect to the difference between a shortcut and a physical table. So let me zoom in a little. Let's focus on the symbol here. Now the table that is present here has a table visual with a triangle at the bottom, delta symbol. Correct? But now let's take a look with respect to the same aspect in the delta 14 new that got created. Can you see a symbol at the left top corner? This represents that this is a shortcut table and not a physical table. And now in case if I click on this shortcut, it would load to me whatever data is actually present in this corresponding delta table. So this data would now be visible here. 103, 103 broad. So this is the benefit of shortcut, wherein rather than physically moving the data from one workspace to another workspace or from external sources into Fabric ecosystem, I can virtually reference that data into my corresponding ecosystem for analytics purposes. So a simple aspects of click helped me bring in that data virtually. Now, does that mean that I have to physically or manually do it by clicking on these aspects? No. Microsoft does provide some REST APIs via which you can automate it and create these shortcuts by coding rather than manually creating it. Now, let's take a look with respect to some of the properties. If I click on the three ellipses, if I click on the properties, I can see that this is a actual delta managed table itself with the relative path. But now in case for the corresponding shortcut table, if I click on the properties, I can see that this is a shortcut type in OneLake and this is the corresponding source of that shortcut itself. And this is visible from this symbol itself. So now there were two aspects that we saw. When I was creating a shortcut to an external system, I had to create a connection. But while creating a shortcut within OneLake system, there was no connection needed. It only provided me a drop down of the objects within the OneLake. Now, does that mean that all the objects that are present within the OneLake would be visible? The answer to that is no. You would be able to create shortcuts to the sources within the OneLake only to which you have access to. So what does this mean? So now let's understand the concept of authentication and authorization while leveraging the shortcuts. So, and Abhishek has a question that how about if the external data has a data security? So that's where I'll discuss this concept of authentication and authorization. So now let me open a notepad and explain the difference between authentication and authorization between these two aspects. So now let's state that I have a workspace 1. Within that workspace, I have a Lakehouse 1 and I have a database 1. Now within this workspace 1, I have user 1 who has access. Now I create another workspace, workspace 2. Within that workspace, I grant two users access, user 1 and user 2. Now, within this workspace 2, I create another Lakehouse, Lakehouse 2. Now and this Lakehouse 2, let's say was created by user 1 himself. And this is a very critical aspect on who created that Lakehouse or who owns that Lakehouse. I'll come to that concept a little later, why that becomes important. And then let's say that in Azure, I have a storage account that contains a file. Now, let's go with the scenario that user 2 logs in into the corresponding workspace and logs in within this Lakehouse 2. And then he tries to create a shortcut to the corresponding storage account within this Lakehouse. And while creating the shortcut, he had to create a connection. And within that connection, he authenticated to the storage account via the access key. So in that case, since the user connected to the storage account via the access key that has admin access on the storage account, whoever has access within this Lakehouse would be able to access all the data that is present within the storage account, because now the storage account connectivity from this Lakehouse is happening not via their personal accounts. It's happening via the connection that got created via the access key. So basically, whenever any user is now accessing the shortcut that we created to the storage account, he or she is authenticating to that storage account not via their personal accounts, but authenticating via the connection that got created. And since that connection was created via the access key, all the authentication is happening via the access key. So in that case, I'll have the entire access on the storage account. But remember, shortcut is a read-only mechanism. Meaning I can read the data from storage account within the Lakehouse, but I cannot write back any data within the storage account. This is the authentication aspect and authorization aspect for external sources. This is pretty simple because connection is the one that the whatever aspect is within the connection, the authentication and the authorization, every user is accessing it via that itself. So authentication and authorization for external sources happens via the connection that gets created. Pretty simple. But now what about the internal sources? That's where there are some challenges that would come across, and let's understand those. Now, with respect to internal sources, when I was trying to create a shortcut to the internal sources, I didn't had any option of creating a connection. Correct? So now let's take a scenario wherein user 2 logs in and tries to select Microsoft OneLake internal sources. He or she won't be able to see anything because user 2 only has access to this workspace and does not have access to this workspace. So user 2 won't be able to see any additional OneLake systems. So he won't be able to create any shortcut to internal sources. But now let's switch off from user 2 to user 1. So now let's say that user 1 logs into workspace 2 and logs in within this Lakehouse 2. And in case Lakehouse 2, one can consider Lakehouse 2 equivalent to the target Lakehouse in which I was trying to create the shortcuts. Correct? Now let me go back to my notepad. So now user 1, let's say, clicks on Microsoft OneLake internal source while creating the shortcuts. So at that time, he would be able to see Lakehouse 1 and database 1 because he has access to these sources as well within the OneLake. So now let's say that he creates a shortcut within Lakehouse 2 to a table in Lakehouse 1. In that case, user 1 would be able to access the data that is present in Lakehouse 1. So my question to you all is, would user 2 be able to access the data that is present in Lakehouse 1 or the shortcut that was created by user 1? Would user 2 be able to access that data? Yes or no? Any thoughts? Meaning, let's say that if I have to repeat this in terms of the practical demo that we did, let's say that user 1 has access to the LH target workspace and the shortcut target workspace. And then user 1 created a shortcut delta new 14 mapping to delta table in shortcut workspace. But user 2 has only access on this workspace and does not have access to this workspace nor the Lakehouse within that workspace. So in this scenario, would user 2 be able to read this data via shortcuts? Yes or no? Any thoughts? Team, you can provide answers, correct? Let's make it interactive.
I think it can access because the user 2 is having the workspace 2 level permissions. So when it is imported as a shortcut from other workspace within the same tenant, so he should have the access to the shortcut because he has the permission at the workspace level 2.
Would anyone else like to try some opportunity? Or have some different answer or thought process pertaining to that?
Because we are giving access to shortcuts, I think we can access.
Okay. So that's where the difference comes in between external shortcuts and internal shortcuts, correct? As I said, within external shortcuts, everyone would be able to access because authentication is not happening via my personal, via the user's logged in account, but via the connection via the authentication authorization hosted within that connection. So your personal account is getting bypassed via that connection. But the authentication and authorization with respect to internal shortcuts differs. It leverages two concepts, and that's where we'll take a look. So even though user 2 has admin access within this workspace wherein the shortcut was created, but since the user didn't had the access within the source data from where the shortcut was created, in case if the user clicks on the corresponding shortcut, for him, he or she would get an error stating that you do not have access to the underlying data. So now in case if the user clicks on the view file sections, user 1 would be able to see the underlying files because he has access to the underlying files within the one link. But for user 2, this would error out. So user 2 won't be able to access the underlying files nor the UI view or the table view, because the table view or the underlying file section authenticates via your personal account itself. And since your personal account, or when I say your, meaning the user 2, since the user 2's personal account does not have access to the underlying source data, he or she won't be able to see that data. But then there's a catch. He or she won't be able to see the data in the file view or the table view. But within the Lakehouse provides two formats. One is the Lakehouse view and another is the SQL Analytics endpoint view. Correct? So, in case if the user 2 logs in to this Lakehouse via the SQL Analytics endpoint view, and if he or she queries the data, select all from. Now, if you can see, I can query the shortcuts via the corresponding SQL Analytics endpoint view as well. Correct. So I can query these tables, select all from Delta, so whenever anyone queries from the SQL Analytics endpoint view, the authentication is not happening via your personal account. The authentication is happening via the owner of the endpoint view. What I mean by that is, let me go to my workspace level. Whenever anyone creates any object, correct? There is an owner associated with that. As of now, there is an account called Takeover, which is the owner of this, Lakehouse. So, whoever creates the corresponding Lakehouse is the owner, and the SQL Analytics endpoint, whoever is executing any query via SQL Analytics endpoint, the authentication is happening via the owner account and not via your personal account. What I mean by that is, imagine if I go to the settings, I can take over this from the takeover account to my personal account, which is the Data Sharks account via which I have logged in. So now the owner of this Lakehouse is Nandan. So now let's take a scenario that, as I said in my notebook, in the earlier scenario, the Lakehouse 2 was created by user 1. So even if user 2 does not have access on the shortcut, if he or she queries the data from the SQL Analytics endpoint view, user 2 would still be able to access that data. Why? Because the authentication is happening via user 1, the owner of the Lakehouse 2. But then let's say that user 2 logs in into this workspace and takes over this Lakehouse. So now, since user 2 became the owner of this Lakehouse, now the authentication would happen via user 2 account, irrespective if user 1 tries to query the data from SQL Analytics endpoint or user 2. And since user 2 himself does not have access to the underlying source, the SQL Analytics endpoint query would fail both for user 1 and user 2. So that's how authentication and authorization works within shortcuts for internal sources. So I'll repeat again. Authentication and authorization within shortcuts for internal sources in the SQL Analytics endpoint works based on the owner of that corresponding component. Whereas the authentication and authorization in the Lakehouse table view and the view file aspect, the authentication and authorization happens via the account that's trying to access it rather than via the owner account. This is the major difference between authentication and authorization for internal sources and external sources. So one has to be very careful while creating this shortcut and understand the data governance aspect. Imagine that if I do not want to give anyone access, if my requirement was, can you all see? The query failed because access is denied on the table. Why? Because the authentication, the takeover account does not have access to the underlying delta table. Hence, since the Lakehouse was initially configured via that account, it failed. But then since I have taken over it, it takes some time. Now it might fail again. Why? Because it takes some time within Microsoft Fabric to clear that cache. But after some time, if I execute this query again, I'll be able to see the data that I'm able to see here. Understood? Even though I was able to see the delta table data within the front end view, I was not able to query it because the endpoint was configured by an account that does not have access. Hence, I got that error that you do not have access to the underlying data. This is the authentication and authorization within the internal sources within Microsoft Fabric. Now, there is another aspect that I'll cover quickly is with respect to transformations. Now, as I said, in case if my underlying data is in the form of text file itself, Microsoft Fabric does provide certain flexibility with respect to doing the necessary transformations. So now let's take an example that I have a shortcut. Sorry, my fault. I have a folder within the storage account that has a text file. Correct? If I click on next, and I can even show what that file is. First, let's edit it. Shortcut AI blob 14. Now, when I click on create, it's automatically launching the wizard. It didn't provide me the AI transformations because I didn't select the corresponding text file. Whereas in the earlier scenario, when we had seen, I was able to select the corresponding text file. So now let me create a new shortcut. Azure Blob Storage. Select the existing connections. Within Copilot, I have a corresponding text file. Let me select it. Now within AI transformations, what I can do is, let's say that if my underlying language is in the form of different languages, I want to translate everything into a common aspect. I can use the AI translate functionality. And in which language do I want to translate it? Let's say that I want to translate everything into English. So I'll select the necessary aspect, and then it would transform the necessary aspect. I can create the shortcut. So now what that does is, earlier imagine that even for simple aspect I had to create complicated cognitive services to do the necessary transformations. Correct? But now with a simple aspect, Microsoft Fabric takes care of this based on some UI aspect. So in case if I have to show an example, it takes time to do that AI transformation. So let me show one that is already translated. Correct? Let me take an example here. Since we are at the time, shortcut AI transformations. The text file got converted into Delta Parquet, and I'll be able to see the necessary transformations. So this is my original data wherein I have printed hello in all the different languages, Kannada, Sanskrit, Germany, etc. And pertaining to Namaste, I'm able to see the translations. This got translated to hello. This got translated to hello. So translate aspect, and similarly there are different transformations with respect to summarization and other aspects. So a simple UI driven aspect, I'm able to auto do some inbuilt AI transformations without having the need on some explicit coding aspect. And eventually Microsoft Fabric intends to increase its functionality from text file to other file types as well, which is in preview as of today, private previews. So now this is with respect to shortcuts. Now let's move on to the next concept called mirroring. Now imagine that, as I said, shortcuts are, you are virtually querying the data. But imagine you have to join multiple data across multiple different virtual tables. Definitely there would be some performance issues, correct? Because imagine I have one table from storage account, one table from OneLake, one table from Dataverse. Imagine I have to combine, merge all these data, and the data across these sources are in millions rather than some minor thousands. So if I have to do some data analysis on this, I have to join, there would be some performance issues. Though you can enable cache at the shortcut level at the storage workspace settings, but imagine that your data is changing very frequently at the source. So it becomes difficult to provide a good performance. So at that time, you have to replicate that data from the source into Fabric ecosystem for a quicker analysis. So mirroring, as the name suggests, mirrors or copies the data from your external sources into your Fabric ecosystem in near real time. So it physically copies the data. So it keeps analytics in sync with your source system. There are three types of mirroring that Microsoft Fabric supports. One is database mirroring, wherein your entire database would be replicated. Then there is metadata mirroring. In metadata mirroring, Microsoft Fabric only mirrors the metadata and not the real data. And the classic example for that is Azure Databricks Unity Catalog. Why? Because in Azure Databricks, the underlying data is already in the form of Delta Parquet. Hence, what Microsoft Fabric does is it mirrors the metadata and based on that creates shortcuts to that underlying data, wherein you can directly refer rather than creating physical duplication of that data. And then there is something called as open mirroring. Now, what is open mirroring and database mirroring? Let's take a look with respect to that, the practical. So now, let me go to another simple workspace. So when I click on new item, if I search for something called as mirror, there are different mirrorings that are available. I can mirror a Azure Cosmos database, Azure Postgre database in Azure. Azure Databricks Unity Catalog is the second type of mirroring, wherein metadata. Azure SQL database and these databases. These are the database mirroring aspect. Mirrored Azure Databricks catalog is the second, metadata mirroring. And then there's a third option called mirror database. Now, mirror database is basically a way for me to mirror the data from any external system other than the one that Microsoft Fabric has already provided into Fabric ecosystem. Now, what is the benefit of mirroring? Correct. Why would one like to mirror it in the form of mirrored database? We'll take a look once we set up a mirroring of an Azure SQL database. So now, first let's mirror a database. So for now, I have selected an Azure SQL database. In order for me to mirror, I can select an Azure SQL database and then I can create a connection to that. But since I already have a connection to this delete DB, correct, created. So I'll leverage that itself. So I'll select the deleted DB connection. Now here, one of the requirement to mirror is the server on which the database is hosted. I need to enable the managed identity for that. What I mean by that is, if I go to this server, there is an option called identity. I need to enable this functionality. When we enable this, a unique ID gets created for that corresponding server in the Azure Active Directory, or what we now call as Entra ID. And then the second requirement is the database should not be in basic tier. And in case if it is in standard tier, it should have more than 100 DTU. That's the minimum requirement for mirroring. Now, in mirroring, I can copy the data, I can mirror all the tables, or I can explicitly select the specific set of tables that I want to mirror into the ecosystem. As of today, there are some limitations with respect to mirroring. Can you see here? There's a warning symbol. There are some data types. Basically, mirroring does not support user-defined data types, geography data type, geometry data type, etc. that is supported in the Azure SQL database itself. Though Microsoft plans to enable the support for these data types in future, but as of today, it's not available. So those columns that have those unique data types won't be mirrored, but other than that, other data types would be mirrored. I can explicitly select which tables I want to mirror into my Fabric ecosystem, or I can select all. And then I can imagine that I have selected all. And in future, if I add any new table within the database, if I have to automatically mirror it, I can select this property. Now I have explicitly selected these three tables. And if I click on connect, what database name do I have to provide? I want to provide delete mirror 14. And now this would create a mirror database. Now what it is doing is it's creating a mirror database. For every mirror database, it creates a SQL analytics endpoint and then starts creating a replication from that Azure SQL database into my corresponding Fabric ecosystem. So now if you see, the mirroring has started, meaning it is trying to replicate the data from my Azure SQL database into my Fabric mirror database.
Up till now, to interrupt. Time check, last 5 minutes.
Agree. Thank you. So now I have established the connection. Now it's trying to replicate that data. The replication is in progress. And as of now, no data has yet landed. So now let's take a look into this after some time. So this is Azure SQL DB mirroring, wherein rather than creating any complex ETL process, just creating two connections between the source and the Fabric, I am automatically able to synchronize the data from my Azure SQL database into Fabric in near real time. Now you all can see, correct? I selected three tables. There are three tables that are coming here, but the rows have yet not been replicated. It's 0. So it would take some time to replicate all the data from the corresponding Azure SQL database into Fabric. And eventually, this is a one-time full replication. Now imagine when I make certain changes in the source tables, after a span of 1 minute, the data would automatically become available here as well, the updated version of the data, because it works on the concept of change data enablement capture aspect. So based on those changes, those delta synchronization happens, thereby reducing the pressure on the source system. Now, why would one do mirroring? The benefit of mirroring is, now whatever data is getting copied from the Azure SQL database into Fabric, Microsoft is not charging anything for the storage cost as long as the capacity is in online state. Meaning, for the capacity, basically Microsoft provides SKUs 2, 4, 8, 16, etc. For every SKU, Microsoft provides 1 TB free storage. So for 2 FSKU, there is 2 TB of free storage that Microsoft Fabric provides as long as the capacity is in online state. So I'm not being charged for the underlying storage. And when the synchronization happening, there is no capacity being utilized of the corresponding Fabric capacity that I have. It's on the source itself that the corresponding capacity is being utilized. So now you can see, correct, 762 row got replicated, 295 row got replicated. Now, if I go ahead and query the corresponding tables in the corresponding mirror database, I'll be able to see the underlying data as well. But these are physical data that got replicated. And if I have to configure replication for new sources, I can explicitly come on the configure replication aspect and select the remaining tables that I want to replicate. So this is the benefit of mirroring. So shortcut mirroring physically replicates the data from your external sources into OneLake, hence a physical arrow, whereas shortcut helps virtually reference the data from external sources into your Fabric ecosystem. So in case if I have to understand the difference, this is a major aspect by another MVP, Nicola. So he rightfully states that in case of mirror database, I'm creating a physical copy of external data into OneLake, whereas in case of shortcut, no physical data movement is happening. So analysis in shortcut is occurring directly on the source data, whereas it occurs on the mirror data, the physical replicated data. There is margin.
In terms of cost, which one should we use in real time?
So depending upon the cost aspect, there is marginal cost on the shortcut, whereas in case of mirror database, as I said, depending upon 1 TB, for F2, 2 TB of storage cost is provided, which is free. There is no cost involved as long as your capacity is on. But imagine if you turn off the capacity, you would be charged for the storage cost. Since you are physically copying the data, then your storage cost would be somewhat higher as compared to shortcut, because shortcut only preserves metadata, whereas mirroring has physical data, and the storage cost would only be available when you pause the capacity. As long as your capacity is online, there won't be any storage cost present across to you.
How can we decide which one to use according to the use case?
As I said, imagine that you have the data size is not hefty, correct? On your source data itself, and you want to use it for analysis, then leveraging shortcut is the best aspect, because in that aspect, since the amount of data is less, there won't be any performance issues because your analysis occurs directly on the source data, correct? But imagine that the source system is already burdened with multiple different queries throughout its time, correct? But you also need it for your analysis and you do not want performance issues. At that time, the best aspect is mirror the data, because when you mirror it, your analysis is not happening on the source data, it is happening on the mirror data. So if you want to avoid data duplication and are comfortable with some performance issues, leverage shortcut. But if you want data to be queried with a good performance aspect and want to avoid major load on the source data, leverage mirroring. But in mirroring also, though the data is duplicated, you are not having to preserve the storage cost, and you didn't have to create a major ETL complex process. Just click and then automatically the data got replicated. Unlike earlier system wherein I had to create some ETL jobs, sync, and remember this is near real-time sync as well.
So in both cases, we do the transformations.
Sure. So team in
Yes, sir. We are waiting for 2 to 3 minutes just for the people to come in. We'll start in 1 minute. Okay. At 2 minutes, we'll start the session. And the two sessions are still going on. People will be joining. Okay, I think we'll meanwhile start with the introductions and people will be joining. Hi everyone, good afternoon. I hope I'm audible to all of you. Thank you so much everyone for taking your time and joining our sessions on a weekend. Thank you so much Supraja for taking your time and coming up with an insightful and interesting topic to discuss in this conference. Welcome to the Microsoft Analytics Conference 2025. We are the Hyderabad Data and AI community, along with the India Microsoft Fabric user group, are super excited to host you all. After an amazing first two editions and some energetic offline events across cities, we are back with our third global virtual conference. Get ready for 2 days full of tech magic with 50 plus global speakers, real world use cases, and everything you love about data, AI, and Microsoft Fabric. Let's get started. Before we begin with, here is a quick reminder about the Ask the Expert context. Ask thoughtful questions during the session to earn points 5 if the moderator picks it, and up to 5 more points based on the speaker's rating. Top scorers by end of the day today will get a chance to win Amazon vouchers. Please post your question along with your registered email ID in this format. Your registered email ID and the question follows. Get ready to learn, engage, and win. Satya Supraja Mupana is our speaker today.
She's an aspiring data and analytics professional with strong interest in business intelligence and modern data technologies. She's a passionate about learning, working with data, and transforming information into meaningful insights. With a growth mindset and active engagement in the analytics community, Supraja is focused on continuously building her skills and contributing to data-driven initiatives. Supraja is also a dedicated mentor, helping professionals and students grow their careers in the IT industry. Supraja is our core member from HTAC, and she has organized numerous events, addressed large audience, and mentored many young professionals in becoming data experts. We're excited to learn from her insights and experience today. Thank you so much, Supraja, for joining and taking the session. Please take over the session.
Yeah. Hi everyone. Good afternoon. I hope everyone are having great day, enjoying the sessions. Kalyan, let me know if my screen is visible.
Yeah. Yeah, it is visible.
Yeah. So speaking about me, I am a BI developer. I'm working currently on Fabric, Power BI, and Power Automate. And today I'm going to take you guys through the topic Lakehouse, warehouse, and databases, and which is the right workload to choose in Microsoft Fabric. And in this session, first we will have a quick recap of what is Fabric and OneLake, followed by what is Lakehouse, and I'll show you a demo of creating Lakehouse and warehouse, followed by databases. I will be showing demos there as well. And finally, we will conclude it by what are the difference between these three and which workload to show use when. So I know there's a quick recap of Microsoft Fabric. You guys have been hearing all about it, but once again to recap it, Fabric is an end-to-end analytics platform. It lets you like store the data, process the data, analyze the data, and visualize the data, everything in a single platform. Like previously, if we need something, we used to use multiple platforms. Like if I am doing something, all the ETL in the Snowflake, then I'm bringing the data again into Power BI to use the reports. But now you can do the ETL also inside the Fabric. You don't need multiple copies of data, and everything is under one window. It is a software as analytics platform, and it has all the components you need. You need data engineering, it has it. You need data science, you need AI, ML, you need Power BI, you need real-time analytics. Everything is under Microsoft Fabric. So coming to OneLake, where does all this data store under? So all the data which we are using stores under in OneLake. OneLake is nothing but it is like OneDrive for our data, and it has not it all the data is stored in a single place. You want it to use in Lakehouse, you want to use in warehouse, you want to use for your BI reports. Everything is a single copy of data. You don't need multiple copies of data, and it is stored in a delta packet form. It is all the data is stored in form of tables, so it is a single source of truth with no duplication of data. And coming to our Lakehouse, Lakehouse is an item in our data engineering component. It in Fabric, Lakehouse is literally the first place where everyone dumps their data. You don't know what kind of data you are having. So instead of picking some other components like warehouses or databases, you could go and dump your data inside the Lakehouse and see what kind of data it is, and then move forward. And in Lakehouse, you can have structured data, you can have unstructured data, and you can have semi-structured data. You can put like all types of data: CSV, JSON, images, videos, and everything. Also, how can you ingest the data in Lakehouse? There are multiple ways of ingesting data into Lakehouse. You can, if you are into no code, low code, you could use Data Factory, which is nothing but online Power Query type. I mean, sorry, it is Data Gen Flow 2. It is like an online Power Query. If you know Power Query in Power BI, you can do it here very easily. If you are someone into data engineering, you could use the pipelines. If you are having Azure pipelines experience, you could use the pipelines here to load the data. If you are someone who knows Spark, Python, or some language, coding language, Spark SQL, you could use the notebooks. So it is something in you know coding, you don't know coding, you know just pipelines. You could use any form of these and bring the data into Lakehouse. And it also gives an SQL endpoint automatically, which is nothing but where you can read your queries using the T-SQL, and it allows you to write SQL codes, but it does not allow you to use any DML languages here. It is just for the purpose of loading the data. Reading the data and querying the data. Let me just show you a basic on how we can create a Lakehouse. This is my workspace. We go here and you can search here for the Lakehouse. And you can name it anything. Whatever name you want to add it, you can do it. So here I already have one CSV file and I want to upload data through CSV file. So I am creating a folder called test here. And we can go here and upload files, and I do have a data already here and upload it. Once the data is uploaded, it is here in your folder which you have created it. You click on the three ellipses and you load it into a new table. Let me name it as orders. And let's load it. So while it is loading, as I told, we have multiple forms of getting the data, either by uploading files, pipeline, Genflow 2, or shortcut. So I used uploading files for this process. Our table is ready here. Let's give it a second while it loads. So this is the data which I had, which I loaded it. So as I told you, we have in the Lakehouse two options. We can also read the data using SQL Analytics endpoint. When you go to the SQL Analytic endpoints and you use a query here, I have written a few queries already just in case. So it is only read. Like whatever data I am having, I can just read the data. I cannot do any updating of data or deleting of the data. If I'll just show it here. It is practically for the reading purpose. it says that DML statements are not supported. So what if you want to use a DML commands? Then what you should be doing? So moving forward into next next warehouse and databases, that is where I will be showing you how you can use the DML languages. So to end, what is a lake house? I could say that lake house gives you the flexibility today, like without blocking what we might need for tomorrow. Like if there is a huge space or large data, then you can use your lake house to dump it. And if you don't know what kind of structured data you are having, you could use warehouse. So that is how you use the lake house for. And most it is flexible and scalable for all the diverse types of data, and you can use it for your BI reporting purposes. You could use it for your data science, AL, and ML purpose also. So moving to our warehouse is of more of a structured data. Like once your data is cleaned, once your data, when you didn't know what was your structure of data, you dumped it into your lake house and you cleaned it, you made it into structured data, then you pull it to your warehouse. What if you know that your data is already structured data and it is in form of
Can you
tables?
open fully? Can you open PPT fully?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah. So when you know what kind of data you are having and what kind of structured or tables you are having, then you can directly dump your data into warehouse without thinking about going to a lake house or anything. And it mostly gives you structured data, and you could use your T-SQL here to query the data. Or if you want to create your own tables, you could create your tables using your T-SQL. It also, if you want to bring your data through pipelines or Genflow too, you could use them also to bring the data. So let's see how we can create a warehouse. So I'll go back to my workspace and I'll search for warehouse. So here, instead of pulling the data, I do have the script already for creating and inserting the data. So I'll just create a table in it. Let's insert the data.
Two-wheelers, four-wheeler.
So whatever data I used inside the Lakehouse, the same data I have used, I have created the table to here. The same data here. The thing is, we can create our data over here by using the commands also, by using create command and everything. So what if I want to do some manipulation here? I could also use it for manipulating the data here. So let's say I want my table. Let's change the sales amount of order ID 101 from 70,000 to
हाँ क्या थे
let's change it from 70,000 to 90,000. As run, let's check it. So here you can see that our order ID is updated from 70,000 to the amount is updated from 75,000 to 90,000. So here in the warehouse, what is it? Is that in the Lakehouse we are not able to do the read write functions, but in the warehouse we can use the DML commands and change, update, delete, and every command can be used over here. And coming to the use cases, I'd say if you're someone more into reporting, you could dump all your data into a warehouse and use the structured data immediately for the purpose of creating reports. And if you're someone who doesn't want to go into other languages and you have very nice SQL knowledge, this is where your SQL knowledge can be used and you could use a warehouse over here. So coming to databases is mostly for the transactional purposes. Let's say this use case where I'm running a shipping company where I get orders and I just want to check the statuses of what is happening with my orders, and I don't want to go always to a developer or a backend developer to ask him to update the data. I have all the orders details, I have all the shipment details, so I know SQL, and I want to use my SQL without help of any backend developer. Then I could use the databases over here. Databases is more of a transactional processing workload, and it is very fast. It is used for, you could use update, you could use insert, you could delete the query, whatever data you want to delete. And it is more of a schema first design. It handles only the structured data. Again, here we cannot use any all types of data. It handles most of the structural data, which is in call table format. And databases are best when you need a quick and faster responses. So going to show you one database. It's saying I have reached the. Let, let me create a new workspace. So when you don't have a when you are on a free license, that is when per workspace you could use only one or two databases. But if you have a license, either F64, F122, then you could build as many as databases as you want. Okay. Let me use one of my. Okay, it says I reached my limit, so I do have a demo database which I created. Let me show it to you in that. I did create orders over here. Right? So I did create a orders table already here, which has like, let's say for order one, it has order ID, order date, customer name, country and amount and order status. And I did mention here the order is delivered, placed and placed. So if I'm someone who is looking for like, if I want to update it and I want it to be updated even inside my Power BI report also instantly, then I can make the changes over here. And I also want to show you something. I'll just duplicate this tab. Your database also has an SQL and analytics endpoint. So database is just not giving you the option to read and write. Write. It is also giving you the option to use your analytics endpoint also, where you could read the data. And the best thing is here is that you don't need to whatever changes you are making inside your database will be automatically reflected inside your SQL endpoint as well as your Power BI report also. I'll just open a report also and show it to you. Let me take order ID and orders status over here. Let me just save this report. So right now we have over here this order ID and order status shown. What we will do here is we will just go and update it. Right now, the order, let me change, for 102 order ID, it says the order status is placed. Let us change that to shipped. This is inside my database. So you could see that order is saying as it's shipped. Now let's go to our analytics endpoint and refresh it. You can see the whatever data we have updated inside the database automatically has reflected here also. Now let's go and see in our workspace. So this is the report. I just go here and just refresh my report. Just takes 2 minutes. I'll just refresh it over. So you can see that 102 is shipped. So at the database, we have something very flexible where you can do changes in the database and it appears immediately in your report and in your SQL analytics endpoint. Also, you don't need to go always back and forth with your backend developers to ask them to do everything. If you're someone who knows just a basic SQL and its syntaxes, you could easily go and just drop your data in there, create a basic table and use it for all the purposes. And mostly this is of transactional data. So I would say if you're some product manager or someone who deals with the data with mostly of the transactional data, then databases are the best to use. And as we have seen while creating the data houses and the demo and everything, and as I have explained, coming to the comparison, the best way when we could use a lake house is when you have structured data, unstructured data, and semi-structured data. Whatever data is there, then you could choose lake house. If your data is more of structured, then you could either choose warehouse and or database. But database, if you could choose database particularly when you're using the transactional data. And the workload is for mixed analytics. You want to do Power BI, you want to do AI ML, you want to do any like data engineering part, you could use Lakehouse mainly. And if you want to do analytics part and BI reporting with the structured data, then you could choose a warehouse. And coming to the database, you could use it for mostly for the transactional purposes. And coming to the schema, Lakehouse is quite flexible, but when it comes to warehouse and database, warehouse is a schema, fixed schema, and database is schema first. So SQL is supported in everything, as you have seen in the Lakehouse. You could use your SQL analytic endpoint to read your data, and in warehouse you could create the data and do manipulations and everything in both data warehouse and databases using your SQL. And Spark and AI support is available in Lakehouse mostly. And Power BI integration, you could integrate your Power BI with your Lakehouse, with your warehouse, as well as your databases. So, when it comes to the decision of which workload I should be using, that is when you should know what. If you don't know what kind of data you are having, you should blindly go with Lakehouse. But you know what specific kind of data and what specific kind of need you are having for your particular use case, you could choose it. So if when in doubt, always choose with Lakehouse. And you can move it to, then you can move it to warehouse and the databases. And yeah, that's it from my end. If you have any questions, do let me know.
Like a couple of questions in the chat window.
Okay, let me.
I have one question. Like in Lakehouse, so when we upload the files in the file section. So for converting it to tables, it has to be CSV or it can be Excel workbook also.
No, it has to be a CSV. You cannot convert Excel into tables.
Okay, it has to be only CSV for converting into
Yes.
tables. Okay, fine. Yeah. Thanks.
If you are having an Excel, you could always use Data Gen Pro too.
Okay,
If I
okay.
had at that time we can use copy activity, right? Like changing the file type. That also can be possible.
It depends on how you are bringing the data. If you want to bring your data through pipelines, you could use data copy activity.
Okay.
So, what are the key decision criteria for choosing Lakehouse, Warehouse, or operational databases within the? So, the key decisions I would say it depends on what kind of data you are having and what kind of specific use case you are having. If you know what kind of data you are having, if it is structured, go with the warehouse. If it is mostly transactional, then you could go with a database. And if you don't know what kind of data you are having, you could always blindly go with the Lakehouse. How should organizations design a hybrid architecture that uses without duplicating data or logic? You could use shortcuts for bringing the data from lakehouse to warehouse or high. I mean, you do, it is fabric. There is no duplication of data at all. It is just a single source of truth. If it is inside your one lake, it means you do not your data is not duplicating anywhere. I think again this question, when does lake house a better choice than a warehouse and when it does not? So lake house is a better choice when you want to use a very huge large amount of data and which is unstructured or even if it is structured data, and if you have a very large amount of data. For example, I could give this use case where we bought data from MySQL, which is 316 GB of data. So that is at that point this data is structured because we are bringing it from MySQL, but the size of the data is very huge. So we chose the lake house because it also depends on how big your data is, and then split the data into parts. And if the main point will be the size of your data, and the next point will be the what kind of use case you are having. Next point will be whether it is a structured data or a non-structured data. Performance cost trade-off differences. If you have a license, I think it depends on your license. For example, we at present are using F246 bundles. So if I'm using the dedicated workspace which is assigned with the license, it is very fast. There is no performance issue at all. And also it depends on what kind of, like, if for example I showed you in the trial version which I was having, when it comes to trial version, it basically the performance is a little bit slow when compared to the paid licenses. I used it in F128, and F128 doesn't give any performance issues. But the moment our data kept increasing, we had to upgrade to 246, and that is when we didn't find any performance issues in F246. And what are the most common architectural mistakes teams make when selecting the wrong foundation in fabric? How can they be avoided? If see, it basically depends on how you're using it. If it is already inside, see, if the data is already inside your one lake, and if you have all most of the in the cases which I have seen, most of the people have started their if they don't know what data it is, or if they know, even if it is a structured data, also the main place the people bring the data is inside the lake house. So it is the most safest option. So from there you could move forward to anywhere. So I would suggest, anyway, if you could choose lake house, that would be a better option. Um, For most of the scenarios, I would say you could go with the default of Lakehouse. So coming to Rajkumar, I think what is the best example for complex joints, Lakehouse versus warehouse? See, if you're reading the data, if you're just reading the data and you're not querying which data is there, then you could go with the Lakehouse. If you want to build logic and use multiple if you're doing some kind of changes in your data, then you should definitely go with a warehouse. How does the governance differ, like house versus? I think governance part, the security is all around. If you're taking the fabric, using the fabric, the security is quite really good. And to add to it, you could always learn more about Purview, which is what I'm doing right now, which gives an extra safety for your data and extra. Depends on how secure you want to be. You could go with Purview also.
Okay. Yeah. Hi Satya, Kashi here. Like in ADF, like we have DTUs and the Synapse will be performance levels would be in DWs. So here also is the performance levels would be uh, examined by any levels or determined by any cases.
Uh, to be very honest, I never used Azure. So in coming to the Fabric, I think till now the pipelines which I used, the performance is really very good. We used like I told you, we used the data for 316 GB also. So the performance is really good when coming to the Fabric. So I really didn't use the Azure, so I cannot compare between these two right now.
Okay, like if I had some large amount of GB, automatically it would take which is there from Lakehouse. Is it correct?
You should always choose your destination on where you are dropping your data. Like if you didn't build a lake house before and you just bought inside a pipeline, then you can choose the destination, either warehouse or lake house. You could create it there. So for large amount data, you could create your lake house and in the destination, but you could use a data pipeline.
Okay. Okay. Okay, that's it. So in case for suppose like Spark also if we use, so the drivers also would be predefined, or can we explicitly choose how many drivers we want to do this
You
running
could
purpose?
you could choose it. Yeah, you could choose it.
Okay. 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 Thanks. Thank you.
Don't have any questions, you can ping to her. We will wrap up the session. Yes, sir. Thank you. Wonderful session, Subraja.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Amit.
So
Thank you,
next
everyone.
you will be next you will be pasted in the group, right? Next session. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Thanks.
Thank you, everyone.
So, hi Amit, can you hear me and see my share the screen and see my camera? Okay, should I start now?
Yeah, sir. Yeah, sir. I will give the intro. Uh, Hi everyone, welcome to the Microsoft Analytics Conference 2025. We are Hyderabad Data AI community along with the India Microsoft Fabric user group. Super excited to host you all after amazing first two edition of some energetic offline events across the cities. We are back with the third global. Uh, can we start the session, sir? I mean, I will give the intro. Hi all, good afternoon and welcome to the Microsoft Analytics Conference 2025. We are Hyderabad Data AI community along with partnered with Microsoft Fabric user group. Super excited to host you all after amazing first two editions, some energetic offline events across the different cities. We are back with third global virtual conference. Get ready for the next two to three sections and with the global 50 plus speakers with real use cases, oral use cases, and also everything you would like about the data and AI and Microsoft Fabric. Let's get started. Before that, just a quick reminder about the Ask the Expert contest. Ask a thoughtful question during the session to end the points. For that, we can moderate will pick the top up to five more base speakers rating. Top scores will be at the end of the event. Will receive the Amazon voucher, and with your question, along with your question, just to give the email ID and followed by your question, so that we can track the all the questions and get ready for the our engagement and learn many more. And today we have the speaker Ashraf. I'm thrilled to welcome the Ashraf. He's a Microsoft MVP partner in the data platform and also Microsoft certified trainer and a seasonal professional credentials spanning engineering and business project management with his rich academic and industrial background. Ashraf has been guiding force, helping the organization leveraging the data strategy decision making. Today's session is deep dive into Microsoft Fabric with enabling advanced data science workflows and innovations. Get ready for the section full of practicals, insightful information from the Ashraf and forward thinking strength. Please join with the welcome the Ashraf. Over to the hand over to the Ashraf.
Just hold on, please. Okay, thanks to the moderator and thanks to the organizer as well, Amit and his team, and welcome everyone to the Global Microsoft Analytics Community Conference number 3. Congratulations everyone for keeping the momentum for this global event. And thanks everyone for attending my session today, which is going to be about what is new in Fabric for Power BI professionals. Before we deep dive into our session today, here is a little bit background about myself. My name is Ashraf Ghanim. I work as a strategic management analytics consultant. I have been in this domain for 20 plus years. My core area of expertise is around strategy management, process improvement, performance measurement, and obviously data analytics as a key enabler to all those management disciplines. I have diverse roles in industries and different regions across the world. And I'm very active in the community. And as a result, I got the Microsoft MVP Award back in 2018. And I'm so proud to be one of the 10 MVPs in data platform in Canada, 70 in worldwide, and only 3 in particularly in Power BI and Fabric based in Canada. I'm co-author of 2 books, the Power BI MVP book and Microsoft AI MVP book. Both books are written by MVPs from all over the world. And those books are available on Amazon. And I'm also the leader of the Toronto Fabric and Power BI user group. I'm based in Toronto, Canada. And I'm leading actually the Toronto Fabric and Power BI community over there. My educational background is computer engineering, and I also did my MBA in strategy management. In addition to that, I'm also certified Lean Six Sigma Black Belt, certified project management professional, and balanced scorecard professional as well. Microsoft certified trainer, as well as a Microsoft certified Fabric analytics engineer, data engineer, Fabric data engineer, and Power BI analyst. I also teach Fabric Microsoft certified trainer, and I teach also Fabric and Power BI courses at University of Calgary. So that's my background. So let us jump into our topic today about what is new for people who come from Power BI background and they are interested to learn more about Fabric. So the most interesting area, which is very unique to Fabric, and you will find it very, very helpful if you come from the Power BI background, is the AI-assisted creation in Microsoft Fabric. As you know, Fabric is a relatively new product, was launched 2 years ago. So it's a relatively young and a new product, a new offering from Microsoft. And it was born in the era of AI. So it was designed actually from the ground up with the infusion of AI features across the board. And you can see the AI assisted features. It can include like the built-in generative AI capabilities in the form of intelligent assistant, and we call it Copilot. It's the first GPT-based feature. It's already shipping in Microsoft Power BI, which can help for DAX calculations and creations and based on natural language prompt. And also it keeps growing, as you see. And one of the biggest benefit actually is we have so many consistent and end-to-end integrated services under Fabric, because we have the advantage of actually having all our data is physically stored in one lake, which is the shared centralized storage area that helps all the Fabric workloads and experiences. And as a result of that, we have also one security, universal compute capacities, shared workspaces, and AI-assisted features also common across the board, which can take advantage and leverage all those common features in Microsoft Fabric. So who can use Copilot in Microsoft Fabric? There are three main areas where it can benefit actually from using Copilot and Microsoft Fabric. First team is the enterprise developers and those who are doing all the good technical work behind the scene to enable and build actually the fabric items and assets and including also the Power BI reports and dashboards, etc., and data modeling, of course, and the semantic model, etc. Then the second pillar that can benefit actually, or the second team that can benefit also from the Copilot in Fabric is the self-service users. And those basically are the people who are trying to get the management team that is trying to get some use Copilot actually to build some reports and build some measures, etc. So those can also benefit from Copilot and Fabric. And last but not least is the final consumer, which is the business user. And the business users are interested actually to chat with the data, get more insights in a more effective way to speed up their productivity level and get quick insights from all the Fabric assets that we have to inform and speed up the decision-making process as quickly as possible. So those are the three major teams who can benefit actually from the Copilot experience in Fabric. So how it works basically, every time you interact with Copilot in Microsoft Fabric, you can actually use the Copilot in Fabric in service directly through the web browser. So that goes directly to the Fabric capacity, assuming the Fabric capacity is enabled to actually support the Copilot experience in Fabric. But you can also consume and interact with Copilot through the Power BI desktop, which is the very famous tool that we have been using for 10 plus years now to build the entire Power BI assets and reports from end to end using the client tool, which is the Power BI desktop. Also, if that's your choice, you still can consume also the Copilot in Power BI and Power BI desktop, and it will behind the scene will interact with the Copilot experience in Fabric to be able to or empower you to interact with the data and provide the answer for you. So that's your choice. You can use the Copilot in Fabric service directly, or you can use the Copilot experience in Power BI desktop, and it will interact behind the scene with the Copilot experience in Fabric. So let's also make sure that we also understand what kind of items actually that can support the Copilot experience in Fabric. Actually, all the list that you see here can be a good input actually to provide a response for the Copilot experience, which including all the things that you can see here in the Fabric capacity, which includes the data factory, data flow Gen 2, data pipeline, that can support the Copilot experience in Fabric. You can, as you see, the data engineering as well, the data science experience using notebooks, data warehousing, real-time intelligence, Power BI, specifically semantic models and reports, and also the database experience in Fabric, which is SQL database. So all those items that you can see here under the Fabric capacity can support the Copilot experience in Fabric. So let us deep dive now into, I know it's a busy chart here, but we will just break it down further to help you guys understand exactly what is happening actually when people start interacting with Copilot inside Fabric. So we'll start here with the end user as a final consumer. So user use Copilot experience in Fabric service or the Power BI desktop. Okay, and this either it can go to the Copilot experience in Fabric capacity directly, or you can, as I mentioned earlier, you can use it in Power BI desktop. right? And this sends inputs to additional context for pre-processing, and it sends that to the fabric capacity here and provide the response to whatever the channel that you used. Then, once you have the input here, it goes through some processing here, which is provided by you accept the input in a form of prompt, of course. That's how we interact with the Copilot in general. We generate the user's token and input pre-processed by Copilot. Then it goes to the Copilot in Fabric for pre-processing. Then it goes back and forth based on the Fabric workspaces here for some grounding, context, prompt augmentations, and on the Fabric side, the workspace side, for model or table schema, item metadata, specific data inputs, and guess what? Behind the scene, this process also engage and interact with the Azure Open AI service as well. That's all behind the scene. You don't have direct interaction with the Azure Open AI services yourself, but this is being managed in a very seamless way and very transparent way behind the scene to actually complete the rest of the process here, because we need to leverage the Azure OpenAI services for large language model, the LLM, such as the GPT series, whatever the series is, and some other models as well, for tokenization, embedding, processing, etc. Then after that, it goes and it returns the LLM response, and this goes to the Copilot experience in Fabric back again to provide the response back to the consumer or the user, which is make sure that it implements some principles here about responsible AI, evaluate queries, additional LLM if you need to have a way or a better way to actually rationalize the conversation here, and it goes all the way along to return the output to the final user. All of that is being totally managed by the Copilot experience in Fabric without the need for you as a user actually to do any sort of integration, because it's totally managed in a very self-service way behind the scene for you. So you don't need to deal with all of those steps here. You just, what you really need to make sure that you provide here is the in and out, basically. The in a form of prompt, the rationalization, the back and forth conversation, and the way to interpret the output here. That's all what you really need to care about as a final user, because that's the interface, the in and out. That's what you really need to focus on. But this is just to give you an idea about how the whole process is being managed behind the scene when you interact with the Copilot experience and Fabric. Just keep in mind, this is like an important message here to convey as well. It doesn't use or communicate with public internet or open AI service. Okay, it is not the public one. It's the interaction here is happening through the Azure OpenAI services only. Nothing here is public, including ChatGPT, the public ChatGPT, etc. So from a confidentiality and security perspective, you shouldn't be worried about that, because it's everything here is within the Microsoft guiding principles and responsible AI, etc., and taking into consideration your privacy and security constraints, etc. Okay. So just to summarize here is the input and output token in Copilot. As you see, Copilot in Fabric, it sends inputs to Azure OpenAI. Again, input tokens, augmented prompt, grounding data. It interacts with the Azure OpenAI. Then it sends the LLM response to the Copilot in a form of output tokens and LLM response. This is actually the back and forth communication loop between Copilot and Fabric and Azure OpenAI service. Okay, so how we can use now, for what purpose, basically? So we got an idea about like what is Copilot all about, how it works, how it interacts with the other services behind the scenes. But for what purpose? Like, how can we actually use that Copilot experience in Fabric? Basically, as you see here, this is the entire spectrum in those arrows here. We'll start from the left side, which is the creation experience, because there are two major areas that can benefit from the Copilot and Power BI in Fabric, which is the creation experience and the consumption experience. Those are the two extremes here, and the spectrum here is covered from end to end. So from a creation experience, we can use the Copilot experience to generate descriptions for the models, measures, can help us with the model creation, with the pipeline process, with helping actually us to build the model, find the relationships, identify any data quality issues, etc. That's from the creation experience. Also, it can help us generate DAX queries and help us build actually DAX calculations and measures, which is awesome because DAX is technically supposed to be one of the most technically challenging areas and Power BI, which can be a little bit a learning curve for some of us who are not very, very comfortable writing DAX calculations and measures, and they still need to master the DAX calculation and measures, how to write them in a more efficient way aligned with the best practice when it comes to building DAX calculations and measures. So for those of you who are either new to DAX or find DAX a little bit challenging or it requires a little bit steep learning curve, we have good news here because Copilot can boost your productivity significantly and can help actually you build the DAX measures and calculations quickly. And it can generate the DAX query for you 100% based on the input that you provide. Okay, so DAX queries here somewhere between the creation experience and the consumption experience because it can help the consumers as well get their calculations rapidly and quickly as much as we can. Then the last area here from a consumption side, which is ask questions in the report, right? Because that's the ultimate objective here is all the work that we do in Fabric and Power BI, the ultimate objective is to provide insights to the decision makers and the business users. And the good news here is business users now are enabled and empowered actually to ask the data, the question in their own plain language, and they can get insights from the Copilot experience in Fabric that can speed up and boost their productivity as well significantly. And as you see here, those two triangles here, this is supporting actually centralized enterprise developers as well as self-service citizen developers as well. And that can speed the productivity from both ends, as you see here. So that covers actually the entire spectrum here, which in this side as well, you can see centralized architects or data engineers who can benefit actually from all the creation experiences in Copilot, as well as from the consumption experience, which is empowering and enabling business users or consumers to get benefit of the Copilot experience in Fabric as well. Okay, so that's basically. So let's take some few examples here about like how we can use Copilot in Fabric. So here are some examples here. Question: which country produced the highest profit in 2024? That can be a very, very common question, right? So as you see here, here is the response, which is very smart and very intelligent. It's not just a dummy response that you can get from any generic or public chat experience. It's very specific and very smart and very relevant to your data because it says here, it looks like you are asking about profit by country in 2024. That's what you can infer here from the question that was asked about. But see now how smart it is. But the datasets only includes data up to October 2023. It doesn't stop here, but because it's asking you questions also to guide your next step. Can you confirm if you want to see the highest profit by country for the available data? Because obviously we don't have any data in 2024, right? Because it's guiding your next move. So now the user can ask which country produced the highest profit in 2023 and so on. Then the response can be guided based on the interaction and the back and forth conversation with the smart LLM models actually behind the Copilot experience. Let's take another example. What profit margin did Australia sales region achieved in 2023? The profit margin that Australia sales region, see, it understands now sales, Australia sales is obviously, it's a subset of the superset of the data because it's specific to a specific or related to a specific region in our data. So to understand that Australia is one of the countries, and obviously we need to apply additional filters to narrow down the superset of the data to the subset of the data that is relevant to Australia, and also apply another filter, which is limiting the data to 2023. And the combination of those filters can drive actually the smart response here. The profit margin that the Australia sales region achieved in 2023 was 62.37%. Okay, let us now see where you can consume Copilot in Power BI. So as you see, you can consume or interact with the Copilot experience in the report page itself, and you can ask questions about suggest content for the new report. And it can also give you some suggestion here, some suggestion outlining report, selected page, blah, blah, blah. So that's one channel of interacting and using actually Copilot in Power BI side. Where else? Also, you can interact with the Copilot within the app, which is very, very powerful because the interaction through the report will, which what we saw in the previous screen, will be limited to this report in particular, right? So all the interaction that you see here is limited to this report. And guess what? The report is based on a semantic model. So all the responses, all the questions, all the conversation that is happening at the report level is related to the specific report, which is supported by a specific data set. However, you can also interact with the Copilot at the app level. And the app level, as you know, the app can include different Power BI reports, and each report can come from or based on a separate data set or semantic model. That means if you interact with the Copilot experience in the app level, you can technically interact with the multiple semantic models. That is all those semantic models that they support multiple reports in the app level. Okay, and the third channel here where we can interact with the Copilot in Fabric is in the mobile app. And as you see here, there is a newly added button here at the bottom, the Copilot one. This one here, which can will allow you actually to start also interacting with your mobile app and get the same response that you can get from using the Copilot experience in Power BI desktop as well as the Power BI Fabric service. And I guess currently in the iPhone app experience, you can interact verbally with the Copilot as well. Like verbally, you can ask verbal questions and get verbal response. I think it's not currently available in Android, but I believe it is in the roadmap and it will be available soon in Android as well, if it is not available now. But as far as I remember, the last time I checked, this feature was only available in the iPhone app for now. Okay. So now let us see how those things actually happen in action through this live demo here. So basically, that's a report page. As we mentioned earlier, on the right side, once you click on the measure, you can also see here, provide a description here for the measure, and the measure, the DAX formula is already being generated completely for you. And it added this as one of the measures, already existing measure, and you treat that as any other measure that you created from scratch yourself, because it's a part of your data model, it's saved in your data model, and you can reuse it as similar exactly to any measures that you have already in your report, and you can use it for any charts and visualization. Also, as you see here, help me build a report summarizing our workforce, hiring the last 20 months, etc. And you provide the full description of the entire report here, full description, like what kind of report that you need to see. And as you see here, the whole report and just few seconds was completely generated based on the input and the description that we provided, with all the supportive charts and visualizations already automatically generated for you. Now you see here, you can also get some insights about what you see here. You can change the color theme, you can make so many changes that can be very time consuming in the past. And also you can generate the narrative, the smart narrative here, to summarize the report for you. And you can design the layout and infuse that and embed that or include that in your report design. And see, in a couple of seconds, we were able actually to build the report completely with all the charts, KPIs, and visualization from scratch in a very quick way. We added a calculation and measure in just seconds. We changed the theme and color of the entire report with just the interaction with the Copilot experience. And also we asked the Copilot to generate a smart narrative for us to be part of the design of my report. And I did all of that without the need for me to build anything from scratch manually, without the need for me to write any DAX calculation or measure myself. It's all through the interaction with the Copilot using my own plain language, as you see here. So that's a significant boost of the productivity of people who work the Copilot and in Power BI and Fabric as well. So does it mean that like we cannot do anything like is it like in a completely autonomous way? No, of course no. We still can also do some preparation that can refine and rationalize actually the output process for us. And this is extremely important step for us, which is preparing the data model for Power BI. Very, very important step, because rubbish in, rubbish out. We really need to make sure that the source and the foundation for our data, which will drive all the subsequent interaction through the Copilot, is in a good shape and also verified, reliable, because that's our responsibility now to make sure that any interaction with the Copilot is safe to be used and consumed. That requires actually some proactive preparation that we need to do as data professionals in Fabric to enable and empower actually and streamline the Copilot experience in Fabric. So what does it mean, preparing the data for AI in Fabric? It includes 3 major steps here. First one, schema selection, which as you see here in this list, is schema selection. What does it mean? configure which columns, tables, measures in Copilot you can and cannot use. So that's actually your guidelines now to drive and guide the Copilot. Where is your boundary when people interact with you? So you define that. You define the boundary yourself. You have full control over what can be included and what can be excluded actually when people interact with the Copilot. That's the first one. The first very important step here, which is schema selection. The second important step here to guide also how Copilot interact or provide the response to the users is the verified answer, which is basically, what does it mean? It's a set of a specific answer to questions to help ground your data. What does it mean? It means we can drive based on very common or frequently asked questions in the organization. When people ask a specific question, and I can define this question, please use this chart, for example, because I know that I can anticipate that those questions are common questions and frequently used the question. And I need actually to provide, or I want you, Mr. Copilot, or when you respond to this specific question, please use this chart, because that's the best chart from our experience in this organization to respond to this kind of question. I can create this association, and I can do that through the verified answer step in our process of preparing the data for AI. Then the last but not least is the AI instruction, which is basically it tells the Copilot instruction on how to reference and talk about your data. And this is a very, very important step, because in this step you can provide your own company business context. You can define certain terms and certain terminology and certain lingues that it can be only understood in your organization, and you define that to the Copilot. When people talk about this term, that's what they mean when they interact with the data. So you build this association to guide the Copilot when business user interact with the Copilot. I need you to understand the lingo in my organization and make this association between what the people use from business terms or a business lingo terms to map that to the technical terms and the semantic model or the technical column or the technical data actually that can be mapped directly to the business terms and inside my organization. Okay, we will see that in a more details now, how it works in action. So let's watch this demo here. What are those steps? As you see here, prepare the data, and the menu here at the top, there is an icon here, prepare data for AI. And once you click here, you will see it's guiding you on the steps here from end to end. Get started, simplify the data schema, verified answer, add instruction. And the first step, which is the simplify the data schema, which is the schema selection. So I see here one of the folders I have in my semantic model, test measures. It's a work in progress, so obviously, don't use that because it can create some noise actually when you respond to the business questions, because it's still a test. As you see, it's a very self-explanatory folder. So I excluded that from the scope of the Copilot. So please avoid that because it can just create some noise. So that's the schema selection to simplify my data model as a base for the Copilot when people respond. Here, the second step is the verified answer. And the verified answer here, you can see spending over time, which is a very common question. Please, I need you to use this chart in particular and make sure that you include all the common filters that drive this chart, which is year, season, etc. And click apply. So moving forward, when people they ask about spending over time, please use this chart because that's the best chart that we came up with in the organization to respond to this kind of questions and take into consideration that the filters as well. Then the last one is instruction. So what kind of instruction? We said that we talk about the business terminology and business terms inside my organization only. For example, busy season. The term busy season for us in our organization means the sales between April to November. That's it. That's what all you need to do provide here is the term business busy season. What does it mean? Between the data between April and November. So that's just one example. Of course, you can add as many terms and as many contexts as you can. So now moving forward, as you see, people, sorry. Sorry again. So that's the busy season that we mentioned earlier. Then just click close. And see people now start actually spending over time. They start typing their question, and then it will take into consideration all the preparation steps before it provide the answer. So it picked actually the right chart here, that because that's what we defined. It also used the additional filter here, and you have complete visibility here, what kind of filters were used based on your specific questions, and it provide the answer within those boundaries that you defined when you were preparing the data using the busy season. And the busy season, as you see here, April, May, all the way linked to November with the total as well. So it has the breakdown as well as the total for the term busy season. So that's basically the beauty of driving actually and rationalizing the process of preparing the data for AI. And that obviously you need to make sure that this option and feature is enabled and at the workspace level before you start using it. So that's in the admin side of the work for the organization to make sure that this step is enabled for this specific semantic model, as you see here. So that's control at the semantic. Okay. And the last but not least is from a consumption perspective is also I'll just can talk a little bit more about the chat with your data as well and provide some examples here to help you understand also how different ways, or there are different ways actually of the business people interact with the data. So for example, here show monthly spending trend in tourism for more, and this is a specific one. So it starts actually with the verified answer. See items with the related verified answer because I predefined that. So it gives me two options that I can choose from because I defined both of them as a verified answer for this specific question. However, it gives me also some suggestion outside the verified answer. However, it's highlighting here those are verified. See, verified answer, this is verified answer. However, also, this can be used. So it's up to me now to either go with the verified answer based on the data prep for AI process, or I can go outside that and pick the third one as well. And if I go here, it's using actually the chart that was defined as in the verified answer, and see how, for the purpose of the transparency, how I arrived to that. So the data was used with those two filters here, and filters applied is the island name is Moe, which was identified in the question. Okay, so, and I can keep asking, as you see, show spending per day by the island. So it can provide actually additional information to break down this chart. Even the original design was not having this breakdown, but it added that further to provide or take into consideration the context here. If you change the context completely, it will start actually to respond based on what was identified as a verified answer when you prepare the data as well. So again, some examples here, and it can give you a list of actually all the provided responses. Then see which campaign had the highest trend, blah, 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 and it will give you the responses based on your questions. I think that's pretty much it. I hope you guys have a good idea now how the Copilot experience is changing the game completely. For those who come from Power BI background and embrace Fabric now, and they start to learn more about Fabric, and as you see, it's making so much of our work now is much easier, right? Because, and also all the time consuming steps in our process in terms of semantic model creation, DAX calculation measures, even report creation is speeding up and boosting the productivity level significantly. So the question I always get when I provide this session to the public audience is I always ask them, do you think this is a good news for you or bad news for you? Knowing that you come from the Power BI background. Because in the Power BI, we used to do all this work from scratch, right? We build a model from scratch. We build the DAX calculation from scratch. We build every single chart and report from scratch. If Copilot is doing the majority of this work, of course, I need to be there to drive the work. But as a matter of fact, he's doing all the heavy lifting work for me on behalf of me. So I always ask my audience in my sessions, do you think this is a good news or bad news? And I get different responses, to be honest with you. Some are worried. Some are saying, oh, it's taking our job away now because that's what we used to do in our organization. But to be honest with you, my response to my audience is, I think, which I believe also is aligned with the same message that everyone is keep saying, is it will shift your focus in your organization and will shift your core value proposition in the organization from focusing on the mechanical work, which what we used to do, building the reports, building measures, etc. So switching that focus from this, what I call it mechanical work, to focus more on the business side. So moving forward with the more and more adoption of AI and Copilot, and the more we infuse Copilot to do all these very time-consuming steps in our process, our focus moving forward should be on the business side. So business domain expertise will become like very, very valuable asset. So keep your job and justify your existence in the organization, helping actually the organization how to walk the talk, helping the organization drive the business decision as quickly as possible, helping the organization actually to get to the key insights that can drive the decision-making process and change the behavior on the organization will become very, very important value and asset for you to deliver value, or we will be considered as your key value proposition in the organization. So if you are one of those people who just saw their value in the past as their key value proposition is we know how to build Power BI report from scratch, how to drag and drop, how to build a chart, how to change the chart, etc. If that was your only value, core value proposition in the organization, I think you have to think carefully about the sustainability of this value proposition moving forward with the adoption of the Copilot now. Because if that's the only core value in your organization for yourself, then you have to think carefully about the sustainability of your value in the organization. And my advice to you guys, and I would love to actually leave you with this important message here is please, please, please don't focus on the technical, mechanical side too much because it's getting easier now with the help and support of the Copilot. Your focus moving forward should be again on the business side, acquire the domain business expertise and business knowledge as much as you can. Focus on the business side of your organization. Try to help the organization and the decision makers to drive actions as quickly as possible based on the data that you prepare for them, and also engage with them in their decision making process. Work closely with the business side because the ultimate objective of AI now, in a form of a copilot or any other form, is to bring the technology closer to the business. Our value, our classical value in the past as a middle people between the technology and the business, it's under question mark now. Because in the past, as a middle people between the technology and business, we were doing the translation between the business and the technology. Now the technology, with the help of AI, is evolving actually to get closer and closer to the business. That means it's shrinking actually our value as a middle people between the business and technology because the technology is moving closer to the business side and getting closer because the technology now, with the help of AI, can understand people when they interact in their own plain language. So that means what? That means it's getting closer to the business, right? So if it's getting closer to the business, then the question now, what is the value of those middle people? Of course, we are still required to empower and enable and build all those models and help the organization to embrace and more Copilot. But moving forward, like 5 years from now, 10 years from now, with the progress of AI, do you think your value as a middle person will remain as is? My personal opinion, no, because with the help of AI, the technology is getting closer and closer to the business. Therefore, you need to understand or work closely with the business to keep your value in the organization and provide the business context, the business expertise, help the organization translate those insights into actions as quickly as possible. That's my suggestion for you guys to retain and keep your value to the organization that you work. I hope I think that's the end of for our session. I will leave some, I think we have 8 minutes for some comments, feedback. Feel free to disagree with me. Feel free to provide different opinion if you want, or also ask any questions if you want. Thanks, everyone.
Hi, so did you give the response to the questions posted in the chat window?
Chat, okay, let me switch to the chat now because I just have one screen. Let me switch to the chat. Okay, let's go up. Okay. If the Copilot, I think that's the first question, but Abdul Qayyum, I hope I didn't miss any questions above, and if I missed any question above, let me know, please. But if the Copilot is not user public AI service, then why organization is so much cautious about using Copilot with the sensitive data? Because again, people are concerned about anything new, right? And this is still a new concept for so many organizations. And remember also, Copilot is still using the OpenAI service and the Azure, the Microsoft Azure. So it still needs this access to the service because as a matter of fact, all those interaction is being processed on the cloud service. So some people and some organization, they are still cautious and still not comfortable 100% with this new way of doing things. But because, in my opinion, the more and more organizations see the value of using and adopting Copilot, the more and more it will become inevitable for them to use it because they cannot really avoid it. Like this will become like a necessity moving forward, and this will become a significant value that so many organizations will not be able to live without it moving forward. So I hope that answer your question. Let me check again. Please post your quick. Okay, that's okay. Okay, Raj Kumar. I think 4 questions or 5 questions. How is Copilot in Fabric different from Copilot Classic AI Power BI? No, that's a completely new generation. Raj. It's I hope when you talk about the classic Power BI, the Copilot and classic Power BI, I'm not sure if you are referring to the Q&A experience in Power BI, but the Copilot and Fabric is taking it to the completely next level because it's again leveraging those all OpenAI models, the LM capabilities, etc. So it's taking the whole thing to a completely different advanced level. The second question is Copilot safe for enterprise data? Obviously, yes. That's my opinion because you already like on the service, like in Microsoft service, if you trust all the security and privacy constraints that Microsoft provided in Power BI, you shouldn't technically have any concerns using Copilot and Power BI as well, or sorry, Fabric as well. Third question, what is the biggest misconception about Copilot? Again, it's a debatable thing. Is it Copilot is going to be like autopilot? Is it replacing people completely? Of course, Copilot is still positioned as a Copilot, which is by design and by definition means like we still need the pilot, right? But the role of the pilot will change and transform over time because the pilot focus moving forward will not be more on the mechanical technical work, but as I mentioned earlier, the shift taking away the burden of the very time consuming mechanical work will free up some time for the copilot, for the pilot, sorry, not the copilot. With the help of the copilot, will free up some of the time for the pilot to focus more on the business side and help the organization drive the business actions as quickly as possible based on the insights. That's how I see it. That's my personal opinion. And again, as I mentioned to you guys, feel free to agree or disagree with this perception. Question number 4, what happens if Copilot gives incorrect logic? That's why they still position this as a Copilot, not autopilot. Does it mean that yes, it's not perfect product? I totally agree with you. We still see some symptoms or some issues with some responses. I'm totally getting it. But remember also, this is evolving process. I always tell my audience when I provide any session in any domain, I always tell them AI is the fundamental concept of AI is machine learning. And machine learning is constantly learning. It never gets tired. It never gets old. It never gets bored. So machine learning is always fundamentally learning and it's keep evolving over time. So don't judge any limitation that we have now or any mistakes now, or don't treat that as will be staying there forever. The problem we had yesterday, we don't have them today. And the issues we had yesterday, we don't have them today. And it will keep improving over time as we move forward. So for now, since it's still this as positioned as a co-pilot, you're still as a pilot responsible for verifying or validating those mistakes until we reach a higher level of maturity and confidence level to the extent that we can rely on the output as much as we can. Think about the analogy I always give to my audience. Think about the autonomous car. The autonomous cars that we have till now is still being introduced to the market with the steering wheel, and still the responsibility of the driver of any mistakes that the autonomous car can produce. Is it going to stay like this forever? My view or my vision, no. This is just a transition period until we reach a higher level of advanced models and advanced and mature models, to the extent that I think we will be living in the time where the cars are being produced without steering wheels at all. But we are not there yet, but we will get there. Same analogy will be applicable to all the concept of Copilot and when we deal with it. Are not there, but we will get there sooner or later. Okay. Thanks, everyone. So I can continue, right? Okay. Thanks, everyone, for all those.
Ham Hamid. Sure. Can I share my screen? Sure. Okay. Okay.
Yes,
Can I proceed?
1 minute, sir. I will give the. Yeah, sir. Yeah, I will give the introduction. Okay. Hi, all. Good evening. Welcome to the Microsoft Technical Conference 2025. We are Hyderabad Data AI Community along with the Indian Microsoft Fabric User Group and super excited to host to all after amazing two editions of and some energetic offline events across the different cities. We are back with the third global virtual conference. Get ready for the to today full take magic 50 plus global speaker real world use cases and everything you love about the data and AI and the Microsoft Fabric. Let's get started. Before that, we have a one quick reminder to ask the expert contest. Ask your thoughtful question during the section to end the 5 points. Moderator picks based on the your questions and based on the speaker's rating. We will evaluate and give the Amazon voucher at the end of the section. I mean, end of the event, and the restriction should be give the questionnaire format with with the email ID followed by your question. And I'm pleased to introduce the Rajendra Ongolu today, our speaker, to demonstrate the building data APIs with GraphQL in the Microsoft Fabric, and he was a MVP, Microsoft Data Platform MVP, certified Fabric and Power BI associate, and managed and different organization, and also is a Pragati also super user in Fabric community and organized data weekender and manager at the Microsoft Fabric user UK user group. Sorry.
Hey, you are talking. Maybe I will
Yeah.
introduce myself. No problem, Koti.
Yes,
That's fine. No problem.
Yeah,
Thank
sorry,
you so
sir.
much. No problem. Thank you. Uh, First of all, good afternoon, everyone, and good morning, good evening, wherever you are located. And first of all, I would like to thank to Amit Chandak ji and HDAC community groups for giving this opportunity. And today we are going to discuss about an interesting topic on building data APIs with GraphQL in Microsoft Fabric. So maybe from morning and yesterday also you have listened many topics on Microsoft Fabric related. I have just come up with how this GraphQL, so QL stands for query language, how this GraphQL will get impact and how it has been integrated in Microsoft Fabric. We are going to discuss about it and where we are going to navigate and what kind of a databases it will support. These are all the agenda anyway I have prepared it. So we'll discuss about it. I'll just try to give a brief about myself. You can see I'm in Microsoft MVP data platform. You can reach out to me there and you can scan my QR code. So you can connect me on the LinkedIn if you have any queries related to Microsoft Fabric or Power BI related topics. I'm happy to help you. As a part of today's agenda, introduction to the Microsoft Fabric and the GraphQL. So anyway, I'm not going to give again the Microsoft Fabric introduction. I'll just give a crispy about it. And what is a GraphQL query language? And Graph query language, what are the features that is supporting if it is already integrated in Microsoft Fabric? What are the new features or what are the things that are available in as a part of a feature part? And what kind of a supporting items, that means workloads that will support it on your GraphQL. And also, sorry, GraphQL editor. So how it is interact and what kind of a schemas that we have once the user face has been opened. And what is the benefit if you can make use of this GraphQL in Microsoft Fabric? Followed up with, I will give a demo about it and where to navigate and how we are going to proceed. And I will also take your questions if something, maybe if you come across on your real-time cases. So I will take your queries accordingly on the GraphQL part. So Microsoft Fabric is an SaaS platform. So other than that, I'm not giving more about what are the workloads that is supporting and so on, because a lot of guys has been already given it. And where we will do the data movements, activities, and everything is in single umbrella, which is supporting on Microsoft Fabric. And I'm deep diving into the topic here, GraphQL. As I said, it's a query language. So the main motto of query language GraphQL is, so we will work with the front-end applications. We will use also some API connectors to generate how the data has been getting transferred from one port to the another port. So here, GraphQL acts as like a alternative to the REST API. So resourceful state transfer application program interface. It is an alternative for it. So where you can try to fetch the data from different or multiple data sources and prepare each and like it's going to prepare as like instead of individual queries as like in separate, single query altogether. So instead of executing the each and every REST APIs, we will get it and generate it as an individual subqueries. So what GraphQL will do in the sense, is going to generate all the segregated information in the form of one single query. So the main important here, if you're observing the center snapshot, we already aware the Medallion architecture, which has been supported with the raw data is on the bronze layer, and I can able to inject the data from different data sources, and you can use the different ingestion methods on Microsoft Fabric. We are aware of it. So via pipeline, via shortcut, via data flow gen to even the copy method in shortcut as well. So we can inject the raw data, which will be get stored on a bronze layer. After that, and if you want to get it processed, the processed is cleansed information. If you're trying to maintain, that data will be get stored in another lakehouse is a silver layer. And finally, if you're observing the curated data, which is ready to deploy or else ready to take some business decisions, we will get it stored in a gold layer. So fine, this prepare and transform data is very clear for us what it is and how we are going to process it and where to get it stored and what are the tools that are supporting to make use of the preparation and the transformation. But fine, so here where is the GraphQL come into the picture? Sometimes from the front end part, we will try to execute some queries and it will hit the application, the front-end application. At the time, the data has to be fetched from the gold layer only. From the gold layer, which is the processed information, is maybe from the data warehouse, even from the lakehouse with the structured information, is try to get it access from the data access layer. So you can see an icon, that is a GraphQL icon, a triangle with each and every corner. Simple terms, example, if you're working on an LinkedIn, so we can see the first connection information. So maybe if you are already connected with some another candidate, it will be the first mutual connection in the LinkedIn handle. Like that, maybe there is a second party, maybe my friend of mine, another friend is going to the second contact or third contact. If you're working on a huge models, relationship models, in such kind of a scenario, complex models, this GraphQL will act as like, very quicker extraction or else very quick process of data access layer. So here, if you're observing this service principal is a security identity. So most of our fabric items and fabric ecosystem, we are going to make use of authenticate, and for the authorization concept, this service principal in our Microsoft Fabric. Maybe I hope you are aware of authenticate and authorization. A simple terms, authenticate is something like, assume that you are an employee of an organization, you have an identity. So that is nothing but an authenticate. And maybe authorized in the sense you joined in a department, you don't have an access to a particular room, that means authorized. Maybe if you have an authorized, then only it will be get allowed into the room, that particular ODC centers. So simple terms, authenticate, authorized. So service principal acts, it is a new way of authentication mechanism in Microsoft Fabric, where we can visualize or else we can project those particular data to the application, web application from Azure environment, like a Logic apps, or maybe if you are using the front-end applications part, which you are trying to design, Node.js applications or Kubernetes services. It is easy for you to deploy that application, what kind of a data you are trying to fetch it over. So maybe, so Rajendra, there is an SQL is also available, right? What is the difference between the SQL part and the GraphQL? So SQL is a traditional language where you can write the queries and you can fetch it over. And coming to the GraphQL here, and the data structure itself is completely different. So we can have to work with a complex relationship in such kind of a scenario. So friend of a nested if conditions, in such kind of a scenario, GraphQL plays a major role. So you are going to provide an input response in the form of a JSON. Output also will be get it derived to hit the application, the front-end application in the form of output is also in the form of JSON only. So in the practice, while projecting the demo part, I can showcase to you how it is, and projecting the layer at a schema level, like from input to the output responses and so on, you'll get some better idea there. So it will support any kind of an applications at the front end part, either whichever you're trying to prefer on the Azure Web Apps, or as I said, Azure Kubernetes Services, or maybe if you're trying to deploy in some another Garmin tools and so on. What are the sources, data source that is supporting? If you're observing, data warehouse itself is a completely structured information. We can pull it over. So Microsoft Fabric data warehouse and all types of layers it will be get supported. And even Microsoft Fabric SQL database as well. So maybe if your data is resides on your Microsoft Fabric SQL, you can try to extract the required table. Only the data will be get exposed instead of all the information, a particular table. I want to get it exposed to my customer point of sight. Such kind of a scenario, we can restrict that particular table along with the column information as well. So like that, we can restrict and expose the data to the front end user. So even the Lakehouse part, anyway, once you get generate or else create the Lakehouse, SQL analytics point will be get created automatically. So which is the read operations, read only permissions will be there. So it is also supports to get it fetched from the Lakehouse to your graphical user representation. Along with that, mirror databases, like it is having the mirror database means replica of your source system without copying the data into the one lake. You can directly pull it over, which is going to be have a low latency and as well as a low cost wise mirroring database will be better option. So which is having like Azure SQL database, even the Azure managed instances, Cosmos DB, and so on. These are all like mirror database which is supporting on your Microsoft Fabric environment. Even the data marts too. Maybe if you are preparing a chunk of information with a limited like number of tables in then kind of a data mart, it will also get it exposed and we can prepare the required table should be visualized and you can take the further applications part, the additions and then navigations part as well. It is not a visualization layer. GraphQL is not a visualization. This was supporting for front end. So where we can get rid of the REST API applications with the help of GraphQL, the language which is supporting input and as well as output responses, we can make use of it. What are the features? Maybe if you can start working on the GraphQL, your application programming interface in Fabric. So automatically it discovers the backend schema, like whatever the schemas that has been projected at the database level. We can try to see the different data schemas has been discovered. And automatic generation of the queries with mutations. Mutations is something like it modifies the table like a CRUD operations, like a create, read, update, delete operations. So it is supporting the CRUD operations and the mutations part. Even sometimes, right? I want to give an access with a particular table with set of columns. In such kind of a scenario, you can give the mutation access with the read-only permissions instead of create it or update or delete operations too. So how we are going to configure this mutate configurations and so on. Once I open this GraphQL right interface, you can definitely get into it. I will get an idea about it. And also resolver, the backend programming language, we will call it as a resolver, where it will be hit the backend source JSON files and it will try to navigate to the end user applications part with proper data. So it will support the resolvers. We will call it as an backend programming languages, and automatically it will also generates the test code information. So a generating code information is there, which is completely secure, where we can try to navigate and provide the Entra ID wise access to the the front end applications part. And automatically, even you can try to see the stored procedure applications as well. Once you need to configure or try to write the stored procedure language in the GraphQL, it will be gets automatically support on your GraphQL interface as well. Fine. Sometimes if you are if we are trying to exposing multiple tables, like example product and product category to the customer's point of sight, such kind of a scenario, we have to build a relationships between product and product category information. So even the GraphQL interface, it is supporting all types of relationship, which you are observing one-to-one, one-to-many, many-to-many relationship. So final output should be something like it will be generate what needs to be used by the end user, the front-end applications part. And also it will be supported on an individual object. Object is nothing but here a table. And another term is individual objects, object types, and another terms we will call it as a fields or entity level nodes here. So objects is the table information, and fields we are calling it as an nodes here on this GraphQL interface. The naming conventions little different. If you are coming onto the SQL background, we know that is a table level information in the columns. But here GraphQL we will call it as an objects is a table, and columns as an entity level fields we are going to call it over. Fine. So see here, even it is supporting monitoring API interface. So what is my API responses? How much time it has been taken to trigger over? And even we can see the health configurations on an API monitoring configurations part. So how many times the user is logged in to your API configurations? How many times it has been hit by the front-end application? This kind of a monitoring application also it is configured on your GraphQL interface. So maybe that is a cost-based. So I haven't enabled. That is still a preview feature. So I will showcase you where this application, where we are going to monitor the API interface and so on once I open this GraphQL interface. It looks in this way, GraphQL editor. You can see the left-hand side Schema Explorer with a set of tables. So anyway, I'm going to work it on the AdventureWorks dataset as well. So instead of taking the product model, I'm going to take another different table, product and product category table. And here you can see the stored queries also, queries information. And as well as maybe my snapshot is not very clear, but mutations. Mutations is something like where we can try to restrict to get it exposed to the user to create, update, or delete kind of an operation. So we can disable these items as well so that my end user, they can just try to read access to the table and as well as the column information. So you can see in the second part here, this is how the input looks like. So it's completely a JSON input. And once you can run on this particular query one, the output will be generated as per the result in the form of JSON output only. Sometimes if you're working with the bigger queries, we can also get a chance to write storing some variables. So which will be like storing the variables for us to navigate or us to make use of these variables for the second execution of your query processing. So these are the important key places. Left hand side, the Explorer, queries and variables, and fourth one is the expected result, what we are trying to execute it from the input layer. How we are going to configure or else get connect to the this particular GraphQL. First of all, whenever we are trying to get it connect to the GraphQL databases, there are two types of connections: SS4 login, single sign-on, which is most of us familiar to get connect to our Microsoft Entra ID wise connection. Another one is a saved credentials. Saved credentials is something maybe if you want to get connect to some external databases, since in such kind of a scenario, saved credentials will be beneficial to you if you are connecting from the external source systems. So permissions part, it will have the run queries and mutation permissions are there. Like as I said, right, correct permissions, create, read, update, and delete permissions. And also you can also save these credentials via centralized authentication mechanism. And even we can try to configure these configurations and permissions at the work space level as well. So if you're observing Microsoft Fabric, they have a set of service principles. Workspace level management APIs, we can generate it, workspace authentication APIs, even for the databases and as well as the internal workloads too, like a Lakehouse or maybe the data warehouse level API configurations. So that this once if you can generate these APIs, it will be very easy for the backend user, which they can try to make use of our APIs, and they can build the front-end applications to pass the data, what need to be, get it exposed or not. Fine. If you're observing connecting applications, the front-end applications to the Fabric QL APIs, most of the times we'll try to generate the client ID, tenant ID kind of API generations via SQL endpoint. Like we know SQL Analytics endpoint, here we are going to call it as an endpoint. So we can generate it as a public availability. On the top of it, that particular API, we can also configure the permission access. Who is going to get it access to that particular URL link via Microsoft Entra ID. And even the registration process, it is as simple as easy with the help of Microsoft Entra. Previously we are calling it as an Entra ID as an Azure Active Directory. We are calling now as a Microsoft Entra authentication mechanism. So even the single page application platform also, it's supporting SPA platform as well. It's supporting by using these once you generated that particular endpoint notification API. And we can run and mutate different permissions at the different levels. At the mutations part, CRED permissions, like a create, delete, alter, create, read, update, and delete permissions, we can grant it over the API generations too. Let me walk you through this demo part, and also I will showcase to you some set of permissions which are allowing on your GraphQL. This window is familiar for us. Let me create a quick workspace. And currently I'm using the trial license. Giving the workspace name as Microsoft Analytics CSC 3, something like this. A new workspace I'm creating. You can see the Fabric content for this. Anyone, maybe everyone know how to get it create the workspace. I'm just giving an heads up to how to get it create this workspace. So I created a workspace. You can see this is the Fabric content will be enabled. First of all, if you want to perform this GraphQL, we need to have a database. Let me create a database first. So we know there is an SQL database is also supporting on this workloads. New items, all items. These are the different workloads. Let me connect to the database SQL with some sample data is also available. Let me extract it. So on this SQL part, we can perform all types of statement like a DDL, DML, DCL statement, like we can create it. Maybe if you want to insert update, we can do that. DCL also control statements to like a grant, revoke permissions also. You can define inside this new SQL database. Let me give some name to this. Workload. I will also share some reference link. Maybe if you want to get started with this. So I'm happy, like I will share that links with you so that you can also prepare how it is working, how we can try to generate these endpoint connectors, API connector. You can see automatically at the backend part, SQL Analytics endpoint has been generated. Let me showcase to you back in this particular workspace. This is your SQL database. Along with that, you can see SQL Analytics endpoint also be generated, which is a read-only operations we can perform on this, as I mean this particular Lakehouse warehouse. Let me navigate to this database. Here, left-hand side on the Explorer part, blank folders, queries, and as well as the shared queries. Even you can try to import from existing Lakehouses too. It's not restricted with some set of source systems. You can extract it, as I said, right? Some set of data sources here. You can extract any kind, like a data warehouse, you can connect it, SQL database, and you can try to pull it over from the lake houses and some of the mirrored databases as well, replica of your existing source systems too. So let me use a sample data to do extracting. See here. By default, it's going to have a default dbeaver schema. Refresh it. Whatever the activities you're performing, you just try to keep an eye on this nav notification window, okay? And maybe if you want to get it, extract some another way of source, like a data flow gen 2, and even the data factories like a new pipelines, like as similar all the source systems we can see, like a new data jobs, new copy jobs, transactional SQL or else connection string wise. Fine, I just had the data tables here. Tables has been available. Let me refresh one more time. And even this security we can configure. And this is what I'm set, monitor replica of the analysis. So how you are using and what is the, which tables we are trying to prefer. These are all information will be get available. Let me execute one query. Okay, let me test with this. Already AdventureWorks has been imported. So if you want to execute some new queries, or else maybe, as I said, right, creating the tables, delete it, or maybe alter, okay, all DDL, DML, and DCL statements are, you can execute it from this. SQL database is supporting. Okay, let me execute one simple statement. I will explain it to you. So here I'm taking from this product table and joining with the product category. If you're observing, the sales LT is a schema name. Category with product category ID base. I'm just trying to configure. Okay, joining with this. Let's try to execute. If the tables are available, you can see the data. One second, AdventureWorks. This set executed. 1 second. Tables has to be get displayed here. Refresh. We will test it, whether it has been successfully loaded with those AdventureWorks tables or not. Let's see. So previously it got failed, I think. Yes, failed. I will follow this one. So if it is executing or not, by observing this notification, we'll definitely get an idea. Earlier, while I'm trying to use the sample database due to network issues, it got failed. I'm trying to re-importing one more time. Let's see. Even from this window also, you can navigate to the GraphQL. That much of connectivity is there. So I see here, new API for GraphQL connector. So from here, you can also generate that particular token of tables. We can select the required table and we can get it exposed to the front-end user via JSON code. Okay, the output will be the response should be get generated in the form of JSON output only. So it's loaded, I think, still going on. In the meantime, if you have any questions, please post your questions too. Anybody worked on this? So see here, successfully import sample data. It has been successfully imported. Let's try to execute it now by a simple statement, new query, run it. You can see the data with the product category combination joined with the product category in the product table, product name, product category in the price list. So I'm able to see some data set that is from AdventureWorks database I have configured. From this, I want to generate an API connector, GraphQL API connector. And also I want to get it exposed some of the columns from product table. So how we are going to get it generate an API node that is a GraphQL endpoint node. To do that, again, just try to you can configure, that's what I'm saying. You can configure from here, or another way is navigate back to your workspace, new item. Here all, it is available on the developer front. This is completely whoever working, like if you want to generate a code which will be hit to your front-end application, we have to write or configure multiple REST APIs. We have to write a complete programming languages. So it is trying to get rid of it by using this GraphQL interface. So what it is trying to generate, a complete code then with Microsoft Entra ID authentication. Let me showcase to you here, GraphQL developer data here, API for GraphQL. Select it, give some name. create. Spaces are not allowed. I hope you are aware of it. Spaces while creating the naming conventions part, it's not get allowed. This is the front end view. So once you configured or else get created the GraphQL, so this is the front end view. So you have to configure the database. So which table do you want to expose to the front end via JSON code? So here I just configured the backend SQL database, just now completed. And I also tested with some simple statements, selected with some product table and product category. It's executed successfully. Let me configure that particular, the configure database, SQL database here. Select it. So this is what I'm saying. Choose connection option. So connect to the Fabric data source with single sign-on is by default authentication with Microsoft Entra ID configure. And maybe if you want to get it configured to the external databases via shared credential, this is very important. Using the shared credentials, we can configure via, if you are connecting from the external data source systems via shared credentials. Anyway, it is available in my Microsoft Fabric on that particular Azure SQL database. I'm using single sign-on authentication method. Select OK. We have to choose the database from here. You can see just now I have configured with this particular location SQL database AdventureWorks. Let's try to configure. It's going to open a front-end view like this, a navigator wizard, get data with a list of tables that are available on your data, that particular AdventureWorks database. These are all the tables. I mean, some of the limitations are there. I'm not able to adjust it. Still, many improvements has to be comes up on this tool. What I will do in the sense, let me try to fetch it over product or any other product or product category. Let me extract first. Let's check the product table. If it is expanded, then I can see what is the exact name. But still, I'm not able to do that because still a limit here. Okay. Even the data preview, as I'm using the trial license, I'm not able to view the data here. Let's try to load it. Load this particular product table. So now we are trying to navigate to the GraphQL user interface part. On the left-hand side, you are observing the schema explorer with that particular database on the table. You can see here, I'm explaining the key areas, database, queries frequently used, product key column, primary key here, data mutation. This is very interesting. If you want to get it exposed to the end user, that particular application to the backend team, you can also disable it. Okay, currently it is this particular create product, update product. On the top of it, you can also change this product table. Maybe I don't want to give an access to this create, update, create permissions, create, delete, update, read. So I can turn off these features too while doing the data mutation. So see here, it's as simple as easy. 3 dots, select it, disable it. I don't want the user to create or update or delete. So these kind of configurations we can perform on this mutations part. Okay. So automatically a query will be get executed top 10 records from the product. You can also execute it. So output, as I said, right, as per the layer, as per the key areas, this is a second. This is a by default query with the 10 records from this product table, first 10 records. Output, how it is generating? Output is also in the form of a JSON, this particular JSON code, JSON method only. Here. Okay, fine. Where is that endpoint then? So here you can copy this endpoint. It looks in this way. This one, once we turn off these data mutations like a create, update, delete, you can share it, this particular API code, and they can use it their applications part, like a front-end data exposing applications part. Here. And still, there is a chance maybe in future roadmap, this particular link, which I'm just copied, there is a chance to make use in the Power BI desktop as well. Still, that configuration is not there. It is not natively support to get it extract the data. What is selected, that is product ID column on this table. This product table. In future, there is a roadmap. You can just make use of this link and you can also start extracting the data from this table, like a limited the number of records and then limited number of columns, we can get it exposed to the user instead of bulk number of records, like huge data sets and many columns. You can restrict in this way. This is how the endpoint will be get generated. You can just copy it and you can utilize it forever. I mean, the front end or else the back end development applications part, so that the data will be get exposed. Fine. And one more interesting thing on this particular window is even you can also generate a complete code, which will be supporting with the two different languages. Python is by default. You can see here the token which has been generated with this, along with this SCP, single application page. And this is what the endpoint I just showcased to you, right? Copy endpoint. This is how it looks like. We can share this code. Maybe if they are backend, something has to be get it routed up. We can share it once you turn off this mutations part. Two languages, one is Python, another one is a Node.js. So as per the Microsoft Entra ID configurations, you can see it here, how the end user Entra ID tenant configurations part, they can register with their email IDs. They can make use of this code and then get it access accordingly. Okay, just copy it and share these codes also to the development team. Maybe I'll just try to test it with some sample statements, what I have written already. So see here, maybe let me execute a simple statement like this. I will explain it and then let's see output, how it looks like. So manually, you can also type it. IntelliSense wise, it will be get detected. You have to use something, I mean, underneath of this so that it will be create the logic and formula. So like this, okay? Or you can just try to use the IntelliSense configuration and then you can also provide the inputs accordingly. Let me add one thing. So what it is, this query is suggesting is from this product table, which I already extracted from AdventureWorks, I want to see the data which is getting filtered with HL root frame along with some set of columns. Many columns are there in the product table, but I just want to expose with the mode ID, name, location, list price, color, size, modify, last modified date accordingly. Let me execute it. This is the output. This is how the output will be get generated. And the endpoint is completely different for this code as well. So this is a new code which I have placed, the JSON code. You have to make use of this code and even the generate code part, you have to change the code accordingly as per the script that has been executed. This is the code now. See it here. This is the one. An endpoint which has been configured as per the code which have been defined. Fine. Other than that, I will also showcase to you the where is the monitoring, how many number of API tokens has been generated and so on. So here on the settings part, as I said, monitoring is still a preview feature and we have to turn on this feature on the admin portal side. So I haven't turned on this feature. So here, once you turn on that admin portal level monitoring feature, you can see the logs and how many times the user has been logged into that API, who is accessing that particular application, and all the details will be configured. And also it will showcase to you the status of the that particular API, is that a healthy or bad or something, you can see in the form of a color coding. Just like on your Power BI reports, we can see something like a usage metrics, right? Like that, you can also configure this monitoring views tab, okay, so that we can easily get it configure what is the health status and tokens that are available on this GraphQL user interface. Same, this is also endpoint is there, whatever I just showcased to you. You can see the similar one here. And one more interesting thing I just want to showcase to you on this application, GraphQL, is I just configured to my database as well. This is the one. So even you can try to connect your database as well. So which will be get generated the same. The application APIs, we can get it configured with the Entra ID configuration. Maybe if you're observing how I get connected to this, I have used Entra ID configuration like this. Okay. This is available at here when you are trying to configure the database part here. Okay. Either from here you can check it, or maybe at the GraphQL user interface also you can configure the server details, and with the help of Microsoft MFA multi-factor authentication code, you can configure and you can see those particular list of tables there. Fine. As of now, I have configured one table, that is product table. As I said, right, can we build some relationships and connections? Yes, we can also configure the relationships and as well as the connections too. Currently, one table we have, that is product table. Let me get it extract one more table from the same database. So from here, we have different options. So see here, update schema, or maybe if you want to delete the schema, that means that particular table you can delete it, or you can also manage the relationships. So currently one table, right? I'm not going to create any relationship. So let me create or add one more table, that is product category. Currently one table, as I said, sales LT product table. Let me pull it over one more table, category, product category, so that I can have a relationship there, based on the category code. Extracted two tables now. If you're observing on your coding part, currently it is a schema. You can see the below itself schema part queries. Okay, two tables. Let me extract one more. And coming to the properties part, what it is showcasing, how you connected to this particular database that is connected with a single sign-on. On the database it is, and original name is AdventureWorks L, which I have provided, owner and details. And you can see where the workspace and then user ID. Workspace management authentication also, that particular ID will be beneficial to you when you are trying to configure. Let me extract this. Update. Product LT, two tables I'm selecting. Let me showcase to you how we are going to build the modeling here with the two tables. Queries. Two things, schema window, where you can see the set of what activities you have performed on this particular database part. You can see the list of operations. Queries, you can see a separate another window. You can execute it, the input response in the form of a JSON. Output will be get it respond in the form of an output also JSON. And endpoints will be get generated accordingly as per the code which has been executed. And variables, we can pass the variables if you are using the multiple layer of like complex relationship between two or multiple tables. In such kind of a scenario, you can also declare the query variables here. Let me configure relationships. Manage relationship. It's as same as what we will do it in the Power BI level, Power BI data modeling part. So you can see the all types of credentials, that is one-to-one, one-to-many, many-to-one, many-to-many configurations. Let me create a simple connections. Directly I have to choose product category. So we know the Power BI we have some separate windows so that I can select it, but here we have to use this, we have to get it familiar with this option. Maybe the product category is common here. I'm choosing the field, product category, and here also product category. Choose the required fields. Cardinality. So I'm using many to one. Create relationships. Okay. Like this. So we can also configure the relationships supporting all types of cardinality, as I said, all types of data mappings, like whatever it is supporting on your Power BI part. Even with these two tables, I can create one more JSON code and I can generate an endpoint as well. So this particular endpoint, you can copy it and share it with the complete code generation wise. You can also copy the Python or Node.js code, which will be beneficial by the backend users so that the data will be get exposed. And I forgot to do it here. You can see here, set of mutations. So for product category, 3 types of options. That means exposing part, create, update, delete for the product category. Maybe I don't want to create on the product category, just to try to turn it off like this. Select it, disable. See here, one more, update, disable the connection. I mean, so that the user, right, once you start sharing this particular copy endpoint or else generate code, the user, they cannot able to create or else something, update it or delete the backend JSON code, so that it will be easy for them to get it exposed in the form of a read-only permissions. I'll just try to configure the disable mode. Improvements are required, but still on hover, disable it. Okay, this is the process, and this now you can generate the endpoint after disabling, or even the code you can generate it and share this code with the users, the application developers, so that they can make use of this particular generated code in their application to get it exposed to the front end view. And jumping onto my presentation. So what are the key configurations, the permissions part? So if you're observing, these are the permissions layer. So user principal name. So most, as I said, right, most of the Microsoft Fabric, I mean, as per the new trending technologies, it's supporting the Entra ID. Earlier, we are calling it as an Azure Active Directory. It's a notifications part. It's supporting the service principal API callers, user principal name, the single sign-on with a multiple run the queries as well as the mutations part. It is supporting all the CRUD operations, create, read, update, delete operations for the application API levels, and with all the permissions which has been observed, appropriate read-write permissions at the graphical user interface. So even the service principal with SPN level run mutations and not applicable. So not applicable for single mutations execution, like maybe if you are executing a query on this particular table level, automatically you can see these 3 kind of a credentials, that is create, update, and delete API operations. So we have to turn it on and then share that access to the users. And the similar configuration for the saved credentials too. 2 types of connections here, data source connectivities. Single sign-on if you're using and connecting to the Microsoft Entra ID-wise authentication smart. And maybe if you're trying to extract the data from an external databases, there is another way of data source connectivity, that is saved credentials method as well. We can proceed and configure this GraphQL JSON format, like from source to the destination. So maybe the input response is JSON or input, output also will be getting respond in the form of JSON only. Benefits, just now I said, if you are working with a multiple data set, the complete queries will be getting generated in the form of a single application or a single column. And most of the time we will use it for the streamline source systems, like real-time data source systems, so that the API, because the front end, how much data rate is flowing, or maybe how much bits of data it is getting captured, this analysis will be very important in the front end applications part. So instead of writing the RESTful APIs and trying to generate the code and configuring the monitoring mechanism, this GraphQL API connector will be very beneficial for complex relationship. Like example, as I said, LinkedIn connection. So you can also make use of SQL statement through get it extract and see the analysis. But if you have a multi-level configurations or relationship in such kind of a scenario, to generate the GraphQL API codes, it is very beneficial. And coming to the performance part, it is more better compared to the SQL, which maybe if you are trying to use the SQL. So we can limit the number of columns and limit the number of rows, or else we can also filter the data accordingly by using the filter. I just use the filter option with a list of columns as well. And anyway, it is going to generate the single API endpoint connector, and it is supporting all types of CRUD operation, create, delete, update, delete functionality at the consistent manner at each and every integrations part at the front end level. So maybe if you want to do a practice on this, how this works, or maybe if you want to get it, add some sample data sets, these are the reference link, which I will post it on the chat also. And I'm happy if you have any queries related to it, you can ask me and I'm available. Any queries? Do you have any queries? So I know this concept. Anybody tried this concept on your real-time part? Just let me know. Ping in the chat. Anybody tried on your real-time? On your working environment? Yes, I am able to see some Raj. Can GraphQL access one lake directly? That's what I said, right? You can get it, extract the data from this get data, and then one lake. This is one lake ours, right? From here, it is supporting all types, even warehouse or SQL database. So it is supporting the one lake. Okay, these are all the databases it is supporting. Okay, endpoints, mirroring data source system. Maybe if you are using the data mart on the Power BI level, Snowflake schemas, okay, databases, and Azure SQL database. I just showcased you one example with SQL database. It's supporting, these are the support. And the limitation is, there are some limitations also on this GraphQL query language. So there is some limit with the MB level, okay, size part. And also it will not allow you to get it extract the SQL generated endpoints. So automatically, while doing the extraction from the Lakehouse, SQL Analytics endpoint is going to be a read-only permissions, read-only operations. So on the top of it, you cannot perform read, write, okay, read, write, or delete operations, which I just disable the mutations configurations part here. Mutations anyway, it is by default, it is disabled if you are pulling the data from lake houses. That's what I have observed. Any other queries? Yeah, few more. Why GraphQL instead of direct? Power BI embedding is completely different. It's a GraphQL is an endpoint which will be getting generated for the complexity of the relationships. So example I have given to you. Okay. Embedding is completely different with your front end view. But GraphQL, it is generating the complete JSON codes, and we can utilize it in our Power BI applications part. Will GraphQL increases cost? Is based on the cost only. It's based on cost. Maybe if you want to view the monitoring of the cost views, it's definitely cost. Maybe in future, this monitoring preview is currently preview feature. So how many clicks, how many users are using your API? These are all the things we can observe via monitoring window only. And even they're supporting the introspective, whether it has, what is the execution level, whether the previous level of creating the APIs, is that successfully configured or not? In introspective also it is configured, we can configure it. But as per my knowledge, in future, this monitoring object is going to have a little bit of cost if you want to use this monitoring approaches. Any other? How do you handle the pagination in GraphQL? Pagination, I haven't checked. Pagination is also supporting, that's what I got to know. Pagination of GraphQL for larger fabric datasets is also supporting, but I haven't checked it. Any other queries? Any other queries? So here, I just want to summarize it, what we did. We have created the SQL database and imported one sample data, that is AdventureWorks. The main motto is I want to get it expose that particular table information to the front end by using some API connector. To get this done, I'm using currently, which is supporting on our Microsoft Fabric, GraphQL user interface. The interface we discussed, how it looks like. So once you create the GraphQL, you can connect to the supported data source systems. So supported currently I have used Azure SQL database. I have imported. I have pulled one or two tables here, product table first, and then I automatically just got some intelligence by some query. I executed, but I want to restrict with some name. Starts with HL road frame with a list of columns. You can see here, list of columns. Sorry. List of columns. So input is JSON code. Output is also will be get generated in the form of a JSON. For this, automatically, you can see an endpoint, copy the endpoint. You can use it and share this analysis to the users, the backend users who want to develop or else make use of this in the applications part to expose the data. Or even you can try to generate a complete code, generate code, which is supporting two different languages, Python or Node.js code. So complete authentication mechanism we discussed here. And then mutations, you can like disable the mutations. By default, it is enabled. You can disable the mutations as per the correct policies, like create, update, delete policies on each and every other table. Okay. And the main motto here, if you're working on a complex relationships and logics level, and if you want to generate some API mechanism in such kind of an approaches, instead of writing the RESTful APIs, we can make use of which is supporting the GraphQL and generate an API and share this code and configuration files to whoever using this in the front-end applications part, so that just try to make use of this application. They can start exposing your data to the users who want to need the particular columns or table level access. Fine. This is what we discussed. And if you have still any queries, you can reach out to me. Any queries? Any queries?
Sir, I have a couple of questions. Like, what are the business problems we can solve through GraphQL, sir? Like REST and SQL
REST
access and
APIs,
also.
we can avoid RESTful APIs. Manually, we don't need to write a very huge kind of a programming languages. And it is kind of a simple connector, which we can use it inside the fabric. And that code, you can copy it and share it to the user so that you don't need to write very big codes then. If you can start utilizing GraphQL. That is one advantage which I have observed. Currently, I'm also using one of the project with the GraphQL interface, and that Node.js code we are using instead of a Python code. Okay. Because most of the visual level Node.js, right? It is supporting visual level interface. So instead of I'm using a Node.js code for that, where we have a complete authentication mechanism with enter ID configurations, and we just use that generated code for the tables to expose to the customers.
And how we can handle the schema drifting and versioning, sir, whenever we breaking
versioning,
into consumers?
Yes, that is still not added. Versioning is not added still. That is still in the, maybe in the pipeline, I think so. Versioning concept.
Okay.
Any other?
No.
In chat? So how many of you started working on this GraphQL? Anybody? I'm just asking. Anybody start working on this GraphQL? Get a chance to work on it? No? Yes? Some responses, please. Okay, fine. No worries. And if you have something to get in touch, or else maybe if you have some queries on this GraphQL part, let me know. I'm happy to help you. So how we are going to generate it, or else maybe how we are going to generate that HTML, that JSON code and so on. Maybe if requirements, my support, we can, I'm happy to help you. Okay, I know it is a new concept, but just giving a glimpses on Microsoft Fabric, how this GraphQL is also embed and make use of it. And I would like to thank to the organizers for giving this opportunity and sharing this knowledge from yesterday on different topic and today on Microsoft Fabric GraphQL part. Thanks.
Okay. Yes. So thank you everyone. Thank you for joining this conference for last 2 days. Thank you Rajendra for 2 sessions, and I hope everybody has enjoyed all these sessions. And they are really informative sessions. The recordings are available in YouTube. Other than 4 sessions, because of the YouTube limitation, now we can have a video greater than 12 hours. So all our live videos cut down to that. But don't worry, we are going to upload those videos. We are recording them. So I really appreciate those who have stayed really long hours and these asked a lot of questions. Thanks to all the speakers, moderators for making this event successful, and we look forward to have more such events in the future. So with this, we are going to wrap up the room one of uh, global Microsoft Fabric conference. Thank you all for joining. I'm wrapping up this for YouTube now. Thanks all those who are joined on. For those who are going to watch it later, if you're watching it before 15th of December 25 1 p.m., please find the link into the description for applying DP and vouchers.